Greetings, I am Liz, and I use she, her.
And I am Scandal, and I use they, them.
And let's play a game together!
Yeah! Let's
We're gonna
do
do
it.
this. We're gonna load a game.
Yeah!
It will be so good.
Let's pep.
Let's gently press buttons.
Yes, absolutely. Soft button pep.
Very soft button presses. But no, I did have an experience where, for whatever reason, like my browser updated or something, and now the chat won't live scroll for me, or at least it wouldn't. And like the entire time we were playing Rhyme, I kept having to scroll down because it wouldn't auto update for me. And so I'm hoping it will this time.
Perhaps.
All right. Yes. Apparently that's exactly what this is.
I hear you have something to say to me.
From where? Who do you hear that from?
I don't know.
This is
like I have
also,
no idea.
How again? They didn't know you were going to be here. How would
Why
they
are you adjusting
possibly?
the computer? I'm trying to adjust it for you since you're the one who suffers more.
Which
so I
is-
turn it more towards you, and you suddenly start freaking out, and I'm like, I try to make it convenient for you.
Okay.
Why do you fight me?
Let's try it right there and not move. Let's do
Okay.
it. Okay. I let out a breath. I didn't realize I'd been holding. Oh my god. That is such a romance trope line. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. That is the line of the teen romance protag. Thanking the stars that Piper is choosing to break the ice. Somewhat civilly.
Again, though, I don't understand. Wherever these characters would be like, yes, and now it's time for us to talk, and you're like, according to what? Are we supposed to know something? Were we actually supposed to pick August 1st?
I don't even know. Or they assume that you talked to Piper about this yesterday, except for there was no fade to black. We actually did everything on screen with Piper. Mm-hmm. And somehow Piper assumed you'd be here in the morning, or just glarked it from context, because that's how we roll. At any rate,
it's fine.
Somewhat civilly. August clears their throat, rubbing their gloved forefinger and thumb together. Seeing them unnerved is alarming.
This is an unnerved gesture. I know them so intimately and so well. This is the unnerved gesture.
See, and I don't feel like it's unnerved, because I think unnerved, I think it's more
alarmed,
like... I think it's more
gesture.
like irritated, frustrated. It doesn't sound like they are unnerved, kind of thing.
It's true.
Anyway.
It's alarming. Yes, well, I wanted to apologize. Formally.
As opposed to informally?
I mean, it's pretty informal anyway, because so a formal apology, like, I get the setup, but I'm like, are you gonna, file triplicate for this particular apology?
Right.
Are we gonna submit this to the Court of Apologies?
Yes!
We're gonna have the judge, jury, and apology, engineer decide what is the proper, apology,
what is a formal versus informal apology? And if you execute protocol, what does that look like?
Right?
All right.
And for the first time. Yes, Piper, for the first time.
I, too, am surprised at this experience.
If I could go back and change how I reacted, I would do it in a heartbeat. You didn't deserve any of this, and I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry. She looks angry, but also a little defeated. I imagine this isn't easy for her. It wouldn't be for me if I were in her shoes. And I wouldn't fit her shoes. Oh!
You really hurt me, August. It will take some time for us to get back to where we were.
How is this conversation just happening here? Like, what got them to this point where, like, we will now talk about this? Like, this seems really non sequitur.
It still really does, and also, so I have to say, while I appreciate the effort for the writers going, we are going to try to have basically what we consider to be healthy relationships, right? I find the language almost bizarre coming out of both Piper and August's mouth. It doesn't seem like it fits them very naturally, and so that's why you could argue maybe it's more of a formal apology rather than a sort of more like
casual
informal, like, I don't know how to talk to you, or I don't know how to use the formal language, so this makes a lot of assumptions that I'm not sure what to do with.
I mean, this feels very formal, but also it feels like... It feels weird, like, as our character, we don't know this side of either of them. So as a player, it feels very unfamiliar, going, this isn't a piece of the character I know. But it also doesn't feel like it follows a lot from what we've done so far, because again, there was no catalyst for this conversation, nor any coordination for us to be mediating it. And so it feels weird to be here at all?
Yeah, kind of.
All right.
You've really hurt me, August. It will take time for us to get back to where we were.
Do you assume you can?
But Wu told me that you really do wish to make amends and that you're on our side in all of this. So I accept your apology.
Didn't we talk about that a while ago? And this is just happening now? Did we talk about that last night when we came to her house?
No, we didn't, actually. I think we were both complaining rather loudly that, like, we just nearly died. There's a bunch of stuff that do that happen, and then it just, you know, it not do.
Right.
So, take however long you need. Whatever I can do to make it easier, I shall. To prove to you that I mean it.
Piper quirks a single brow, a smile creeping onto her lips. Is this where you have to grovel and, you know, beg? Is this gonna be it?
I don't know.
Again,
though, I'm like, there's this weird sort of like, I'm really, like, again, this could be, like, we're trying to have a healthy relationship of this is a boss, but this is a subordinate, and this is also a friend with their, you know, used to be friend. You know, they used to be friends. So I don't know what layers to go to. I don't know. This just seems really awkward.
Like I said, there's a number of things contributing to the fact that it feels really weird, and also the timing for it feels incredibly strange, based on the thing that seemed to spark this was going to Piper's house and sharing. There's this huge thing that I've discovered in the case, but I'm not really talking about it in reference to discovering it in the case at all. It's really just, I almost died. Do you want to make out?
Right? Well, and
that prompts me to go talk to my boss and plan on you being there.
So there's also the fact, too, that I'm frustrated by, while I'm like, okay, cool portrayal of, like, potentially more healthy, but your character literally pointed out they were uncomfortable. Going, I've been dragged into this position. That's actually, in my opinion, not the nicest thing to do to your friend.
Suddenly use them as a mediator, unexpected and unplanned.
Yeah, like, so I feel actually like it doesn't work as well.
I was gonna say, I'm glad the conversation is happening.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like it's very forced. How about that one?
Yeah, it feels a little artificial.
A smile creeping onto her lips.
Oh, well, I would. I'm not arm wrestling you ever again. I'd rather you drove a dagger through my heart, frankly.
I see.
I broke my damn wrist. That's a bit drastic. Anyway, shall we discuss this plan of yours? Hunter, yeah, we're done now, Piper. Shut up.
Yes, Piper, we have had our discussion and our apologies and our catharsis. We're done. Done.
Which is also, again, a weird way to just end the conversation. I'm like, you really are like, let's do it, but let's just sort of halfway do it, and then just kind of be like, okay, we're done now, and you're
but
like...
they're close enough that it works, don't you know? I guess? Which is, again, why I'm like, it would make more sense if they were polyroot.
Yeah.
Like, you could infer more about how close they were, or at least I could, if it was like they had been more involved with each other, or if we'd understood their friendship better.
Yeah,
And the thing is, and saying people work really, really well together, and in our amazing work team, is a different experience for me than like than this level of like formal / casual implies. It also implies a lot of awkward of going, and it's just done now. And going, okay. Piper throws me a sly little smile, and I can't help but smile in return. August quirks a dark brow at us. They've both quirked their brow, but not a single brow this time.
Not a single.
And I clear my throat, turning my attentions back to the task at hand, which is telling August that it is a creature rather than a murderer, except for we've already mentioned this and nobody responded to it at all. I can't help but wonder what they'd think about what transpired between Piper and I. What is transpiring? What is transpiring? I don't know what is actually transpiring between us.
I mean, other than abruptly we were like, we would like to be together. Like, that was really explicit.
We didn't say we wanted to be together.
I mean, we kind of did.
We said, I feel at home in our own heads.
I swear to God, we were like, we're gonna do this thing, and then we were in a relationship, and I thought it was really strange.
See, but I remember talking about going, we're now starting this relationship, but we're not discussing that we're starting a relationship.
Oh, right, it was the character going, we are now in a relationship. And you're like, we haven't even talked about this.
I was gonna say, the two of us, like Nya and Piper, or Uwu and Piper, my apologies, less formal, did not discuss that they're now in a relationship, that they are now moving forward in a relationship, that they are now partners, that they are now dating, that they are now whatever. They just, like, it was just Uwu in their own head going, I finally feel understood, I finally feel home. They didn't even say it to Piper of going, you feel like home.
I think, honestly, though, that's one of the big things why I find that previous conversation also to be kind of jarring, is because suddenly they're like, yes, and let's be incredibly formal and explicit with this are the things that are going on, so this is what I experience, and these are the terms, this is what's going to happen. And then our previous, though, conversation we had about a big, huge change, even regardless of the player consenting to click on the button, the character literally doesn't interact with basically that at all, and you don't clear it up with the other character that you're going to now romance going, hi, can we do the date thing?
And it's a weird sort of experience of like, what it feels like to me is sort of, what is it, like failure to separate player...
It's a fantasy relationship. If we was just confused.
Yes! That's so good.
Yes!
Okay, and so what I'm feeling here very much is this experience of going... The authors knew what they were writing so much that they forgot to put in context, not being able to select like basically writer and character knowledge, because the characters aren't knowing that they're in a relationship in a communicated, discussed way. It just, well, that is what's happening. And that feels very, very strange. I'm hoping they talk about it more later, because to me, that was not a start of a relationship. That was a start of making out.
Right.
And going, we now like each other more.
It
felt very much like the beginning of a relationship of going, a thing happened between us, and now we're going to have our own assumptions about it that are never discussed, and then it will lead to angst because we've never discussed what we're actually doing here.
Okay.
What is?
So for people who are in the chat, have you I also I want to remind my friend. You remember in Jupiter Ascending?
Yes.
Where she's talking to Cain, Wolf Boy, and she's like, "Oh no! Well, where are you gonna take me?" Like he goes, "I'm from this thing," and she goes, "I'm not gonna do this." Like she makes this wild leap of logic that both my friend and I we actually watched the movie in the theaters.
I remember
and we
that.
were so stunned because she literally jumps from point A to like point W.
And it's like,
we were both like, wait, you're not even gonna go, what are you gonna do with me? Where are we going? What is this about? You just immediately go, well, what, I can't remember exactly what it was.
It felt like there was a piece of editing missing, and basically it was I've woken up in a space with you, and then I make a comment about not going out into space with you when it's never been discussed or something like that.
Right.
Like I would have to see it again, but like it really was this huge expectation of knowledge, but I assume there was a scene cut in between that basically, the people like who were cutting it had so much context they couldn't like connect to the fact that
realize
it was absolutely
what they
necessary.
had edited out or
that was
not
necessary
put
for the
in.
viewer.
Yeah, it was really bizarre.
All right, what is transpiring? What is transpiring?
I
What's
don't
going on? Another day. Maybe.
So, like, if you ever get the chance to actually watch the scene, I wonder if I could actually even find it on YouTube, but I think it'd be the damn funniest thing. Like, really, it's so weird. It is such a jump from, like, whoa, I'm awake to now I do this thing. You're like, what just happened?
Yeah, and it's very much like going with you, and leaving and or going had never been discussed. And then she's making caveats or distinctions about going. And I'm like, what are you even talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, the plan. Generally, you and...
General
E, the Y, and Ezra will see to the wards whilst Piper and I meet Finn in the catacombs. Wait, we're just giving, August a role in this? I thought August was turning a blind eye to this, not being, like, participating.
I didn't think that they were either.
Like, I was under the impression that, 1, they can't give us permission, 2, they're not going to aid and abet us, 3, that they're turning a blind eye, and that's why we have permission to do it. Now we're giving them a role.
That is really different. Hello, Delta Whiskey!
Greetings! My chat's not working. Hang on. I'm going to have to refresh my damn screen. Pardon me while I try this.
I think it's because, like, yours does not want to move away from the image, so you have got to figure out how to close the picture, because otherwise it won't scroll.
So, it has been, historically, though, every other time.
I don't know.
Why are we playing rhyme, my friend?
Oh, crap.
Hang on, Delta Whiskey!
Hold
on! Our stream says we're playing rhyme, and we are not, but greetings to you. Welcome aboard. Good to see you.
Yes, hello.
We have just found out that apparently August is going... Our good general is going to be involved in this caper, and we had not known in any way...
Give me my stream manager.
...that they were going to be involved in this caper.
Okay, so...
All right.
Blah, blah, blah.
Also, I need to adjust my chat because it's having a freak out, so I can see all the good thing that everyone say.
That never happened. I forget all the stuff I'm told.
All right, I'm going to try one more time like this. I will not touch anything. I will be in a new window, and we will see how it goes.
All right, hang on.
Maybe. All right.
Hang on. I gotta edit thingies.
I'm just gonna read my line while you edit it. That's all.
Fine.
Because I didn't finish it. General, You and Ezra will see to the wards whilst Piper and I meet Finn in the catacombs. He'll escort us to the hidden entrance to the dungeon and be our lookout. Which, I don't think this is an acceptable... Like, August didn't agree to help us, and they are in charge of us. We shouldn't be ordering them around, and or just... Whoa.
What are you doing?
Nothing?
You're really bad at pepping.
I'm apparently really bad at clicking a button.
Wow, okay, so
All right, I will do this. There we go. There.
I don't know which stream is this for?
This is when the night comes.
What day? Is this like the 4th round?
Oh, this should be the 5th round. This should be the 5th round of when the night comes. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's like, wow.
The night comes for the 5th time. It's okay. Alright. Because once we get to the 7th time, that's when murder happens. If we stream this 7 times, that will be the murder round. Honestly, when we get to the 7th stream of this game, we really should just have like a murder game in there just for fun in the chat. Like, you know, a game of Clue or something. We could work it out.
Right.
There. There, Piper and I will enter and gather as much intel as we can, for as long as you're able to stave off the protections.
Yay!
We're going to enter the dungeon and grab intel. From the dungeon, we're not going to actually go talk to the person or try and find a specific prisoner. We're just going to be...
I mean, that's the intel. Intel is getting a conversation. That is gathering intel. That is considered to be intel as far as I understand.
Okay, I guess that's the thing. I just feel like... I thought we were going to be specifically looking for this other hunter, not just...
That is still considered to be a part of gathering intel.
Okay, there we
like,
go.
I don't... I get your kind of point of being like, why we can't be hyper-specific about that, but going like, even... So we're also going, we're just trying to gather intel, because we don't even know if that person is there.
Right.
So the goal is to get as much intel, and the unspoken is to go, hey, if this person's in there, we will save their ass, you know, or whatever.
How will we know how long they'll be able to stave off
also,
protections?
This is goofy anyway, because I'm like, I'd thought August was going to stay out of a lot of this, because now I'm afraid that they're just going to get in a crap ton of trouble, and if they know more than like the basics of we're going to do this thing.
Yeah, I thought that August was literally going to be the figurehead that goes, I didn't know this was happening.
Yeah, I'm like, why are you doing this? You are literally threatening your job.
Yeah, and like, I thought the agreement was that they would, 1, turn a blind eye and pretend not to know, and 2, basically have plausible deniability. Yes, I didn't know this was going on, rather than being directly involved.
Yeah.
So this feels really weird to me.
Yeah, a little strange.
We'll then leave via the exit in the forest. There's an exit to the dungeons in the forest?
I suppose.
Did we know about that?
I
don't know.
Okay, so I also have to say, like, exit in the forest. Is there a gate that's around the entire forest? Or are we only going, there's only one exit because this is the cobbled road and you only follow the yellow brick road?
Well, I'm going exiting the dungeons into the forest. So is there an entrance from the forest?
Oh.
Because we're exiting the dungeons into the forest. So there's a secret entrance from the catacombs, and then we'll exit from a secret exit only into the forest? We'll meet Finn again, because Finn's not going to stay at the door and guard it, even though he's going to be lookout at the door. Did we not just say he was going to be lookout at the door that he let us in by?
Let's find out. I thought he was going to be lookout.
This plan sounds insane. All right, let's see.
And be our lookout.
How is he going to be our lookout if we're going to meet him in the forest after we get there? Making a hasty escape before anyone catches wind.
So he's a lookout from the exit in the forest. Like, what?
Also, like, you guys are dealing with wards, and as long as you can hold them off, how are we going to perceive whether the wards are still being held off or not? Okay, anyway, we got this.
It's okay.
We got this, it's fine.
Before anyone catches wind. And then they fart, being aggressive. Finn, stop that. Sorry, I got bored. In theory.
Yes, in theory. That's how the plan would work. August purses their lips, going, really?
Looking for a kiss.
This is your plan? Taking in the provided information. Okay.
I see. You're satisfied with this? That it's achievable without any of us getting caught?
I mean, I don't think you should be involved at all. And I have no idea how we're going to perceive when you guys aren't holding off the wards anymore, since you're going to be doing it from elsewhere, as far as I can tell.
Theoretically, nothing is, like, 100% guaranteed. So, August, I appreciate you going, you haven't thought of any more options? That's the best I got. Do you have any more options?
No
one
boss needs a plan B if plan A feels good. That is what we sound like. And I guess that fits with the general confidence of our character of just going, I have understood a thing blocked from context. I will never check my facts. It is now true.
That's all we got. Any of us getting caught?
Piper and I share a glance, and she nods.
August, that's a no.
That's a no. You are not confident.
I love
at all.
characters that do that, and the other characters just go, yep, I will accept this. I wish, honestly, it was more obvious, because I've always found myself watching people, and you're just like, I'm just going to accept this, even though I do not believe it, because I'm like, I will have to trust this.
Okay, what I love is when your boss looks at you and your boss is hinging a huge amount of like faith on you and goes, do you believe in your own plan? And you immediately look to someone else who is below you for approval. And then you look back to your boss after they answer you and you go, yes. Your boss should be like, no, we're calling this off. You do not believe in yourself. You are not confident at all. If you have to look to someone under you who just heard the plan for the first time to know whether it's good or not, we are not doing this. Chance of success, 20%.
Chance of success is none. I...
All right, Piper and I share a glance, and she nods.
Hang on.
Do this.
Hang on.
What?
Hang on.
What?
I'm super curious.
Okay. Wait, what?
I go take the little ears.
Oh, God! Oh, my God! We've given the Delta Whiskey ears to Piper.
Yes! Look at the tiny little
You can't just give people's ears away.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, I just
Okay, now it's like tiny little devil horns.
I'm sorry, I was like, you know what occurs to me? Like, actually...
Give everyone ears. Boink, boink. Oh, my God. Everyone gets ears. Yes!
I'm
Okay.
sorry. It occurred to me and I lost my mind. I was like, suddenly I
You're
have
like, wait,
power.
I have power? I will use
I
it.
can do it. Okay.
Okay, I love that. And thank you everyone for sitting through that. That was freaking adorable. And I'm probably going to take a screenshot and just give both of them ears at some point.
It'll be good.
It'll be
All
great.
right.
And then I'll have nowhere to put it because we won't have a YouTube channel anymore. But that will be fine.
It'll be fine.
I wish that wasn't happening. All right, Piper and I share a glance and she nods. Still nodding. She just keeps nodding. It's
nod,
fun.
nod.
Yay!
Isn't it good?
It's so much fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yay! I really need to like figure out how to make actually the window bigger so I can have even bigger ears.
And that would
it'll
be
good.
And we just scale up the text, which is why I was like, I could just edit it in and put it on our Tumblr as a screenshot.
Oh, that'll be great.
And it'll be great. I think I'm going to do that. So I don't know if either of you are on our Tumblr, but I am totally going to get that like a screenshot from here, and I'm going to put the emoticon on there bigger and give both of them ears, and it will be all your fault, Delta, because you are fabulous.
Absolutely.
All right. Yes, I am. Looks back at August. Regardless, I think it's necessary. I am totally confident, but regardless of whether or not I'm confident, it's necessary. We have to do it this way.
I love that. I got it. But it doesn't matter. Even if I don't got it, we still got it. It has to happen.
But why would you say, but it doesn't matter then? Because clearly then you maybe aren't so
You're
confident.
like, it's such a work mood.
There's
You're
3
like,
levels of going, I'm really not confident about this, but we need to do it anyway. We cannot proceed with our investigation without seeing what they're keeping down there. Wait, we assume they're keeping something. Wait, are we now interested in the dungeon for the sake of the dungeon itself, rather than to find out if the hunter is down there? Rather than to find out if, like,
there's
Anna
multiple
or whatever?
things that you could find down there. It's like, we don't know now what's in the dungeon. We can find out.
No, but when has it become a big point of we need to see what's down there? As far as we know, August is allowed to see what's down there. He's just not allowed to see if what happened to this particular hunter. They aren't. Pardon, they.
It's okay.
All right.
Or what they're not keeping down there. This could change the whole investigation, August.
As well as knowing that there's a creature and that the creature has a magical psychic ability that affects your emotions. That could change the investigation, but we don't care about that.
Why are we not sharing that? Like, I am, like...
Why is no one reacting to? By the way, it's a creature. I've seen the creature. Here's what the creature does. Now we can make a plan.
Yay! Very well. I trust you. Both of you? Actually,
Why?
I forgot. Like,
Me. That trust is poorly placed, just so you know. It's okay. It's from Tangled. It's Rapunzel telling Finn, I've decided to trust you. And he's like, a poor decision, actually. And she's like, and based on that trust, terrible choice.
Oh, yeah,
And
it's
so,
really good.
August, I have decided to trust both of you. Terrible decision, actually. All right.
Sitting in the chair.
Real bad decision.
I guess the next thing for us to do is visit the witch. Then.
Wait a second! When did he get into the dungeon? Let's go visit the witch. Who the heck is... Piper tilts her head at them, her eyes wide, and August sighs deeply. Wait, what? Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry. Ezra.
But we don't need to. We are orchestrating this plan. Uwu's orchestrated this plan, and we've already visited him.
Well done. You're getting there. Just try it without the attitude next time, yeah?
Yeah. That was a super eye roll. That was amazing.
Amazing. I'll wait for you at the entrance to the Casimir end of the catacombs come nightfall.
Wait.
Be careful, Miriam. I know you're capable, but be on your guard.
Wait, Miriam? Piper's name is Miriam?
Yeah, Piper Miriam. You
right.
really do not
I forgot
remember.
that was your last. I forgot that was her last name.
They actually have last names in this game,
which I appreciate.
Sort of. I actually don't even know. Like, it's been weird, sort of like playing games and going, do characters have last names? Do they even matter? Because culturally, actually, not every culture around the world has surnames. They're not actually those things. Typically, you have characters who are just called, like literally their name is like, my name, son of this person. That was why that was there. And, like, it didn't, like, surnames are...
Eben such and such, Eben the other, yes.
Yeah.
Son of so-and-so, yes.
Yeah.
Piper offers them a small smile, and it seems genuine for the very first time.
Always am, General. I must change quickly first because, my God, I still haven't gotten dressed. But we should make a move.
Tonight at dark, you just said. So it is early morning right now. Why do we need to make a move right now? Also, dark sharp, what kind of a time is that?
Sharp dark.
Dark sharp.
Sharp
you
dark.
need to be there at dark sharp. Every one of them.
Dark sharp
I don't know
o'clock.
So this is a like a highly tuned, specifically synchronized operation where we need to take down a magical barrier and sneak in Mission Impossible style. You know, around dark. You know, just synchronize your watches to
dark.
To dark.
To darkness time.
The shop is quiet, much like August as they stand stoically by my side. I spare them a glance, watching how they smooth their freshly pressed, clean outfit. I hope they had a chance to bathe as well. I really do.
I do too.
Don't be nervous. Ezra doesn't bite. They've literally been talking to each other. What are we nervous about?
I'm also just like, Ezra also worked with them.
And
like,
also, Ezra was like, I am fine with this.
It's
I
okay.
know that we're all coordinating.
I will now be the mediator, since that is the position that I have been put into, and now I just will not question it. This is where I belong.
I guess.
Don't get sassy with me.
But I've been sassy with you the entire time, and as far as I can tell, you enjoy it. Flirt.
Yeah, you can't flirt anymore. You've picked her out.
Damn.
That's not allowed.
But I've established myself as a character that's a flirt. What do I do now?
Honestly, that's again where I'm just like, I feel like the flirting really kind of destroys the beginning part of the game. Especially if you're just like, unabashedly, I will flirt with everything. You're really just like, and now you will never be a flirt character.
Hey, Palm, welcome. We're so glad to have you here.
Hello.
You are here. Ta-da.
Ta-da! And you are on TV still.
Yes, you are on TV. The whole world can now see your shenanigans.
It's true. No escape for you.
How wow. All right.
Wow.
I laugh at their non-threatening tone. I laugh in envy. Oh.
Right.
And Ezra appears from the back room. Poof! What do you need?
Oh, good morning.
August stares, almost as if they're paralyzed. August has never had this problem before. What's going on?
What?
Ezra's green eyes boring into them with a shining curiosity.
Unless, like, August feels really awkward going, I'm gonna be breaking the rules, I'm gonna be breaking the rules,
We're gonna have to work together again instead of, what we've been doing, where I've been getting basically an energy drink from you, which is working together.
Yes.
It's fine. Ezra subtly flicks his gaze to me.
I catched it, and I got it back.
And I toss it back. A singular eyebrow. It's not quirky this time. It's rising in question. Ezra does not quirk, just raises.
I'm gonna raise you. I raise you an eyebrow.
Playing poker raises you an eyebrow.
Hi. Somebody, you can't do that. You're like, yeah, I have the razor and everything. We can raise this eyebrow as much as we need to.
Oh my God.
Them.
We are going to have the sharpest, the cleanest brows ever.
It will happen. Either that or we're going to, like, paint our eyebrows down and then draw in new eyebrows that are raised.
It's the latest thing. Okay, can
Drag
you imagine?
queens playing poker.
Okay, yes, but imagine this for a second. Like, you do that thing where, you glue down the eyebrows and then you do the foundation over them that so many people do with their makeup.
Right.
I hope you're familiar with this because it's a very specific reference. Almost everyone that I've seen do, like, layers of like, makeup now, even if it's not theatrical, it's just, like, extreme, like, face, like, adjustment, stuff like that. Whether it's for drag queen, drag king, or just the like a dramatic age change kind of thing.
Right.
They will first glue down their eyebrows and then they do their foundation over it and then they draw their eyebrows back in later. Imagine someone just holding deadpan and doing stop motion animation with their eyebrows, taking them on and putting them on, taking them off and putting them on in different positions.
Oh no.
Just this blink, 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 blink kind of expressions.
Oh, that could be so cool.
It would look cool as hell.
Yeah, it would.
Anyway, General, didn't you want to speak to Ezra. Not just,
Yeah, wouldn't it be great? I honestly think that would be super cool.
It's not working. See, it's going to fall off the bottom. So I don't know how to stay down here. Like, it's done it every time except the last 2 times. And I can't, and I have to keep scrolling.
I love how distressed it's making you. I'm very sorry.
Because I can't just watch it, and I'll just lose things. Sorry, my chat is doing something different, and I'm frustrated with it, but I will try something else.
Maybe it'll do that, because you didn't have that up before.
No, I did. I pulled it up every time, and then it just keeps falling off.
Okay, your screen literally has changed, so I don't agree, but that's
all right. I contemplate my next move and decide to take my life in my hands, nudging August forward with a gentle hand. Wait, touching them is now taking your life in your hands? We've touched them before, excuse you.
Hi.
Excuse you.
Begging your pardon.
Rather than tearing my arm clean from my body, they simply throw me a glare.
I catch it. What? I smile. I jiggle it around a little bit. It's sort of like Jareth playing with his balls, and then I hand it back.
Putting themselves to rights as they come to stand in front of the young witch. Oh, we don't mean nudging them forward gently. We mean shoving them forward so that they stagger a little bit and catch their balance. That is a very different gesture, just so you know.
Ezra, it's time I apologize to you. With a capital I.
Hang on a second. Why is it time to apologize? What we're doing is an apology here? Since when?
Wait, what?
Since when did we come to apologize? I thought we came to work together. And we're going, no, the reason this is tense and awkward is because there's apology in order?
What?
How did we get to this conversation suddenly?
What's going on?
I'm so confused.
I don't follow at all.
See how it's moving down again?
Okay, so... oh.
Pardon me. I'm now helping my friend understand that my chat has started doing something weird because of some weird update or something, and it's really hard to follow.
I don't. It's I don't know.
It's okay though. All right.
Oh.
The shock on Ezra's face is evident, but he quickly recovers.
Gus, you don't have. Yes, I do. I do.
I do. You shouldn't have. No. I am. I will. I do.
In the interest of not being here explaining all day, I'll keep it short. Like you. I mean, I should never have left Argyria the way I did, or at least without giving you an explanation. I owed you that, and I'm sorry I was too caught up in my own issues to bother.
Aye.
And I certainly shouldn't have treated you the way I did towards the end of your time under my tuition, nor the time in which we've coexisted here.
Summing it all up, all at once.
You know what Oberon and Lady Adalia were like. They always made comments about how you were surpassing me, about how disappointed they were.
Wait, August is going, you made me feel inferior and I didn't like it.
I lashed out because other people said... I mean, that is a real level of, like, awareness, though, where I'm like, I didn't know... I'm now really confused.
I'm like, one, I didn't realize...
I have no background
that August was super insecure, which is interesting. Two, this is an interesting piece of character development, which I like, but it also feels, again, like we're listening on a conversation that Uwu has no context for and should be confused about at the end. And also, like, we're basically we're here for something that we really shouldn't be here for. This should be a personal moment between the two of them, I feel, very strongly.
Yeah,
honestly.
This is really bizarre.
And so, it is odd for me. And, like, I'm glad they're having this conversation, and I think it's cool, but also, like, we don't know who any of these people are. We don't know what's going on, and we're here going, I support you doing whatever you're doing.
Doing...
vulnerably.
A thing.
Over there.
Together. Thus, because you taught me, Gus, I'm powerful because of you. I wouldn't be half the witch I am today if not for your teachings. I continued my studies long after you left, all from your books.
Also, I'm just like... We never call August a witch or magical at all. I mean, we do say that magic flows through them. Yes. And that they have magic, but Ezra is the witch. I used my magic witchy powers to teach him to be a witch, but I'm
not a witch.
He is.
I'm like, so we're gonna get the difference? So, like, we have the thing like, you're a head witch and you're not a real, basically like a wizard or something like that?
I want to know what the difference is, actually. The I have magic, but that's a witch over there.
Right.
August looks shocked, like they don't quite know what to say. Color rises in their cheeks, and they quickly avert their gaze as Ezra continues.
Aye, alright. Your affinity with psionics remains unparalleled, and your parents were fools not to see that.
Hey, Niagaku17, welcome back!
Greetings, salutations!
It can be that character background and other world lore was shared as short stories. Oh. Yeah, and it's really cool when people share extra content, but it kind of... Okay, there's a level of frustration to me if I don't know the other stuff exists and if the game counts on you knowing it. And I feel like this game has had some situations where it expects that people know stuff outside of the game to some degree. And hi again, welcome back, lovely to see you. And I've felt a little bit confused here and there. And it's really nice to have that lore and your support, but it's one of those things of going, does this make sense if you don't read the extra stuff?
So, it's actually been a criticism that I've had of a lot of games. So, I've played, like, for example, like the Dragon Age series, and I thought it was kind of frustrating there where they started seemingly expecting more and more that you would know the outside lore. Like, when I bought some of the books, a lot more of the story suddenly started making sense in some areas. But I was like, it doesn't work really for the story itself. You're kind of like, wait, what? What are you talking about?
Because basically what happened is they wrote supplemental materials for Dragon Age and then counted on you reading them to fully understand the main story. And so it wasn't just additional extra flavor. It was, this doesn't actually all make sense unless you have the extras.
Right.
And for me, that's kind of a little bit of a challenge going, you should be able to have extras, but the story should also stand on its own 2 feet.
Right, exactly. So, anyway. I don't know. That's the thing that I've been frustrated by, where a lot of basically, it feels like games in particular, and some people have mentioned it before too, where you're just like, if you don't know all the supplemental material, even from other people, there's this level of going, well, you're not a real fan because you weren't interested. And it's like, but what if I literally just don't have access / have the money? You have no idea how I got this game, got this access, or what my priorities are.
Or even without that.
Or even if you can find the book / supplemental material. What if the blog gets taken down? What if this thing, ceases to exist or whatever?
Or if you don't have a Tumblr, Twitter, Instagram, you just downloaded this game from Steam.
Right?
Then, yeah, that kind of thing. And so it's like, it's cool this stuff is there, but I often want the game to really strongly stand on its own without the supplemental stuff, and the supplemental stuff just to add to.
Right? I still look up to you. I could still learn from you. You'll be confusing if you only play the game, but I'm going to add a codex when they realize to be... Oh, cool.
Oh, that would be nice. And hopefully, as they do their revamp as well, they said they've been sort of streamlining the story. We're hoping they'll also help basically tie it in better so that your experience works well without supplemental materials outside of the game. Thank you for that. Love that.
Yeah.
We've been excited for the revamp of the game, and if we still have a YouTube channel, once we're done with this playthrough, we do plan on doing like a run through this of one of the poly routes for our actual YouTube channel kind of thing.
But with the
updated version of the game. We just got tired of waiting, so we decided to do some of it here.
Yes, absolutely. My healing is still something to be desired. Oh, shit.
That's August.
What?
Because he's saying, you're really good at magic.
I can still learn things from you.
And they're responding, I could learn from you too.
Right, okay. Right. I assume just because I went, the healing, that's Ezra,
yes.
Clearly. My healing is still something to be desired. Well, you can't be good at everything.
No, I can. I will. It's necessary.
I mean, Ezra seems pretty good at a lot of things, to be honest, but also we haven't had a lot of, contrast or situation to see it, so I don't know. It's okay.
All right. They share a smile. And August looks like a different person. They stand a little taller, like a huge weight has been lifted.
It's really impressive because, honestly, they're starting to go through the ceiling now.
I was going to say, honestly, we have commented on how tall they are over and over and over again, and they stand taller. We're like, we are dwarfed suddenly. Even at our own height, we are suddenly like,
tiny.
Damn, you tall.
Of course.
Making amends suits them. They look hot, as always.
Yes. I accept your apology. I should have never blamed you for the insecurities my parents planted in my head. I can't take back what happened, but we can move forward. We can. We will.
I've been wanting to this entire time.
Amazing. So we're going to ask about where they grew up or ask about moving to Lunaris.
Wait, why are we in this conversation? I thought we were planning for a dungeon crawl. What are we doing?
It's okay. I don't understand this either.
Is this part of our... Okay, I'm like, where does this conversation come from? Let's go get the witch to do the dungeon break-in. You guys are going to do your apology and your make amends. Cool, so you can work together. What do these questions have to do with our dungeon crawl?
I don't know.
And I don't know.
I was prepared to come in and do a job, and now we're all gonna have apparently private time, personal time.
It makes
Very
sense
important.
for them to agree to work together. It makes sense for Ezra and August to sort of clear the air between them before they do this job with us. But then for us to not do anything relevant to the investigation or move forward with the job or even talk about the fact that we're doing a job sounds weird.
Or the fact that we actually haven't established what our plan is with Ezra at all.
Because Ezra doesn't know what we're doing with the dungeon.
Yeah, and we also did really just kind of walk in here going, hey, so you're available, right? All right, so now you guys need to, 1, talk, and number 2, now I expect you to be available for a thing that we're going to do later tonight that we haven't told Finn or anyone else about. By the way, do we have a walkie-talkie?
We did talk about the fact that we didn't establish our actual timeline plan with anyone.
Nope.
So we're going to have to contact everyone as other than, that else is involved with this plan, except for Piper and August, about that we're doing it tonight and what their part in the plan is.
We might have to reconnect, though, with Piper and August. If somebody like Finn's going, I can't do it, I have to fix my hair. Wrong voice, but still, like...
Tonight, I can't... Sorry, tonight's no good. I have to take
can't
care
do
of
it, my hair is very lovely. It really is an experience. Raven's completely ruined it. You don't know what it's like to have a
I'm
child.
sorry. Tonight, I need to wash my hair. It's really
It's
bad.
tonight is hair night.
Hair night.
It's for me. Alone, together, by myself.
Actually, okay, imagine it this way. So Ezra runs a business, okay?
Right.
So you've got Ezra going, we're doing, you go to Ezra, okay, we're doing this tonight. And Ezra's like, I can't, a delivery's coming in tonight. I have to meet the delivery cart person.
Oh no!
Like literally, I can't until after they drop
The person
off.
who collects their herbs for them in this particular area that they've been working with is like, I actually have a delivery now that I'm going to make tonight. And I'm just like...
It's a specific vendor that they meet once a month who restocks them on a bunch of specific stuff. And they're like, but that's tonight. I can't, what do I do? I don't have anyone to meet them for me. You took my boyfriend with you.
Please!
Everyone's involved. Okay, so ask about where they grew up. Are we asking where both of them grew up, or specifically?
I actually had the same problem going, what are we talking to?
I don't know why our character would ask either of these things. So I feel like we're just trying to casually go, so now that you've just exposited that in front of me, so, where did the two of you grow up? I think I'm just going to start with that.
Sure, perhaps.
We're not even part of this conversation. What are we doing?
Nope, it's for August.
Okay.
Why are we suddenly
Do we know that they grew up in
Let's go to Ezra's shop and let's talk to August.
It's fine. We'll go to Ezra's shop and talk to August instead of
It's fine. Okay. Ezra, what are you doing here? You guys had a conversation. Let me talk to August in front of you. Ezra, okay, I'm going to go back to my work.
Hours later, in the middle of the night, we go, oh yeah, we're going to do a dungeon crawl too.
Hang on, we got to go tell Finn and Alkar.
That's really important.
Oh, okay.
Right. What was it like growing up in Argyria? Hi.
Oh, they both were there.
I believe they both grew up there, except for I didn't know,
I wasn't sure if that was they directed at August, though. That was what I was confused
or they
by.
at both of them. I was going to say, and the thing is I wasn't sure either, which is why I always would like it was there be a distinction. So I would love it if in text games, when you're using they referring to a person, if you like had a denotation that it was a pronoun.
This is one of those things, though, where I love actually people talking about neo-pronouns sometimes can be very helpful because then you're specifically going, I'm talking to that person, rather than going where generically, especially for the English language, they, them can be used for any number of things and it can get a little bit more confusing.
And it's the thing is I don't want to turn they into a name and capitalize
it.
it.
Yeah, not at all.
But I've talked about how using pronouns in games like these, just so we know, especially sometimes since grammar gets wonky because you usually have a limited editing team and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Because a lot of these are made independently. If there was a way to either italicize it, for all pronouns, whether it's he, she, they, them, and then it's not italicized or in color but not in color kind of thing when you are not referring to a person.
Honestly though, but then you'd be like, how do you tell? Which could be really funny though, because again, people then become really reliant, going, oh, okay, well then they is highlighted and they is unhighlighted. How do the characters see the highlight? Which then becomes a weird story convention where you're going how do you tell who you're talking to? And they're going oh, you've said they as if you're talking to both of us, or the other person going, oh, you've said they because you're referring to me and these are my pronouns. So,
which the thing is I assume a lot of that would happen in body language and tone and emphasis, because it does in person.
Maybe it could be something like you'd actually have to though be more direct about actually saying the character turns and looks to August.
Yes.
So how are you blah 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 with this? And
yes.
I don't.
Anyway.
Incredibly boring, but enchanting nonetheless.
Says enchanting in board.
Yes, perfectly summed up. There was nothing very special about it, but it was strangely charming.
You know, one of those little house on the prairie childhoods where nothing was going on, but it seemed magical at all moments.
Ezra,
It was Heidi in the mountains.
you had more money than I did growing up, so I don't know what you're talking about. Truly, the only interesting thing there to do was learn magic, which would flock there to learn at the academy August's family ran.
Oh my god. They're specifically, it's a tiny
I
boring
was right.
place with nothing going on.
fucking
Except for it's got
right.
a full-on witches academy, and August's family runs it, and they are, rich snobs.
That's fucking right.
You got
August's
it.
family is the intellectual rich people.
They are.
Oh my
it's
God,
fine.
and
And they are,
trials
and
and
August, they're out in the world and just trying to make their own name instead of, be nepotized into glory.
Yeah, or also going like, I can't stop this shadow from basically ruining my entire life because everybody has these expectations. Hence why it also fuels basically a semi drug addiction as far as I can tell, but also one that doesn't. I don't even know.
I don't know.
It is an experience for sure.
I'm interested for the narrative to become more complex on many of the things they've brought up here.
Yes.
Ezra becomes wistful, a fond smile crossing his lips. August, less so.
Some of the finest witches in all of Esquire taught there, including us.
Oh no, August was a teacher?
That's
All right.
adorable.
Okay, I'm like, they were defense against the dark arts.
Yes! That's why they lost their job. Oh, wait.
Because you do. Every single year, whoever's teaching it has to lose the job. for
I
some
actually
reason.
thought that was sort of a funny bit of supplemental material that I ended up learning about, where they were like, actually, according to... I think it is explicitly it's sort of explicitly in some of the side stuff apparently that Voldemort actually cursed the position itself.
Okay,
Because
so no one
he
could keep
wanted
it
the
because he wanted
position,
it.
which was super funny, and I was like, what?
Wait, so you're saying you could have defeated the Dark Lord if you just gave him the job he wanted?
Yes.
Because then he'd have had career satisfaction.
Baby! Oh my god, that would have been amazing.
That would have been amazing. What you are is you're disenfranchised with the working world and, with capitalism, even in the wizarding world, and we're just going to give you your dream job and then make you feel, supported and included, and then you will stop being an asshole.
Because also at the same time, two people will be like, but the dark evil, the evil of the darkness, can only teach one particular type of magic. And I'm like, you have to have your, basically your class stuff approved by other people. You can't just do it.
It's true.
I love that people it would be like, no, but you could, and you'd be like, no, you have to have your material approved every single year. Well, they could change it as they go. Yeah, and the kids also have the ability to report it. If you have a known teacher that is we know that you abuse things, you just basically set people up going so these are the things we're working on with this particular teacher, and these are the things that these kids need to be aware of. So this is what we're doing.
Also, the second someone sees someone working on a scroll with, forbidden magic research on it, they can be like, excuse me, what's going on?
Oh, right?
What are we doing?
Hardly. Well, I was honored to have you as my guide, no matter what you say. Stop being a shit. My family couldn't afford the tuition, but Gus...
Yes! Here it is!
Why did I call
You
it?
were the special
God,
snowflake. I gifted you a scholarship. Actually, I privately tutored you is what it sounds like.
Yeah, right?
That's amazing.
My family couldn't afford the tuition, but Gus saw something in me and took me under their wing right away. I remember the look on Lady Adalia's face when you told her.
I'm going to be teaching this person independently in a, outside of class, credited course. August grimaces, but their smile betrays them.
I do miss making Mother angry. She was just annoyed that people could see that witches are able to flourish outside of her precious academy.
I am super entertained at this point of the experience of going, we Uwu asks both of them a question. They then proceed to mostly talk to each other.
No.
It's kind of cute.
Well, it's because also you gave them a topic to talk about, which I think is actually really cool. You're like, here's a thinking, here,
maybe
let's have you guys bond.
I was going to say,
more.
maybe that's what Uwu was doing, and maybe that actually makes more sense, is instead of actually going, I would like to know a thing, what we were doing was socially engaging of going, let me prompt you guys to talk a little bit more, to get a little warmer to each other now that you've broken the ice and sort of set things up.
Right?
And
so again, I was right though. I'm going to play mediator because that's what I'm here for.
And what we're doing is prompting the conversation. God, I have been that person in life so many times of going, let me help you two talk to each other.
Honestly,
I just pretend I'm not here. Oh, look, the conversation is getting awkward and or, ebbing a little bit. Let me throw in another topic for the two of you to have.
And it's not always, like, I do not want to say that it's, like, strictly a bad necessarily or a good thing, but I have also been deeply frustrated or made tired by it, because it's also a social role that a lot of people expect that women are going to do. And this is actually really frustrating because I won't say that the code, so the coding, for example, compared to, like, the Arcana very strictly seem to be coming more from, you're going to, on average, more be basically playing the woman's social role, period. And they were largely written by more people who seem to identify largely more as women, or seemed more comfortable, basically, with women gender roles. And this one seems a little bit more indeterminate, which
is nice.
But there's a couple of things I keep going, like, and also I see where people go, well, you want them to be friends or whatever else, or you like that they're having a good time. I don't know. It's just, I'm sort of like, I'm not super engaged with some of their stuff, so this feels a little much.
I'd like to see more of the MC's leadership abilities that aren't just sort of like caretaking abilities. So there's a level of a difference, and I from my limited background in management, because, I haven't had that much experience in it, but I have had some pretty intense experience in it in some pretty important situations. There's an experience of there's a difference between I'm leading people and like helping and driving them to be successful on their own versus I'm just caretaking for them and helping to support their experience.
Right.
And I don't know if I can like parse out the sort of fine hairs of the differences, but it is an important difference there. And this feels very much like I'm just trying to help you guys get along rather than I'm basically leading a team to be more successful that I am going to then take off to do this job.
Right. Precious Academy.
The most precious.
Ask about moving to Linares.
So we just ask about both. All right. Yep. I thought that would be enough, actually, for them to have broken the ice, that then we would move on. Now, so if what we were doing was prompting them to talk more to get more comfortable, why are we now asking about Lunaris? Is this about the investigation somehow?
Okay, so this is where I also feel like basically the game mechanics of going like, yeah, but you're supposed to date these people, so you're supposed to find out enough about them in other routes to make you go, hey, maybe I should date them next.
To want to get to know them more, but
that also gets weird and sort of, like, I don't know, like, from a story writing perspective, that's sort of bizarre to me, because I would just be like, I don't...
Well, and again, we want to make sure that our sort of shaky and immediately off-the-cuff plan is going to be able to be executed. So you would think, and I appreciate that someone can be like, well, you can't work all the time, or you shouldn't be working all the time. But, like, this doesn't make sense to just socialize until after we've established things. Because there is, again, that limited timeline. For me, it is always timeline and the writers establishing there is a timeline and a time to worry about and be aware of that throws me off from, now we'll just be social.
We be bros.
What made you both move here? Hi. And they reappear. I love that they vanish. Bye.
Harry had visited my parents' academy in search of new recruits. Strictly witches.
Oh, so now you are a witch.
No longer saw a future for myself in Argyria. My parents had all but disowned me, and it felt good to be needed. The promise that I might do some good if I took up a position in the Enforcers was too perfect to pass up at that point in my life.
Ouch. I didn't know that you had that bad of an experience with your parents. Also, for now I want to know for what. My parents all but disowned me. Like, I appreciate that you were sort of like bucking against them a little bit as far as like I am picking up, pardon the term, street rats and helping them.
Right.
So now, except for obviously Ezra had parents and a home and stuff like that. Like,
absolutely.
I don't think Ezra grew up homeless with parents on the street. I think they had a house.
So I am poor. Super damn entertained that we've run also though headlong into the stereotype of there's no point in this entire city except to have a school. And I look around, historically speaking, and you cannot have a successful school without basically an entire culture and trade and everything else there.
Yeah, school is one of the last things you develop.
Makes no sense. They're like, there's nothing else to do. And I'm like...
After your town is established around either a water source or a particular resource, a mine, or a natural resource or a safe location.
Most commonly, whatever I have when I've done the studying that I have over the years, what I remember largely has been the stereotype of Like, and just the trope, because that's the way you have resources, is that you usually have schools where there are big trade centers, big trade epicenters. So you have, like, you know, your Library of Alexandria was basically a part of this big, huge, like,
thriving city of trade.
Massive, you know, experience. It's like, there are reasons why you have the schools, or basically the universities, or whatever it was, show up where they do.
And again, anthropologically, like the way cultures develop and are structured, schools are one of the last things you build after you've established, you know, your survival and, you know, your means of, like, livelihood and all of these kinds of things.
Right.
And so having a town that built for a school, then I would wonder, is there a very special reason that the school was built there? Like, do ley lines come together there if such a thing exists?
High magic is
and
over
so
here,
you're going,
or, yeah.
there's specifically a reason that the school was built there, which is way better and more important than anywhere else. And since witches wanted to come there for that extremely special, specific geographical reason, then a town built up around it.
Like, I have also run into this trope, though, a lot, particularly in, like, kids fiction. They're like, there's this weird school that you get sent off to in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, basically. You know, where you're just like, and they're the tiny child who gets sent away to boarding school, and you can't get in, and I'm like, why would you, what?
Why is the school there?
That doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't have the resources. They wouldn't have the ability to take care of themselves. They don't have, you know,
I love the boarding
food.
schools that are supposed to be out in the middle of nowhere, and you're like, who brings supplies?
Right?
That kind of
like,
thing.
but that's one of the big things. I'm like, especially if they're successful, and I understand, like, sometimes, like, there's this weird stereotype that's popped up with it of going, that's where the rich people go, but I'm like, but that's really not as common
But
as
a town
you think.
built up around a university is a completely wild idea. We're going, what we did was, instead of finding a resource here, or instead of having, you know, culture here because it needed to do something between places, like the sort of establishment of Russia because of a trade route between locations, you know? That there is instead this experience of going, we're just going to build a school, and it's going to be so popular that eventually a town will happen around it because people are trying to interact with the school.
What?
Ezra clears his throat.
Do you regret it? Leaving?
A pause, but just a quick one, and August answers confidently.
No, but I regret how I left. How I let my friend down. Everything happens for a reason. Gus, it's in the past.
What about you, Ezra? His smile fades, softens.
Well, after my father passed, I felt a little useless at home, strangely. I worked tirelessly to raise money to buy my own shop. I just wanted to help people like he always did, in his own way.
Question, why not buy a shop there, in your hometown? Also, what were you doing that was so helpful when your father was alive that you couldn't do with your mom or by yourself after he died? That sounds, because, like, I worked tirelessly to raise money for my own shop, but your own shop specifically in a completely other city.
Right.
What made you choose this city?
Right.
Because August is specifically like, this is why I came to this city. Did Ezra also come to buy a shop in this city because of that reason? Because he could help the enforcers here?
Or was it just the fact that what he
hunters?
could afford? Are we going to have that? Like, what was it?
This city is cheaper than that one?
Wow, that would be impressive. I mean, that would make, like,
An
maybe
amount of
make
sense?
sense.
I mean, if that one's a university town, it could be very expensive. You only go there to go to school.
Maybe, or like it was one of those things of going like Ezra couldn't find a job really in like relation to the area because of how much it sounds like August's parents disliked him.
Except for if they raised their money there and then bought their shop here, they
I
had
don't
to be doing some sort of livelihood there.
Magic was the only way I knew how, and Lunaris just happened to be the first place I thought I might be able to afford such a start fresh.
So we are saying Lunaris is cheap as hell. Buy real estate in Lunaris. It's cheap.
Yeah, it's very
also,
cheap.
with all the murders, it's even cheaper. Puts out a sign. Lunaris is the place to live.
So why then did Harry live out here with James?
So I assume they were assigned here.
Okay.
Because
well,
if you have
so you forgive me. I usually know how people like to move their really... So you go, this person's really fucking good at the stuff they do. Believe it or not, they usually don't, in my experience, tend to move them around a lot.
Or they don't
use
tend
them
to move
basically
them to a tiny little area that's a very little section.
They're like, that is a waste of your career. You'll never advance that way. Let's move you to a bigger area where you have more opportunity.
Now,
like, I've watched it happen a lot with, like, management and people who are in charge. Like, the whole idea is...
People that are really, really good at their jobs, they usually want to put in the biggest, most important places.
Absolutely. Like, you don't want to send someone to a backwoods place. I've heard over and over again, as much as it's a trope in stories, and I've heard it a lot, though, in real life, where they're like, if if you go to some backwoods place, that is the end of your career.
Now here's what I have a question.
Even if you're amazing and successful.
I have a question about this tiny little town of Lunaris that is very, very cheap. What if in the past they had... Okay, now I don't actually know the name of the overarching organization. Is it the Hunters? Is it the Enforcers? The organization that we work for that has Hunters and Enforcers.
I think that was actually what confused us to begin with, is that the Enforcers seems to be the name of the like management and the group. So the people who are largely more in charge with the paperwork, and they're also the witches.
Niyagaku, if you don't mind, or what is the name of the organization that we work for? Because I can't remember right now. The actual company / discipline. Anyway, but wait, what if basically Lunaris has always been overrun with basically vampires and werewolves and shit everywhere, right?
Right.
And so it's stayed a small town basically because it's so overrun, and the Enforcer district here or whatever is huge and always has been huge, but they keep adding manpower and nothing happens because of poor leadership kind of thing. So the town can never, despite being a center of trade or whatever, really develop the way it should because of the massive amount of inhumans.
Right.
And so what you have is you send down 2 of your best professionals, one in management and one in killing and in the field, and they do come here to reform it, to not only control a large body of people that need lead, but also to help the town grow by stopping various challenges.
Are you really making the argument that basically the minority people are keeping the town from prospering because nobody wants to engage with it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, God.
Or because they're not effective at engaging with it. That basically your uncultured minorities, I say in large quotes.
Well, and it's just basically the overarching, I suppose, power system itself is more like the assholes.
It's basically your wandering mobs are so heavy that the town is having a hard time thriving, and they keep throwing more police at it, but without good leadership, it's not working. And that's what I would posit at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. It's okay.
Anyway, so that would be my suggestion for why they would move a powerhouse here. Going, yes, we have a huge unit down there, even though it's a small town, and that is the place to go and show your leadership skills to be able to move up in the world. You know?
All right. I'm so glad things worked out the way they did. Though things may not be perfect, I've found a family here, actually.
I'm so glad that you were able to resolve your issues. It's nice to see both of you like this.
We say abruptly. Thank you. Ooh, I'm glad too. Now, shall we discuss the plan? I'm pretty well versed on the wards that they use, so with the both of us, I doubt they stand much of a chance.
Also, I'm very entertained that Ezra is the one going, I knew you came here all along to talk about the plan. I knew this. And so I am finally going to be the one to lead us around to it. It won't be, August. It won't be. Neither of the professionals in this situation, neither the one spearheading the plan, nor the one who is in charge of them, are going to mention this. Ezra's going to be like, so, shall we talk about the plan? Ezra scoffs.
Trust me, they don't.
They don't stand a chance. I know you really well.
It's real big.
Damn.
Dang.
Piper and I will head into the catacombs to meet Finn, and I assume that he'll be able to tell us where the wards are when the wards are down. Thank you.
Now we ask that question because both you and I remember we just complained about that, going like, how do we know if the wards are active? You especially brought it up.
And if he's keeping watch for us somewhere else while we, like, how big is this dungeon? Has 4 cells, is as big as like your it's a 1,200 square foot dungeon,
right? I love honestly also the implication that like vampires also now I guess can perceive magic. In that sense, sometimes actually I've always really liked the idea where sometimes vampires, because they are literally an other, they have moved to a different state, they actually now don't interact with magic at all. But then again, we also have roleplay where basically actually that's what our vampires are doing in that particular roleplay. We actually have a group roleplay and it's a lot of fun. Where my character is actually a half vampire, so they have issues where people are like, oh, magic doesn't do shit for you and our whole world is incredibly magical, and all the vampires are like, we eat magic. We don't eat blood, but you eat magic.
And also they have this experience of magic isn't very effective can't be cast at all on true vampires.
Yeah.
Because it just absorbs into them or kind of thing, because that's it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun though.
Right. Piper and I will head to get when they are down. We're also asking Ezra, so this thing that I've hinged my plan on, can Finn do that?
I will now ask when we're going to do this in about 2 minutes. I am incredibly good at planning, just so you know.
Ezra doesn't hesitate to respond. His words confident.
He's very, very I can definitely assure that he knows. Our connection is very strong. Specifically, mine with his prosthetic.
You have a connection with his prosthetic?
I can make it move.
Is his prosthetic a creature? Does it have a mind of its own?
It does its own thing.
Is it a being? That sounds wild.
I'm like, a little bit like that could get a little kinky.
Mean? Oh God!
Like,
it's your unseen servant.
Except that's very seen.
It's the stranger.
Woo! Oh my God. Oh God!
I don't know if anyone knows that reference, but
yes.
if you do,
strong.
Ezra blushes quite impressively. Even August is like, I know how strong your connection with his arm is. What?
It's strong with Finn. We're making a dating joke here, I believe.
It felt like because of the subject focus that it was like, I understand the connection with his
the
arm. I know. Strong.
It's pretty good. It's
going, I know how strong your connection with this arm is.
Like, yes, whoa. Absolutely.
Whoa.
Right. Quite. In fact, so impressively, it shows up through his skin.
It does, averting his gaze.
Gus, please. Oh, sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable? Like, say, me having to watch you fawn over Casimir nightly?
What?
Why
would you have to watch that? And since when?
Is it because, like, when you guys were working together, you were like, you discovered this vampire, and we were working with the vampire, and it was really fucking tiring to watch you flirt with this vampire?
Constantly.
I'd just be like, we were on the job!
And then Ezra just being like, but he's so pretty.
Oh my God, I just love him.
It's very wonderful. Hello. Isn't he lovely?
Hey, what's up? I'm going to ask you now.
Isn't he lovely? Isn't he wonderful?
He's got the point. He's point taken. I didn't do my job sometimes. Anyway, back to the plan. Have you heard from Harry at all since the night of the last murder? He's been around, but he seems to be avoiding me. He's keeping to himself. I cannot label that as suspicious, though. The man just did lose his husband. But I'll keep my eye on his whereabouts. This company does not communicate with each other at all. This organization, no one communicates. We don't have daily huddles. We don't talk to our supervisor regularly. We don't have, like, a plan of action. We don't have, like, set goals. We're just like, if you notice something, come back and tell me. What's notice something? I also, at the same time, too, we actually pointed out before where it's really, like, we get Harry's point of not taking leave. We have run into managers, and we've also run into people who go, I cannot do that. I will be so distraught or basically unable to do anything while I'm at home. It makes sense. But also at the same time, too, I've seen some people go, hey, maybe let's give you some specific assigned tasks, even if you're a manager, even if you're basically a higher up, so that we know what you're working on going, you must do these things, rather than going, hi, just do your regular job, where you can wander off and do whatever you want. And so you also have basically measurable, quantifiable things, which helps as well. Right. Keep an eye on his whereabouts. I don't think we won't. Yes, I don't think we won't have to worry about him, so we will have to worry about him. I think we won't have to worry about him looking for us, though he's distracted, because that's what it's trying to say. I really do. I think they want to say, I don't think we'll have to worry. Because that is a double negative, and that means that you do have to worry about him looking for you, though. It really does. He's distracted. August is talking in code. I was like, what? I think that's probably something they're going to edit later, because it sounds like they were going to say it two different ways, and then they didn't settle on either. Yeah, and then they forgot to do the editing. So... we're good to go then, without choosing a specific time or talking about the other parts of the plan. Or talking to anyone else, actually, in this particular matter. Oh, you don't know if there's a name for the organization except Enforcer Agency or Hunter Corporation. Basically the Askerian government. Oh, really? It is the government? Oh. We've actually been asking that question about the game, and thank you for that contribution. Because, like, I've been wondering if there is an overarching government over this thing, and this is law enforcement, the way the police enforce the government, but aren't the government. We're police. Like, that's, but we were right if the police also are the government, you are the government and you enforce it, that sounds like an interesting way to do your law, and sounds kind of
fascinating to me. Do they also make other laws? Do they make, like, if they are the government, do they make, like, financial laws? And do they make just, like, trade laws and everything?
And these can be completely rhetorical.
You don't have to answer all of this, but I'm very interested that it's the actual government.
I'm, like, also, like, ooh, we are a militarized, basically, society. Government. Like, that makes me really uncomfortable, but
it is not also, there's an army in the government. It's the army is the government.
Ooh.
Which sounds wild. And I'm suddenly like, this world sounds fascinating and terrifying. Suddenly, sexy dystopia.
Hi.
They share a look, and they both nod. I'd better get going then. I need to get my armor and weapons from the wolf. Wait, we're not wearing our uniform?
Talking to...
Why aren't we wearing our uniform when we went to work?
Yes, and Harry is the leader. Yep.
Wait, Harry's basically the leader of the entire government?
Wait.
For the country? So he's kind of like a dictator or something like that? But it's also a position he was moved into by someone else. He was reassigned there. So there's a level of like being voted in or whatever. Just standing there naked. Oh my god.
Wait,
like
this is who we are. Quick!
No. See, the thing is we didn't go and get our clothes and our weapons.
We didn't.
We didn't. We just went to Piper's, we stripped, and then we ran to August.
Oh no, we were like, we didn't do the sexy, but I wanted to do the sexy.
Okay, Miyagaku, more like a minister. So it's not an elected position, it's a position you can just move through by getting basically promoted. That's interesting. You have the leader of your entire government basically earned their way to that rank by doing good at their job. That sounds fascinating.
That sounds like that is incredibly ripe for abuse, but that's okay.
I would be like really, really interested in that government, and if there is supplemental materials on that, I would be fascinated. But thank you for these contributions. I'm really confused on how this works. Of course, I don't understand like some governments anyway, but this particular experience, I'm like, whoa. Thank you for that. But also like, yeah, I just got moved there. I just got moved in the position of, king. It's fine.
I'm just prime minister now.
I don't know. Basically,
I didn't run
You're
for
shit
it.
in the field, but you're really powerful.
So we're not
put you in the position of prime minister.
So we're not democratic, which is not required, by the way.
Right.
Because democracy is a certain way of interacting with your government, but like...
Who has the power to move someone into the position of prime minister then?
I want to know.
That's what I want to know. Who's in that position? And is that like a committee or a council? And again, rhetorical questions, but I'm fascinated.
Yeah.
All right. I better get going then. I'm like, why would you not have your uniform on when you went to work?
We're just sitting here undulating slowly in front of them going, hello. And they're just like, that's why they're talking to each other. They're like,
you're in your pajamas.
You are nude.
You're just wearing a night shift. What? I forgot to get dressed this morning. Sorry.
What?
It was very important to not tell you about the huge break that I had in the case.
They're going, did something happen last night? You're a little mostly naked.
You're a little bit nude. Ooh.
You're a little bit nude.
I love that. There's the pen though. It's a lovely contribution. We're here naked the whole time. We've been quietly trying not to mention it.
God.
Why you are mediating is because they cannot speak to you.
Yes.
Ezra hands August a crumpled piece of parchment, and they nod once, getting to work, gathering whatever ingredients Ezra has written down to break the wards.
I know you don't need me to tell you, but be safe. Let us know you're okay as soon as you can.
This explains why everybody is just like, we're going to talk to each other suddenly.
Without
you. And no one will not look at you.
And that's why we keep constantly having to prompt the conversation, because we don't realize that we're mostly naked, and everybody else is like,
I'm kind of awkward about it. And then like we exhausted the talking because we're distracted again. I'll prompt the conversation. Right, we can talk about that. Grabs it like a lifeline.
Please! This is normal for you? Yes.
This is fine.
This is who I am. I like to do the naked.
And then we've got basically our boss
it's a little chilly outside.
Not mentioning it because they slept in their clothes, so they're like, I don't have any room, I don't have any ground to stand on to talk to you, but I feel like I should, but I can't because I'm also being inappropriate.
Hi.
I will.
Tread carefully. Don't let them catch you. I have faith in you. Woo.
That's so good. I just want to look at someone at some point and just deadpan. I have faith in you. Woo.
Yes.
All right. Yes, General. Thank you. FLIRT. I'm so sad that FLIRT has just suddenly gone away. It should be allowed.
I feel like, unfortunately, you can't establish yourself now as being a flirty character. I'm like, you gave us all the options to flirt, and that was it.
And the thing is like, we did establish ourselves as being a flirty character, and all of them should, since we've done it, basically consistently, should understand this, basically. Mm-hmm. And then they're going, no, you're not a flirty character. You were just trying to build up.
No, because that will
something.
ruin your relationship that you've clearly chosen for. I'm like, yeah, but we haven't even really confirmed or
the relationship, as well as
explained, going, hey, this is my expectations for a relationship. We're going to be completely monogamous. I don't want to see you flirting with anyone else.
As well as there are plenty of monogamous, really balanced, well-communicated relationships where one or the other or both partners are flirts. It doesn't mean they're trying to do anything. Flirting doesn't mean you're after an end goal.
Oh God, no, not at all.
I head back to the wolf to prepare myself. Now fully kitted in my armor, my weapons safe in their holster. Before we get there,
okay, so now I just have this image of like 4 guns jammed into one holster kind of thing. Because we don't know what kind of weapons we have, but a holster.
But into their
not
holster.
Not hide on my harness,
but
holster.
Also their holsters, but also I'm okay, there's a comma here, so I head back to the wolf to prepare myself. Now fully kitted in my armor, my weapons safe in their holsters. So you're heading back, and you currently have these other things going on. That should be a period.
Yes.
I really feel like that should be a period of I head back to the wolf to prepare myself. Period. Now, comma, fully kitted in my armor, my weapons safe in their holsters, or it's one holster for many weapons. I don't know. I love the idea of a multi-purpose holster. It's like that holster upon a holster upon a holster. You just sheath all your swords in a layered sheath.
Oh God, that sounds so exhausting. So it's like a quiver, because you have different sections in the quiver.
It's like a quiver for your guns. It's a gun quiver.
I'm also I love where they're we're trying not to be very specific. I'm just give us specific gear.
Yeah, give us specific weapons.
Or if you don't want to do that and you want to be I want to have people who have options, write for at least 3 different weapons.
Oh, have us pick our weapons.
That's what I mean. Write for 3 different weapons that you basically can pick from then.
And just have your algorithm plug it in based on what the person has picked at the beginning. Mm-hmm. That kind of thing.
That could be fun.
Yeah, I was just saying, but why not just specify weapons? We don't know if we have a gun. We don't know if we have a sword. We know that we have a knife, but we have multiple weapons. And we literally, as the character, don't know what we have equipped on us. I don't know what's in my inventory. I don't know what's equipped. I don't know what I'm doing. As a gamer, it's confusing. I begin to slowly make my way towards the main entrance to the catacombs. In the middle of the day, the air is chilly, and the sun is already low. Wait, all of that conversation took from early freaking morning in Ezra's office, not Ezra's, in August's office, to now. Those 2 relatively short conversations took a 12-hour day.
Yeah, August really needed to get ready. They had to unbuckle everything sensuously down their legs.
Okay, so
slowly.
I'm just suddenly imagining where we're August is I need to change clothing, and so we leave their office. 5 hours later, dressed and changed and clean and properly primped and prepared, their makeup redone, they arrive at Ezra's place, and we're I don't know what you did in the meantime, but you look great. Good job.
Good for you. You've put on a little bit of rouge because you probably
covered
feel
the dark
you're
circles.
Yeah.
You put on the foundation so you look like you're awake.
I actually have to admit. Okay, so really weird question. Mm-hmm. Do people actually think about dark circles under their people's eyes much?
I have in a couple of cases, but they have to be really extreme. So I actually have an extended relative, somebody's uncle somewhere, that actually has a condition. It's more just a particular genetic expression where they have really dark, almost it looks almost like a black eye, circles under their eyes at all times. Okay. And that's just what it looks like. They look exhausted and slightly bruised constantly. Mm-hmm. And in that case, I notice it, but when it's just someone being tired, the whole bags under the eye thing, I never really notice unless the person themselves look exhausted. It's mentioned a lot in games, but for me, I don't really notice.
I also, I've been thinking about it a lot because I've heard people, point it out kind of in regards to, just generically with media, where they're God, this person, and you're just do they really look bad? Is that a bad thing at all? They just look maybe sort of tired. That doesn't mean they look bad, though. I don't know, I've never really thought about it all that much. I mean, and I guess I thought about it more when I was actually doing a night shift because I saw a lot of people who are really just genuinely exhausted. Yeah. Because a lot of people on night shifts just destroy themselves aggressively.
Way more of it for me was just noticing that people, their shoulders were slumped, they were moving slowly, they were irritable, they didn't seem focused on what they were doing, more than it was circles under the eyes. It was way more a lot of body language and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right. So it's suddenly evening. I have no idea how time moves in this game.
I don't either.
We must wait until sunset to ensure Finn and the clan can safely assist. But as each minute passes by, my gut feels heavy with anticipation. But does Finn know we're doing this at sunset? And does the clan know we're doing it at sunset? And do they know we're doing it today?
Like, actually, that has been my question. I don't...
Also, everyone else has said during dark, but we haven't said right after the sunset specifically, which is like, again, how does your whole team know what time to do this at?
I don't know.
And
I am confusion.
And literally in the catacombs, in a secret place that Finn knows about.
That we never talked about?
Does everyone else know where that is, or are we all going to meet in a group near the entrance of the catacombs and then go together? Is this like a cave tour? What's the deal?
What do we do?
I hope this works. I hope this works too! I hope we don't get caught.
Honestly, let's get caught, because it might actually help us with the story. Who knows?
It might give us more information. Who knows? More for Piper and August than for myself. I mean, it would be our first offense. Piper would be screwed.
It's true. That's why we throw Piper out of clearly where there's going to be a magical catacomb window.
I just say we just pick up Piper, yeet them out the place that lets the air vent that lets air into the dungeon, and then we just stand there and take the fall.
Going,
And then you get August.
Like, I'm investigating.
And then you can save August by basically August going, I found them here.
August, you caught me. What?
Yep.
Do it.
And I was like, it's August and August. Yes, I have discovered them here.
I came down here with Ezra.
I came down here. I brought Ezra down here to confirm that the wards were in place. I had a suspicion about the case.
Yes.
And they were here sneaking around.
We can fix it. It'd be great. We can
just imagine the amount of shenanigans and layers of lies everyone had to do. This would be like the worst D&D party, like scaffold to lie aggressively. Everyone rolls bluff at once. The guards. I don't know if you're succeeding or not, but I am confused.
You're all talking at once. I'm a little overwhelmed.
I have so many people relying on me and hoping you'll give them information. I absolutely cannot let them down. Please lead them with more information.
Together.
My friend, do it. Also, this one front candle looks gigantic. It looks like it'd be the size of our torso. It really does.
What if it's an hour candle? Have you seen those? Mm-hmm. God, those things are so cool. So one of the things that I actually learned historically for a lot of people is they used to keep time by having candles, which is why that you had in a lot of monasteries, you had monks or nuns who would keep bees because they would specifically be making giant wax candles.
And the candles were made of a certain thickness and a certain height. And they'd have notches along the height for like a 12-hour day or 12-hour night. And when they burned down one notch, it was 1 hour. And they'd time them originally they'd been timed against like a sundial and stuff like that. And then you had this, mold and this process you would do. And these were hour candles.
Yeah, they're
and some
really
of them,
cool.
They would even make huge ones that were like 24-hour candles, one entire day cycle.
Right.
And they were pretty cool. So what if it's one of those giant ass candles?
It'd be neat.
The flickering golden candlelight is almost comforting as I head deeper into the catacombs. I know I'm safe here now that I'm aware that it's only Finn's clan that linger. But there's something about being down here that has my guard up.
I mean, you don't seem to like vampires, and you haven't met the rest of the clan, so I don't know why you're suddenly relaxing a lot.
Also a level of going, I don't know why I'm not at ease. You've never met anyone else here and you don't know what they're like. You kind of vaguely assume they're all like Finn, but you actually don't know. And so, of course you're uneasy down here. It also doesn't mean they would all know who you are on sight.
Not even slightly.
I smiled to myself, thinking that the scariest thing that might actually jump out at me would probably be Raven. Because your clan is literally 2 vampires in our mind. Mm-hmm. I turn the corner and find the place where Piper and I agreed to meet. You agreed to meet in a specific place?
Yes.
Does Piper know what the catacombs look like for you to be able to describe a place? Also, we've only ever been to the first door on the left. How do we know to describe... How would we know what a place looks like to describe to meet?
I don't understand either.
We're meeting at Finn's door, clearly, because it's the only location we know down here.
That's all I've got.
There's no sign of her, but I am a little early. With a deep sigh, I lean against the cold, jagged wall, listening to the steady drip, drip, drip of water upon stone. I'm also like, how is this plan not suspicious? Because all of you are going to have to slowly enter through Ezra's shop and then creep down under, his floor to go here. And so I'm just like, this is really, really funny going, everybody's gone into Ezra's shop. So where are the various investigators that we, and people that are in, that are various hunters? Well, they're all just in Ezra's shop. Is it open? No, it closed down for the night. Did everyone come out again? No, not at all, good sir. That's not suspicious at all.
Or you're just going well, they're gonna go see the witch for something.
Or they're basically like, yeah, that's how witches be, throwing orgies all the time.
The witches throwing orgies.
Like I say,
where did August go? To the witch.
Seducing goddamn hunters. I can't believe during an investigation they're all just attending an orgy. But hey, you got Harry somewhere. I cannot believe you're not suspicious of this. I cannot believe you are not suspicious of this. Oh my god.
What? Why?
Jagged wall. Drip, drip. Then... Poof! Poof! Why are you dressed for a like a party to go breaking into a dungeon. This is literally your festival garb based on the canon of the game. And you're like, I only break into dungeons in style. What?
Because I'm a whole experience all on my own.
Oh my god!
I am the party. I brought the party to the main room. It is me, gaze upon me, and delight. That's very important.
Tries to posture for a minute, then shyly is like, well, basically, I am the festival day.
I am the party.
Because, he's shy.
He kind of is. Actually, they're like, oh, he's so dark. I'm like, he's kind of a dork. Actually, it's sort of funny.
That's fine. Things were bumped. I just wanted to check on something. It's fine.
It's fine. What? It's not even hooked on.
No, but it shook.
Oh.
So I was trying to make sure our equipment didn't, yeet itself off.
Yep,
right.
yeet equipment.
Finn appears before me as if out of thin air. Poof.
Good evening.
He looks so uncomfortable. Going, you're so uncomfortable.
You're very sad today.
I just imagine him I want a posture of Finn with the little index fingers together kind of thing, just sort of gently twisting your fingers together, or steepling your index fingers do.
My little wormy friends.
What is that emoji where you just put your index fingers together sort of shyly? I feel like Finn should have one of those.
Yes,
that's what I need. If I could do emojis, I would do that emoji. That would be the one, the little index fingers. I greet him with a smile, pleased to have some company. Hello, Finn. FLIRT!
Merrimanly, or are you just a stickler for being on time?
Given that we scheduled this at dark, and the entire night is dark, I imagine they'll be on time. I imagine they're not late yet.
It's dark, like you.
It's dark, like your really nice jacket. It's okay, I love the fact that no one believes in undershirts. It's great.
Honestly, it's really funny.
They
all have invincible titties.
They all have beautiful pecs, and they know that it would be a disservice to, humanity to cover them.
We all uniformly believe in this experience for reasons.
It is a piece of culture in Lunaris to show off your titties.
Which is really funny because Piper really doesn't.
It's okay. Piper has limited cleavage compared to all the men and them.
Which I find to be very, very strange. Actually, I'm like, why not Piper?
The hims and the thems are like titties out. Piper, could titty maybe. If it's a party.
Yeah. we really would have to go back and go see if Piper actually has a titty outfit.
I mean, there was cleavage in the premium art when we sort of rooted to Piper.
Oh, that's true.
So there's that.
But that's not an outfit.
It's true. It's just a premium art.
It's not the same.
It's not an outfit. It's not a whole experience. It's just one frame. It's only a model.
It's only...
I shrug, pushing away from the wall. The latter. I doubt Piper is ever late, even though one of the performance problems with Piper was that she was repeatedly late, and August specifically didn't want it, and Piper even mentioned not to be late because she had been late. Why are we not calling back to this? It would be freaking hilarious. The latter. I'm sorry, I'm actually literally established in canon. Piper herself. I was late. August didn't like that. August, don't be late. She was late. I don't like that. It's literally been established. Is this supposed to be funny?
Or is it just us sort of I put up for Piper because I was just smacking on Piper.
I stand Piper, or we're being ironic for a joke he doesn't know. I doubt Piper would ever be late.
I have no idea.
The grin that crosses his face tells me otherwise.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I can tell you some stories that involve too much rum and,
Piper being decidedly late. He stops, rolling his eyes. Hey! Take a shot! Shot! Finally an actual, written eye roll.
I mean, we've had several of them. It's fine.
It's okay.
Maybe another time.
Scoot. Poof! Poof! Piper emerges from the shadows. Her eyes carefully fixed upon Finn, because she is a hunter and we are deeply suspicious of non-humans.
I'm like, unless they're really concerned going Piper has a bra on. If we show off that Piper has a supportive sort of bustier kind of garment, it won't work. And I'm just but Piper doesn't seem to have one. Her little waist cincher should be up higher if it's about her tits. And so I feel like a lot of artists forget
to support the boobs.
Also that that's what that was for. It wasn't just about like, oh, it's altering your silhouette. A lot of it was about giving you basically breast support.
I mean, corsets were largely extreme bras.
Yeah.
I was just say they were also there to support the titties. I was just say, but like your waist cincher did a different job, and then you needed other undergarments to support your tits. Now, right now, either Piper is wearing basically a much more complex but like under corset underneath to support things, or is wearing a strapless bra, which I think is interestingly modern.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was
understand.
thinking. But then again, like, there are things that I have learned, for example, so in Victorian times, so basically 19th, 18th century, I can't remember which one right now, there was actually, for example, where a lot of people are like, oh, you can't use the name, like, Tiffany from that particular era.
It's too modern.
It's too modern. And you're like, and people are like, what? And you're like, that was a real nickname that people had.
No, real given name.
Real given name.
Like, not a nickname.
And then the other one is also that, actually what was a huge, like, basically popular thing to have was nipple piercings and belly button piercings.
Right, and a lot of people are like, they didn't have piercings back in Victorian times. Do not punk my Victorian times. It's like, no, they were extremely popular, actually.
They really did, and they also had tattoos, but
I'm
it's
also
just
like,
that, yeah.
I am assuming that the artists think that that is what Piper's chest looked like, and that is the height that it sits at without any support. I think Piper's supposed to be braless and unsupported,
which,
based on the slight, shaping of the chest.
I would be like, good for you, but I think.
But like with your
support.
shirt falling off like that, and also needing to do highly athletic activities, including fighting and running, I would assume you'd want support.
Also, I would be like, I feel like eventually your shirt is going to fail you super hard and your tit is just going to fall out when you're like upside down at one point.
Or when you're like, swinging your axe aggressively or something.
Yeah.
I also don't see...
She doesn't have an axe, she has daggers.
Honestly, the thing is the fact that we also don't see Piper's weapons in her illustration kind of bothers me, because again, we always have weapons on and she has weapons on, and the hunters wear weapons. So I'm like, where are your weapons? She also came half prepared, but then she has them whenever we enter battle.
All right.
Her eyes carefully fixed upon Finn.
Stop telling stories, Casimir. Can't a lady be hung over once or twice in her lifetime?
No. Finn throws his head back and laughs heartily, clutching his stomach.
Once or twice? Sure!
But you have done this at Piper.
Let's not get too deep into such unsavory tales, shall we? Just stop. Stop.
Piper,
stop.
I just kind of started getting involved with this person. I need to shush you immediately.
No.
They can't have a bad picture of me.
I'm also just like, why? You don't know whether or not your character even likes that. So your Piper's making an assumption going, we're not going to do that. That's too uncouth.
Right.
So I'm like, did you really believe or get the impression then that their main character, which means that we should have that impression, that your main character is actually very work and very proper oriented? Like,
do you think for some reason that we would have that Uwu would have a bad idea about you, or have a less favorable impression of you if they knew the story?
And the reason I bring this up is because I have known numerous individuals in jobs where they basically, the reason why they bring up stories like this is to basically go, hey, it's a side question of going, are you okay with this? What kind of person are you? Mm-hmm. I'm checking on you to see where you land either on like the political spectrum, depending on the question they're asking you, or what do you do with your free time, or what do you do, what are your what's your moral
and
value?
Also being like, can I talk drinking with you?
Right?
That kind of thing. Okay, so I just started a new job.
No.
If you were at our rhyme stream the other day, you would know that Liz, have just started a new job in the real world. And there's an experience where one of my coworkers was making basically a comment about how dangerous and unacceptable the rest of the world is and other cultures are, and they looked at me, this individual that I barely know, and they're just like, yeah, we don't like foreigners horning in our stuff, do we? Kind of thing. And I was like, actually, we like all people. People are good people. And he's like, and there was, I don't remember exactly how he said it, but it was very much like basically this clear statement of foreigners are bad, Americans are good. And I said, no. Everyone is people and we share the same planet. And then he just like immediately was like, fine, then we like everyone, and clammed up and has not spoken to me since. That was the test thing of going, can I get you to jump in with me on a conversation where we dig on people who aren't Americans and who are and other them? And I'm like, absolutely not. That is not who I'm going to be in this work situation.
Yeah.
And it was kind of interesting to be at a maturity point in my life, and also to be far enough like into the I am now aware of a lot more oppression, and am fully like in Black Lives Matter and, you know, visibility and rights and equality, where it's like if someone's like, by the way, we just hate other people, don't we? I'm not even gonna joke about that anymore. The answer is no. We need to, you know, stop burning each other to the ground and work together.
Yeah.
All right, unsavory tales.
Unsavory tales, shall we?
He quickly straightens up, his smile fading, the way his eyes widen, telling me I definitely do want Piper to get into such unsavory tales. Also, like, why haven't we called Finn tall? He looks really tall compared to people.
He kind of does.
I'm like, I want him to be... I keep expecting us to call him tall, but it's okay. Only August is tall.
That's it.
Alas, maybe at a more appropriate time. Although we were willing to sort of like shoot the breeze in the shop for a long ass time.
Right?
But not down here, even the rest of our team's not here. Remind me to take you to the tavern for a drink. But we should definitely get a move on. At dark sharp.
Let's do it.
Piper nudges Finn as she passes, winking at me as we fall into step, him trailing quietly behind us. So are they like drinking buddies? Like they really are like casual friends?
I have no idea. We'll save it for the when the sun is out. Can't stop me then, can he?
Alrighty. I am confusion. Also, where's the rest of our party?
Oh, now we've gone to blue.
As we head deeper into the tunnels, everything feels different. Also, the eerie blue flames are incredibly different. Feels different. Well, it looks dramatically different, so maybe.
Definitely.
There's no longer that comforting golden glow. The jagged stonework now illuminated by a nervingly still, vibrant blue mage light. So we are saying the other candles were natural and these are magic ones.
Oh, I appreciate artists being able to reuse assets, but it is also kind of interesting that it's the same, basically like frozen flame experience. Because it says unnervingly still, vibrant blue mage light. So the mage light is supposed to be what I imagine basically be like a little orb or something that just sort of sits there and glows, not goes, I will look like a candle and be frozen.
Potentially. I was gonna say, yeah, because it is unnervingly still. And these look like flickering, like moving flames. Imagine them in those shapes not moving at all.
I think that would be cool as hell. I'd be like,
could be really
can
interesting.
I pick that up?
Right? It's almost like interesting, like stalactites or stalagmites kind of thing. Like it's almost like a crystal formation. Kind of like, you know, spiky and jutting out, but it's frozen in that position.
Right.
Because, you know, no flickering, no swooshing, no moving. Piper's demeanor changes, and I hear Finn pipe up behind us.
Peep!
Pipe!
Pipe!
Okay, question. Finn is the one going to guide us to the secret entrance. We already established this. Why is Piper leading?
Why are we in the front? Like, both of us are in the front. Fall in step with me. We're both in the front.
And we literally were just like this experience of going, the reason we asked Finn to do this is because Finn knows the secret entrance. And now Finn is saying, we're not in my territory anymore, stay alert.
Finn is behind us, that's all. Like, I was confused by it too. I'm like, why?
Also, like, do other vampires live down here in different parts of the catacombs? You own a territory of the catacombs?
I don't know. We'll
and
find
we're
out.
like, Uwu has gone, I believe you own all of this. Him, I do not literally own all of this.
Thanks for not asking. Like, you're really a cop. You know that, right? We're not in my territory anymore. Stay alert.
Then he suddenly steps in front of us, bringing us to a halt. Hi, and
faces. Wait, stop here. He scoots around us, whaps a hand out. Hang on. What are you?
Excuse me, what? I was leading this expedition. Wait, the barrier? He's the one that knows where the secret entrance is.
Hey,
what barrier?
It's fine.
So there's a barrier in some part of the catacomb somewhere. And then after you get past that part of it, then he can show us where a secret entrance is that we don't know where is?
I guess.
Because the reason we have him on this venture is to show us where the secret entrance is.
Well, I mean...
And to be a watch, a lookout.
I mean, they said that he could detect magic, and we needed him to be able to detect magic, and I was like, okay, why do we need him to detect magic, though? If he's just waiting on the outside of the catacombs towards the secret entrance after he showed us to the secret entrance. So they weren't being clear. There's a lot of, like, not being clear as to what's going on, and it's sort of frustrating.
But again, I as far as I remember, what we were really excited about with him was that he knew an entrance down here to get into the dungeons.
I know.
And it was something that only he knew. So where is that entrance?
Hey, wait! Stop here! I can feel the barrier. It's close. So now what?
I stare at Finn's prosthetic, the etchings glowing, but still dull. We wait for Ezra's signal. What signal? What's the signal?
What is the signal?
We don't know what the signal is!
We don't know what anything is! What are we doing?
God. We stand in silence. All right, everyone in the chat, what's the signal?
I need to know! Boop! It's the bat signal.
Oh
It'll
my
emerge through his
God.
arm on his shoulder.
Right,
It'll light up in a certain pattern. It will finally be relevant.
Oh my God, it would be amazing.
I would love it.
Hit the moon tattoo on his chest will glow.
Oh my God.
That would be amazing. Yes! That's the signal.
Yes!
Son of a bitch. Thank you, Delta Whiskey. We know the signal. Everyone cocks their ears. There's this tiny little in the background.
Oh no!
From really far away. All right, I actually have this one character, and this is a tiny little segue, in one of our role plays that is this prehistoric, tiny little, omnivorous horse. So like the history of horses when they were about, a foot tall kind of thing, and they were, Neolithic horses or whatever. And in the way that some of these types of, omnivorous animals do howl. Like there's a desert mouse that howls. It howls, and it really
It's called a grasshopper mouse, and it's really cool, and you can actually look it up. It's the funniest damn thing.
Anyway, so I have this little prehistoric horse that the way it establishes territory, the way their society does, is by howling. And they do this, so they just and there's this tiny little howl of this, minuscule little ferocious horse kind of thing. Thank you. I look up grasshopper mice though. They're amazing, like ferocious predators, and they howl like tiny wolves, and they're freaking adorable.
They've actually also got a high resistance to scorpion venom, which is why a lot of people were like, "Hot damn," because they can withstand like a ton of stings.
And they do hunt the heck out of scorpions and just eat them like crazy. But like there was like you had like basically traversers of the prairie back in the day going, there's wolves so far away and everywhere because of these tiny little mice howling, and they sound amazing.
Yeah.
All right, we stand in silence, and Finn begins to shift where he stands. It seems unnatural for him to look so nervous. No, it doesn't. He looks nervous constantly.
Casimir, if you don't stand still...
He huffs.
Take a shot!
Clearly frustrated. Look at that expression, judging you. It's so good.
Fiero, you will look for him, won't you?
I don't...
Did you forget about Fiero? Remember he said that went missing? That he
right,
thinks is in the dungeon?
His friend.
Your brain,
so
it's okay.
We're supposed to be looking for Fiero and the other hunter and possibly trying to find anything else out. Yes, we will look for him. I was like, there's so many names that only get used like once, and then you have 19 chapters, and then you use it again. Piper narrows her eyes, but her expression quickly softens when she looks at me.
We'll look for him.
We will. We're looking for 2 people now, it's okay.
Thank you. I know you may not be able to free him if he is there, but just tell him we'll get him out. Whatever it takes.
The idea that we might also be doing like a jailbreak here astounds me, because that seems like a whole other level of stuff.
Yes.
Then Finn's arm begins to thrum, the markings coming to life, illuminating the tunnel from just his wrist and hand, unless they shine through his sleeve.
Right.
Do they or do they not shine through his beautiful jacket? I need to know. This is the thing I need to know. He looks down at his glowing palm, flexing his fingers, and he smiles.
It's go time.
So he knows what the signal is, but how does he know? How does anyone know what the signal is?
It's okay.
When did we establish a signal?
Let's do this.
Aye.
Be careful, both of you, and listen out for my signal from the forest. Exist.
From the
forest exists. The forest will exist as soon as you get out there.
It's fine.
It's actually an experience. It just will magically poof.
Question.
If the forest isn't around, if you're not around the forest, does the forest exist?
It does. If you're not in the forest to see it, does it even exist at all? And can trees fall in it? I don't know. Okay, so I have this thing really quick. I'm like, how the hell is he going to play the established role of lookout if, one, he's leaving this underground tunnel to go to the forest and then call to us when he's there to let us know that we need to get out?
Also,
how big is this dungeon, and are we going to be able to hear him to,
It's so vicious.
It's so vicious. I was going to say, are we going to be able to... You went and looked up the mouse. You went and looked up the mouse! It is. It's a horrendously vicious, adorable little fluff ball that goes boo.
It is!
You make the cutest little face when they're howling too.
Uh-huh.
It's amazing. Be warned, if you look up the most standard video about the grasshopper mouse, there's a lot of killing and eating things. Like, a lot of killing and eating small things.
A lot of little insect death. It was fun.
And like lizard death and other things. They even can eat other smaller mice that's in there.
Yeah, I know.
So it's in there. Be aware. Anyway, but I was going to be like, so how is he supposed to alert us if we're just randomly in the dungeon? Is there another signal that he's going to use? I am outside the entrance to the dungeon. You're somewhere in the depths of the dungeon. I'll let you know it's time to leave now.
It's also, how do we... hang on, I'm doing the yawn. I'm okay. So how do we actually know when the magic is or isn't active? Are we even aware of it? So it sounds like I don't... Like, we have to trust everyone else and going, but do we perceive magic or do we not perceive magic?
Is the dungeon freaking tiny? And if it is, can he just like stand at an exit that you can literally see down the hallway into the forest where he's like, hey, quick, the magic's gonna come back up?
I don't know.
Like how is this gonna... I need to see how this works.
I'll let you the second you need to get out.
I need to see how this works. I'm so excited.
See ya on the other side. I've always wanted to say that. I've read like 30 books, which is a lot actually for a vampire, because do you know actually how hard and difficult it is for people to make books? Like, printing presses are not very common.
Hello from the other side.
Hello from the other side.
Good job. Yes, do it. All right. See you on the other side.
I'm so sad I almost died.
I'm so sad that I've died.
I am only half alive.
We watch him leave. It's a pleasant sight. And he disappeared into the darkness.
You're like, we are a flirt. Where's my flirt?
Also, everyone was hot until we picked someone. I am going to say, okay, as someone myself that is a completely monogamous individual who is way too disorganized to ever even consider exploring the idea of poly, okay? Like, and does way too much hyperfixation. I find people attractive, and they do not become unattractive and or no longer physically hot when I enter a relationship. Like, if somebody is cool as fuck to look at, if they are hot and interesting and have a great aesthetic and they just look damn fine in a suit, it doesn't go away once I enter a relationship or pick my love interest or have a crush on someone else. I still think they're aesthetically pleasing. And it's really weird that in every game ever, where it's like you can flirt with multiple people until you pick a route, or until you basically have been established with, your chosen person, that suddenly no one else is attractive anymore. I'm like, that feels weird as hell. It's not like being attractive means I want to bone you or I have romantic feels towards you. Like, I can literally find a photograph attractive. I can find a vase to be a beautiful, aesthetically pleasing thing, the way I can find someone's goddamn amazing coif to be beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. And it doesn't go away because I don't find it sexy and or romanceable.
Right?
If you're not romanceable in leather pants,
Yeah.
then I will no longer notice anymore.
Finn squeaks out, I feel nothing.
I feel nothing.
Squeak, 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 squeak as he walks.
Finn dresses to the nines, looks freaking amazing. I think he looks the same as ever. He's not even interesting anymore.
Aww.
Nobody is ever attractive anymore, ever, except for Piper. And the thing is the reason I bring it up, even as I'm being playful about it here, and as I'm being a little bit like, there's something very, very unrealistic about a lot of relationship portrayals that I feel is highly influenced by basically Christian beliefs in Christian mythology, which is this idea that you will have no romantic or sexual or even like aesthetic attraction to anyone ever again if you're actually committed to your relationship. And the thing is that is an unrealistic standard and is not reasonable at all.
Yeah.
And it's very, very harmful to suggest that you're only genuinely committed to your relationship and it's only genuinely good if you never feel any feels for anybody ever again except for the most intensely platonic, neutrality ever.
Yeah.
And I have seen so many people be really hurt and also be confused of going, well, I've even heard casually people say, well, it's not true love because I've still found other people attractive. And or I'm an asshole because I still find other people attractive. And or the really strong one from the Christian heteronormative fandom that I was raised in, of this experience of going, I can never be friends or hang around with or even talk civilly to anyone that I have a potential to possibly be attracted to because they fall in my realm of potentially attractive. Otherwise, I may sin So I will just be an asshole that's distant to absolutely everyone because I'm being an appropriate partner to my chosen mate. Mm-hmm. And like, I hope that's not too much of a monologue for everyone, but this is a thing that really bothers me and that has hurt a lot of people that I've known and met throughout my life. And I just wish it would go away. I wish it would go die in a pit. You can be attracted to people and be in a committed relationship and have it be no problem and no angst, okay? Just because you feel something doesn't mean you have to do anything. And there are super huge, complex, like Venn diagrams and pie charts and spider graphs and splatter graphs of what kind of attraction it is.
Yeah.
Anyway. Piper sighs, stepping closer, and I register that I've been suppressing the urge to be close to her ever since she appeared. Really?
How are you holding up?
I just want this to be over with. I want to know once and for all. If once and for all, not about the investigation, not about the creature, not about the murders, what we want to know about once and for all is if the hunter is down here. I guess? Because the thing that started this whole dungeon venture was going, what happened to the hunter that suddenly disappeared?
Right.
Anna or whatever it was?
Aya,
thank you.
Aya, whatever.
Aya. I was just saying.
A-Y-A.
Because the thing that sparked this, dungeon espionage was Aya.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that what we're referring to here is I just want to know about Aya, I think.
Me too, but what if we don't find anything? Then we're back to square one, right?
Not necessarily. Actually, finding that she's not in the dungeon would actually be a piece of information to know to look elsewhere. The square where we have no leads, no suspects? Yes, pretty much. What do you mean no leads, no suspects? We believe that we saw the creature that was the murderer.
How is that
and
not a
we
lead?
also believe that the twins, that the brother knows that his sister is literally feeding and taking care of the beast that is the murderer based on what we've been told.
I know. I'm like, what are you talking about?
How the hell does that put us back at square one?
That makes no sense.
Because Uwu, or the MC, literally has stated that they believe that that creature is the thing doing the killings that we are investigating, and has no question that there's someone else doing it. And so that is a huge bust open in this case. That is a massive discovery in this case, as well as we can investigate what that creature might be, what its origins might be. We could even go back to that spot potentially during the daytime with people and go, is there a magic signature here? Those of you who are witches, let alone we know it's a creature. And I've gotten another huge lead from our lovely individual cult brother kind of thing, going, my sister is literally out there taking care of this thing every night. Like, that is two massive pieces of investigative information.
Let's do it!
The square where we have nothing. Yes, and forget that those things exist.
Smart arse.
We should go. Kiss her quick. What? Okay, I don't actually know. So I've been trying to form Uwu as my own character here and there, but the character they've written is so freaking strong as far as like them being like really like impulsive and really assumptive and very like basically strong-headed and basically sort of like leading red, if you will, like shoot first, ask questions later.
Right.
And we've been very, very not focused on work. I feel like we would just kiss her. I don't feel like it's what I would choose, but I feel like that's what the character would do.
Sure.
So I think we're just going to kiss her because we've been very much not focused on this investigation the entire time. The hint of color that kisses her cheeks has me feeling bold. I quirk a brow at her, cocking my head, and she responds exactly as I hoped she would. Fisting the front of my shirt, she yanks me close, our lips meeting in a fierce kiss that's over far too soon.
One for luck. Not that we need it.
I think we will need it, in fact, actually.
Just a bit.
She shoves me away, then runs her fingers over her lips as if chasing the feeling. Fascinating.
Come on. Let's see what these bastards are hiding.
I sigh, wondering what we do if we find nothing. If this is all a dangerous waste of our time.
Why didn't you
These
fucking talk about it?
Two experienced professionals should know more about this than I do. Why are these facts not included in the case? As well as, again, like every case investigatively ever, finding nothing is a specific piece of fact. Like, it really is. Knowing that the thing you're looking for isn't in this location is really, really valuable. Sort of like even as simple as when you're searching your house for your keys and you're going, well, I haven't checked the living room, so I don't know that they aren't there.
Right.
Knowing that they aren't there and being able to actually know it is valuable.
Uh-huh.
Eh.
That's okay.
Waste of our time. If anything, Finding nothing is still valuable. Also, it lets you know that they specifically did something else with her when they took her into custody. That'd be really valuable. Anyway, all right. Piper scoffs, nudging me in the ribs with her elbow.
It's all right. If we come up short, we'll just go back to, well, knowing fuck all.
And not sharing information and not really investigating. It's fine. This is how we roll. No wonder you're having a hard time with your governmental organization thing. Comforting, dear. Really, really comforting. Thanks.
Sigh.
Oh, no.
You're like, I have the hiccups.
I suddenly had a hiccup. Maybe not. Okay, so we come in from the secret entrance. Honestly, this little dark piece here on the left-hand side, like just that ledge, looks like a dumpster to me so hard. I don't like we're sneaking in from behind the dumpster. Out of the alley.
Yes.
Surprisingly, or maybe not, the entrance to the dungeons remains unguarded. And that unnervingly yet familiar blue mage light guides our way. Because from our secret entrance, we can see the actual entrance, is what I'm getting.
Okay, I'm also like, okay, so now, based off of this, you're telling me that the mage light, you specifically sculpt it, or it just appears looking like moving flames?
As far as I can tell, yes. Either that, or that's just naturally the way it appears. That, like mage light, which holds perfectly still and does not flicker at all, based on what Uwu has described, just looks like these wisps of frozen flame crystallized in that
Which
position.
is fascinating, because whenever I've seen mage light in other games, that's not how it works
It's
at
like
all.
a ball.
It's just a ball.
They just summon a sphere of light. Basically, what I've always assumed mage light works like, and the reason it's in an orb, is because you summon it at a point, and then it spreads out perfectly evenly from that point to the power or radius of the spell.
Right.
And then that's why it's an orb, because it has an origination point, and it doesn't have any more specific or less specific direction it follows, because it moves through everything equally.
Specifically because it's a point in the air, and unless you are basically guarding or have something around that point in the air, the light is going to go everywhere because it is a...
What if... Okay, work with me here for a second. I have this great idea. Okay, what if mage light is summoned from regular candlelight, okay? And the mage light develops in based on the friction and pressure of the air around it. And so the hot air is rising much more quickly. So when it forms into its crystallized frozen form, it moves much more easily and quickly through the path of heat that the previous light had created. And that's why it makes that shape.
That could be
because of the lack of friction in that part of the air, which then allows it to express to whatever size it does.
That could be cool. I'd be fine with that.
And then it basically is shaped in expression by the physical nature of things, the sconce underneath it, the candle underneath it, and by the movement of the air, which was established by the heat of the candle. Piper eagerly rushes towards the first empty cell, eyeing the small...
It's E-ying. I think they're missing that E-Y-E.
Okay.
Because I think eyeing is actually spelled with another E.
E-Y-E. It is E-ying. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I've filled it in. Piper eagerly rushes towards the first empty cell, eyeing the small, frail, fey-like creature that's huddled in the corner. Wait, it's empty, but it's got a person in it? Hold on. How is it an empty cell if there's a fey-like creature in it?
It's because what we see is rushes forward to look at the empty cell and then notices the fey-like creature. So I feel like that's sometimes what people are writing, is the running towards and then they're going through the process and then they see the person and it's no longer empty.
I think it just basically rushes towards the first cell.
Then. Yeah, I would just say that.
Because otherwise it's like...
I'm not disagreeing. It's fine.
Okay, but like... The dehuman I'm like, hey, finger guns.
Yes.
Okay, so like, what about this? What about the narrative of like dehumanizing like non-humans, like depersonizing? Yeah. The cell is empty, not except for a fey-like creature. It just is empty. There's only a fey in it.
Oh,
there's no person there.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, that makes sense.
Put that in the narrative. There's no person in there.
Right.
She picks up the clipboard that rests in a wooden holder beside the door.
That's not there. It's okay.
That's not in the illustration, because you don't need that in the illustrations.
I remember you. Not one of my catches, but a good one.
It is depersonizing. The Fae lifts her head, smiling and exposing a row of shining, razor-sharp teeth. She snickers, the sound more of a hiss than a laugh. We move to the next, doing the same, checking the paperwork. I like that the cells are actually labeled. This is the first piece of this, other than our first day where we got, basically, where we got in trouble for missing orientation, what have you, or the meeting, where this feels like actual part of an organization.
Stupid fucking question.
Go.
Why do they keep them?
Why do they keep the creatures? If they don't consider them to be a person that can have punishment enacted upon them, and I don't know why. Is it like, and that would be a curious thing. Maybe they keep them for labor. Maybe they keep them for a magic resource. Maybe they're exploiting them in some fashion, because it does cost like time and money
and you have to
labor
feed them
to keep something in captivity. And so why are they keeping them in captivity if they're treated as a non-person entity that doesn't have the ability to not
Or
be,
what they're doing is they're pretending basically that they're treating them sort of like people, again, because that's what happens normally with our jail system. So they go, oh, we're going to pretend, but what we need are numbers to report back. So we just sort of more or less kind of keep them as long as we can because, you know, that makes us look good.
Or we keep them to keep a certain number of cells full.
Yeah.
And because that's your numbers. Okay, I kind of like that for inventory. Yeah. Basically going, no, we have a certain amount of
I mean, and you could
filled.
use them for any other purposes, of course, but I'm also like, you've shown that you're just willing to either brutalize, you also brand ones that are dangerous, so what the hell is the difference? Why wouldn't you just put them back out if you just brand them? Why would Alkar be one that you could put back out? Again, where I'm like, but he's not dead.
And
he would have just been rotting in a dungeon cell for the rest of his existence, right?
And then go question, if they're willing to kill these people or brand them and return them back to, you know, society, then why have one here? Is this a rehabilitation facility? Is this a, if you will, correctional facility where they're trying to correct the phase behavior?
I don't know.
And if so, what is that process? That'd be very interesting. We move to the next, doing the same, checking the paperwork. A demon this time, its powers subdued by the enchanted cuffs that anchor it to the wall. Piper scoffs, clearly unamused as we make our way down the row, finding no hunters, no Aya.
Bullshit.
Also like, how big is this dungeon? And again, where's the forest exit? So we know that there's the regular entrance. We know there's the secret entrance we came in. And then we need to be close enough to the forest exit to be able to, 1, hear or see or perceive a signal from it, and 2, exit through it.
Yeah.
I need to know where that is. Also, as part of our plan, we need to know where that is.
Right. Bullshit. She has to be down here somewhere.
Eventually, after what feels like forever, we find a cell that piques Piper's interest. In the shrouded darkness, I see a set of startling crimson eyes staring back at us, and the figure cautiously approaches. He looks gaunt for a vampire, his clothes hanging off his slender frame, his cheeks drawn, sharper than what the beauty of his immortality may have already afforded him. Piper surges forward, curling her fingers around the thick iron bars.
Fiero, what have they done to you?
Oh, it's Fiero.
Aye.
Aww. I was just saying, I think you should be more emaciated in the drawing. Not that I want you to look sick or anything, but based on the description. Also, a set of glowing red eyes.
That is a single glowing red eye, not a set of glowing red eyes.
I'm just going to point that out, because I know that the art in this game doesn't specifically match the text, because there's plenty of things that you can't see in the art that are in the text. But I know that the art and the text are supposed to go together as far as, like, character descriptions are concerned. And I don't know how we would see a set of glowing red eyes if Fiero only has one. So, I also love your Spock tunic. It makes me very happy.
Yeah, I was actually like, look, it's Spock because of the hands behind the back thing. That's very Spock.
Like, it really is. I love that. Fiero.
Aye.
What do you think?
Hi.
I mean, if he's Finn's friend, they might have similar accents if they also were raised together with the same parent vampire.
Piper, what are you doing here?
There we go. His voice is deep, quiet. I try and fail to get a read on his aura. I mean, he is in a protective cell, who knows?
You know, just taking a stroll. What do you bloody think?
That's hilarious. His bright gaze flicks to me, and he shakes his head, his blank expression unchanging.
You'll get no reading from me, Hunter.
Excuse you. I know what you're doing. Feels you scanning him. Excuse you.
Right.
Then I remember, he's an empath, skilled in both masking his own emotions and reading others. I wonder just how powerful he is. Finn and the clan have been looking for you. He blinks, his movements groggy.
I don't doubt that. Please tell them to not try and break me out. I've got no doubt that Finnegan will be dramatic when you try to tell him of my whereabouts. Of course he will.
Piper grabs his notes, tutting loudly as she scans the page.
His notes?
So, I think she means the notes on him, the clipboard by his cell.
Okay, I was like, what?
Not his notes, things he has taken, the notes by his cell. All right.
Fiero. Unsanctioned feeding on an enforcer? Resisting arrest? You naughty boy. You know that's not true. They appear to have set me up quite beautifully.
Why you? What happened? His stillness is unnerving after being around vampires like Finn. Vampires who do an excellent job at fooling you into thinking they're at least a little bit human.
I sensed someone in a great deal of distress from the forest. I didn't want to rally the whole clan for something that was likely insignificant, so I managed to convince Finnegan to allow me to investigate alone.
Okay, there is a huge dichotomy here. I can either go alone or the entire clan must be rallied. Are those the only options?
You can't
either one vampire or all vampires. We only travel as an entirely unified group or in single. Period. That's it. Why not just take a person with you? I mean, this is really, I don't understand your motivation here of going, I only had the option to either take everyone or no one. Why?
Yeah, I don't.
And how? I don't. It's fine.
It don't work for me. It's okay.
It's okay.
I discovered a wounded enforcer near the outskirts of town. They'd been beaten, probably by a wandering youngling by the look of the mess it made of them. So I tried to help, to assist them in getting back into town, but I quickly realised that the enforcers had me surrounded. They apprehended me, and I've been here ever since.
Piper growls, roughly shoving the clipboard back into its holder.
Ugh, what the fuck are they doing? Harry struck a deal with your clan long ago, and you don't cause any trouble. If anything, you do a better job of keeping the town safe than most of the other hunters.
Other hunters? That implies that he's a hunter? The other hunters?
She's talking about herself. Most of the other hunters. This is my group that I'm talking about. Most of the other hunters. It's yeah, you're fine.
Fiyero blinks at her, his mouth twitching ever so slightly.
No good deed goes unpunished, Piper.
Aye, damn, bro. Have they harmed you? Ask about other prisoners. We don't know how much time we have, and I feel like at this point, Uwu would finally be professional because we are such a successful, high-ranking, hunter that we are. I feel like we would advance the job first.
Okay.
Have you seen any humans being brought down here? Specifically, hunters.
They keep the others far away from me, as you can see.
Also,
actually, we don't, because that wasn't explained at all when we were talking about seeing all the papers, so...
There was also no level of describing that you have your cell distantly off over here away from other cells.
Yeah, so I appreciate that bit of drop. Characters can give you exposition, but that seems really bizarre. That you would be like, okay, I assume a bunch of things, then you're like, oh yeah, all those cells that we walked up to before this, where we've been looking at the paperwork, there's been nothing in them.
Is then separately, or this cell is in a separate area.
Right.
Kind of thing. Also, I love the implication that basically this dungeon is completely one-sided hallway because none of them can see across to each other to the other cells.
Right.
Because you couldn't stagger them and have them not be able to see in with that small space between them. So you really just don't have anyone in front of anyone else unless Fiyero's cell is remarkable.
Right.
He's right. There's at least 5 or 6 empty cells between him and the next occupied one. Yeah, but if they're between him and the other ones, they're still not in front of him, so it wouldn't even matter if they were next to him. He still wouldn't see any other humans.
Yeah, though I might have sensed something. Of course, so he's an empath, so he could tell if there were people around him, I guess. So
right. So he could perceive it, but not see it.
Yeah, I might have sensed something. I assumed at first it was my hunger dulling my senses, but...
His brow furrows.
I'm confused about what species they are. Their scent is unusual?
Unusual how? I keep hearing that again and again, and yet I don't seem to think it's an important part of the investigation at all. Everyone, this smells like something I don't recognize. This is an unusual smell. This thing smells really unusual. And then we've literally never put that in as a primary piece of evidence in our investigation. And yet it's like, it is the primary thing other than the creature we discovered.
Mm-hmm.
What... I'm like, as a skilled, high-ranking hunter that we've been established to be, are we just really shit at investigating? Have we made our entire rank and our entire reputation on really just killing
murder?
and on basically murdering and crowd controlling things, on being really good at hunting and killing and fighting, and just basically leading and or overpowering other people to do it, doing it so well that we're a one-man army, or leading other people successfully, and we really know nothing about investigating at all.
So, I mean, honestly, that also leaves me in a confused corner of being like, why would they then have this specific hunter go, you're the one who's going to figure this out. This is why we specifically called for you, except that it seems like actually all the other hunters are kind of garbage at it as well.
Okay, so I would know why. It would be part of the conspiracy of trust no one, and my really reluctant headcanon that Harry is the bad guy put your information sort of in August's direction to specifically get you over here so that you would essentially fail and let his sort of charade go on longer.
Yeah.
That would be my suspicion, that you get chosen basically for your lack of investigative abilities rather than for your presence of them.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'd be like, I picked you because you are dumb.
You are a person of action.
Doofus.
So a lot of people will think, oh, good to pick them. This is a person of action. They get shit done, but they're not skilled in investigating at all.
Right. What are they really good at? Oh, they love this thing. They do that thing. They're this huge go-get.
They
Great.
do stuff.
That's
yes, great.
awesome.
We need someone to do something about this case.
Yeah. It wasn't human, but it wasn't something I'm familiar with either. No creature that I've ever come across anyway. And, well, I've lived long enough to know when something isn't right, when something is new.
Alright, so we're saying that the creature in the forest was, one, new, but we couldn't smell it because we don't have a sense of smell, and that's okay. And two, that there are other people attached to this smell. I look at Piper, and she's doing everything she can to avoid eye contact.
Why?
Piper, what do you know?
Why?
She knows something. Oh. Okay, she doesn't know something. She's just going...
Okay, that's like specifically trying to avoid eye contact. She knows that she can see me. I don't know, there's something about that feels a little petty.
Maybe it's a level of going, his empathic skills are better when he has eye contact, which we don't know at all.
You're just asking to look at her. Mm-hmm. That was all. I look at Piper and she's doing everything to not make eye contact. With you, not him.
Oh, I don't know then. Because I was like, yeah, that usually means you know something. She's thinking about Aya. I can feel worry rolling off her in waves. I reach out and take her hand, pulling her closer to my side. It's okay. She forces a small smile, her eyes shining. I wish she had a sad illustration because she just looks like just chill there.
It's okay.
She turns her attention back to Fiero.
I need to know if my friend is alive.
Fiero offers her a sorry look, the most animated he's been thus far. Have we told... Does he know who we're looking for? Does he know we're looking for Aya?
I mean,
we mentioned, have you
seen any other hunters?
Humans?
Yeah.
I thought we just asked
We said hunters.
Hunters. Okay, have you seen any other hunters?
Yeah.
Then how would he know which one we're looking for at all?
I have no idea.
I suspect he can feel her pain, her anger.
I wish I could offer some clarity, but I cannot. All I know is that your enforcers aren't the honorable agency that they claim to be. Something dangerous is afoot.
Okay.
And it's not Sherlock Holmes.
All right, so it is enforcers.
Yes.
The overall agency is the enforcer agency based on this piece of information. And if that's also, again, your government, it's like, I'm telling you right now that your government is corrupt.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, that seems obvious to me.
No, but that's a big statement to say to someone who
yeah.
spent their whole life being basically powerful in that government.
That's true.
Aye. She visibly deflates, her shoulders sagging, her balled fists relaxing.
What are they doing? I've dedicated my life to these people. So have you.
I nod, a lump in my throat. I feel sick. Everything inside me screaming, telling me this is all wrong.
I actually have to say that I don't understand your escalation here, so it's okay. I'm not feeling your character going, yeah, I figured
I assumed that we would have to ask both, but it feels weird.
Yeah.
Also, why is that question relevant to this? Other than to get information for Finn, I suppose?
I suppose, yeah.
I hate to think it, but I have to ask. You hate to think it. As far as you've described, they regularly brutalize inhumans and it's par for the course normal. So why do you suddenly hate to think it about this person?
Well, because now I've turned them into a person.
Instead of just a number or a creature.
Yeah.
Have they hurt you at all?
Because you notice we didn't care about the other creatures much in the slightest. And they're
Zero.
just like, they're all just creatures.
None. We're like, there's a fae thing over there, there's a demon thing over
There's
there.
other things. Man,
it's fine.
They have not beaten me, nor have they tried to. And I'm not interested in being a troublesome prisoner.
I feel a butt coming.
It's pretty good, actually. You should see it.
Excellent butt.
But they have been taking my blood. You fucking what? That seems pretty important. Leading with that would have been handy.
His lips twitch as if he might be considering smiling. He rolls up his sleeve and his forearm is covered in angry bruises. He must be really starved. As far as I understand general vampire lore, and since we've had no specific explanations about these guys, I can assume standard, since he can't heal those bruises.
Right.
With angry bruises, I've never seen a vampire mark this easily. Unless they've been starving you. I mean, we just established that he looked super starved.
Like yes.
At the beginning, we looked at him. He looked super starved.
It is that confirmation
of
they really have been. It's that thing where you're like, yes, this is obvious.
Okay.
Wow, they really have. Let me say it out loud and say the thing that we've all been thinking.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that lines up with my assessment. He covers his arm, nodding.
Yes.
Piper's gaze is fixed firmly upon the ground. Her brows furrowed. She's restless, agitated. I am too.
What could they possibly want your blood for? I wish I knew.
Hi.
Looks at you strangely and is like, people love to use magical creature blood for literally goddamn everything.
People love to use magical creature parts and resources for literally goddamn everything.
This is a fantasy world. What do you think they do with body parts from other creatures, regardless of whether or not they have sentience?
Like, oh my
Unicorn
god.
horn, tail hairs, these things, that thing. Why
Yes.
are you all so goddamn surprised? Only when it matters that now I'm talking to you.
Yep. Going, yeah, we totally use these things. In fact, many of Ezra's spell components are pieces of magical things.
I've always actually found that to be really frustrating in fantasy worlds, and I don't know if this is true for this one, but they really are like, yeah, we've been just using, here's vampire teeth, here's this thing, here's that thing, and you're like, okay, if they're actually like sentient people, regardless of the amount of murder they inflict on humans
Right.
or other creatures that you determine to be creatures,
Right.
they can still talk.
Yes.
And they can still have rational thought and thinking, and everybody, like, you're using body parts as a part of your cute little spells, and people go, no, magic is great, it is the most pure, and you're like, you literally have dragon, like, in most worlds that I've ever read, actually, typically dragons are very intelligent, and you're literally using dragon body
scales,
pieces.
dragon blood, heart of dragon, that kind of thing. Yeah. And it's very, very interesting to have entire complex cultures of things and then use the body parts of their murdered or deceased to create your magical stuff. And have it never be why would they be taking your blood? Ooh.
So I appreciate that this is supposed to be important here, but part of me is kind of like, I feel though like that's pretty common, so this is not hitting me nearly as hard because it's everywhere in fantasy.
And we haven't established specifically that this fantasy is different than other fantasies.
Nope.
It feels very like, again, sort of D&D setting.
Yep. None of this makes sense.
If Aya has been here, there'll be a trace. There has to be.
You're right. We should keep looking.
I clutch the bars, getting closer to Fiyero, holding his gaze. I cannot set him free right now, not when we don't know how much time we have, but I won't leave him here to wither and die. We'll get you out of here, even though you told us not to. Soon.
I was actually, for a mild moment, going to go, I cut my hand. I give you some blood. Because I don't know how that was going to go.
So the thing is, they've been starving you, haven't they? Is not a level of I want to help you. It's that's inappropriate.
Oh, wow, that's
Or that's a piece of information that, now that you're a person, that's terrible, but I'm
Right.
not going to fix it.
Somehow, I don't doubt that, Hunter.
Piper tugs at my sleeve. Yet neither of them are going to occur to them to try and feed him at all. It is not.
We may not have much time.
It's a priority to kiss someone, but not to feed someone. It's okay.
It's okay.
Fiyero quietly sinks back into the darkness of his cell, and I watch him settle upon the ground. It pains me to leave him, but I know he'll be okay. He's survived Levi. What? Who's Levi? Did I miss that name?
Do you not remember Finn's horrible master, Levi? Finn talking about
Okay, got it.
He and Fiyero basically withstood
So-
Levi together,
He survived Levi. He'll survive my entire organization.
which might have more
He'll
complex
survive
or
the enforcers, who don't have a vested interest in keeping him alive, so far as we know, when Levi did.
and they're also working actively to take his blood away. You don't know what Levi was doing to him. Oh my god, honey!
He can
Main
survive
character,
this.
you're such an assumptive shit.
All it requires is mental fortitude to survive things.
It's
Not
okay.
like
Stop being depressed.
Not like food or water or emotional support
okay.
or skills. It's just mental fortitude.
there
To fight the odds of the world, you just need mental fortitude. It will pay your bills.
Yes.
We find the warden's desk. There's a warden's desk down in the regular dungeon cells? Interesting. rifling through the drawers with haste, and Piper gasps as she sets her sights on a bundle of prisoner manifestos, the type that should be outside their cell.
These are incomplete. Why are they tucked away in here?
She reads it quickly, her eyes frantic as she scans the messy writing. I see her resisting the urge to crumple the parchment, instead handing it to me and turning away, her hands in her hair. That sort of grabbing your head like, ah! This is so infuriating and confusing. I have had utter faith in my organization until now. And I think this would have been a more powerful story moment for me if, like, it had been more clear, or a point of Piper's character to be super invested in and completely trusting of her organization. The fact that she's done any espionage at all, including trying to break into the dungeon and breaking into August's office and trying to steal paperwork, suggests that she doesn't have utter faith in the organization.
Yeah.
Because you don't do that kind of thing, in my understanding of people in character, if you absolutely believe in the process.
Yeah.
You don't challenge it. So it feels weird for this to be a huge reveal of her going, in one sentence, I suddenly go, my reality has been broken, my organization isn't perfect. Because it sounds like she already did suspect them and already didn't trust their process. So I feel like the gravity here of her frustration and her overwhelm is a little bit lost on me. So for that piece of like critique and feedback.
Yeah.
All of the other occupied cells had their paperwork neatly displayed outside, listed is their species, arrest date, offence, and an abundance of useless little details to keep the enforcers busy. But these two apparently hidden sheets that Piper has given me are different. General Aya Walker and General Azazel Ripley. Who is this Azazel? Piper turns to face me, swiping at her cheeks. She's shaking.
The hunter that Alkar supposedly attacked. The reason he got his brand.
Oh, shit. And he's in a cell. They arrested him for getting attacked. I hate to say it for what feels like the trillionth time, but what the fuck? Hang on. The person that Alkar attacked, and he's in a cell? So...
Or they were in a cell.
And was going to be in a cell based on this paperwork? I got a little lost there. So the subject of he's would be Azazel is in a cell?
Azazel was in a cell, yes.
Okay.
So we'll go back and look at... Whoa!
Pardon me
Excuse
for a
me, I
second.
did not do the clicky.
I'm trying to understand a little bit better. Okay.
So, and he's in a cell.
So if we can go up just a tiny bit.
This is gonna
not
be...
quit.
No!
You have to
I forget that the thing on this
Okay.
is very bad. And I have to come up really far, and then I have to go all the way back down.
Pardon us. All right,
Okay.
So... And who is Azazel?
The hunter that Alkar supposedly attacked. The reason he got his brand.
So the reason Alkar got his brand.
And he's in a cell. They arrested him for getting attacked?
Okay, yeah, they arrested Azazel for getting attacked by Alkar.
But what the fuck? All right.
And
they checked Aya out of her cell last night. Him too. Fuck.
So last night, both people were here, according to this unfinished paperwork, and they've both been checked out, but still have unfinished paperwork. Thank you for that clarity. I appreciate it.
But look.
She points at the time scribbled next to their names, and there's only a check out. They haven't come back. It's been over 24 hours.
They haven't come back.
Then a loud banging.
Why would you reiterate that? They haven't come back.
Because it's supposed to be an important thing, a gravitas. Yeah, they haven't. What the fuck?
Okay, I'm like, that was to me, like, that amount of repetition didn't, I don't know, it just sounded really
Didn't
unnatural.
scan probably, yeah, because I think that really was what that was supposed to be, just an assertion of the proper gravitas. Then a loud banging echoes from down the hallway, and Piper quickly snatches the manifest from my hands, shoving them into her shirt. Down the titties they go!
I'm also just like, why would you do that?
I don't know. Proof, I guess, the one thing you can do, but why down your titties? You should have, like, satchels. You should have weapon holders. You could shove them in your literal fucking bodice.
I'm like, why would you do that? Like, genuinely, they're the only paperwork that has clearly been marked or checked out. You really think they won't come looking for that paperwork?
I mean, they'll definitely know the paperwork was stolen, but I don't know.
Or at least just generally missing. Like, I've run into crap like that before where you're just like, you'd be surprised how many times people would just go, we must have misplaced it.
Or going, where the hell is this? And someone must have moved it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But also, why down her chest?
Why
Let's go. The titty pocket? We move as fast as we can, whilst staying cautious. Finn has signaled us for a reason. Okay, that bang was Finn signaling us. That's what I needed to know.
That's Finn's signal? Oh, I'm fine.
The bang was a signal? How do we even know what the signal is?
Why won't you tell
Also,
us?
how do we know where the exit to the forest is if neither of us are familiar with this dungeon at all? Because literally, we know that Uwu has never been here, and we know that Piper's never been here because she's never gotten in.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do either of us know where he's signaling us from and how to get out there? We move as fast as we can while staying cautious. Finn had signaled us for a reason, be it an enforcer guard approaching or the wards being recast. Either way, we need to get out of here, and we don't know where to go, I assume? We hear muffled voices drawing nearer and quickly flatten ourselves against the wall. But we're not hidden. So the muffled voices probably heard that goddamn bang too.
Yeah.
The forest exit is in sight. Our escape is just open and people can just see it? You're kidding, this dungeon is extremely high security. But it's just open and people can see it because the wards will stop them instead of a door?
That is a lot of heavy reliance on magic, and I am super entertained by it. Maybe that's why you basically control, though, all of your witches and go, you have to go to a high academy.
Okay, but if wards can absolutely keep people out without there needing to be like a door or anything because you can see your way out into the forest,
Right.
then why does the magic shop have doors at all? Why not just have wards? It's aesthetic.
I don't know. Maybe it's a lot of work.
Piper turns to look at me.
It's your call, General.
I run or wait?
Oh. I mean, you said before your character feels impulsive.
I would say we really are. And the thing is like, I think we would run because we don't seem to have any interest at all in who these people are.
Sure, why not?
And like, yeah, I see no other option. I don't think it's you see no other option, but that's fine. I'll take that. I would think it was so much as we only have a little bit of time, so we need to do this now.
Yeah.
That was what I was getting of we need to get to the exit before they show up, not we have no other choice. I see no other option. Time is ticking, and we can't stand around and pray we don't get caught. We run for it, on my signal. Piper nods, staying focused on me. The music is intense. I close my eyes, shutting everything else out around me. I can hear them, two people, seemingly not aware of our presence. How seemingly not aware? Yet. Casual conversation, footsteps drawing nearer. They didn't hear the huge-ass bang?
That's why I said that was the signal.
The signal is a massive
I would have
ass
jumped.
bang. And the two people coming didn't hear.
Didn't hear jack squat.
On the other hand, it sounded almost like the people coming made the bang, and then the signal was mentioned. So I was really confused. It basically was the bang, people are entering, and somehow we've got mysterious unlabeled signal, or was the bang the signal and those people couldn't hear it? Footsteps drawing nearer, but from the dungeon entrance, far away from us. I open my eyes and hold up my hand, signaling to advance. We run, pushing open the heavy door with ease. Oh, there is a door. We can just see the door to the... Okay, it's not the exit to the forest, it's the door to the forest that is an exit. Okay. Cool, crisp air hits my face. How do we know which door is the exit to the forest? We've never been down here. We didn't look at a map. We didn't look at schematics. We didn't make a discussed plan. Nobody described it as third exit on the left, such as when we went down to the catacombs. How do we know which the door is the forest or exit? Cool, crisp air hits my face, and now I will drop this plot point. And I sit, and I spot a tall, dark figure waiting for us.
I appreciate your dedication, but I'm kind of like, I'm sort of just kind of
for the course.
Seems about right, and it's frustrating. But I'm like, I don't know how else to engage with it. This is the story, so that's all I have.
Yes.
Like, you made it.
He ushers us away from the door, pushing it closed as quietly as he can.
Follow me.
Yes, but your signal was supposed to be a thing to let us know in plenty of time to get out of the dungeon. So, yes? He leads us just a short distance away into a small clearing where we can still see the surprisingly well-hidden dungeon exit.
What did you find?
Why are we monitoring the exit? Piper growls, still seething, still hurting. Enough to tell us who we truly cannot trust. Does it? Okay, what I needed. I've just suddenly realized what I needed. Who's the paperwork signed off by? They never mentioned signed off by Harry, signed off by August, signed off by fill in the blank. Because completed paperwork, like that is the thing that there was this thing niggling in my brain.
By who?
Brain the whole time going incomplete paperwork, okay. But for some reason they have specifically written times of, when these people were checked
Why
out.
does Piper not recognize the handwriting?
And even that, one, the handwriting, two, this form is signed by someone, officiated by someone. You know, basically something. There should be some sort of basically process of signing off that this paperwork is attached to. And I feel like they didn't mention that, and that would have been a really big kicker for me, specifically to drive this case towards something.
Right.
Finn's mouth is set in a thin line, and he nods, taking the hint not to pry further. Just yet. Don't pry yet. Pry later.
There are guards approaching. A routine perimeter search. You should head out.
Let me take you a very small distance away from the door where we can specifically see the door and mention the seeing of the door. You shouldn't be in sight of the door. But you stopped us here, good sir.
Why did we stop here?
My good sir, why did you stop us here?
Why? Right, we should split up, just to be safe. I'll head home and get these hidden.
She pats her pocket? Her boob pocket? Are we calling her chest a pocket? She shoved them in her chest. All right, front chest pocket. All right, everyone. Oh my god, you forgot about front pocket. Okay. So the front chest pocket.
Yes.
One of the various readings that we've done in our life that has made our laugh our butt off from a relatively new author.
Collective S.
Was literally someone talking about someone reaching into when they're wearing this fancy formal goddamn garb. Their front chest pocket, and the way they describe it sounds like a huge bib overall pocket on their fancy, jacket that they just reach into and fish out this thing. And so I'm like, yeah, front chest pocket.
Yep.
All right. So anybody in the chat who is in possession of boobs that then may have ever used a support for those boobs to store things in, do you call that a pocket?
I mean, I've called my bra a pocket before.
I'm putting out an informal poll. Has anyone ever referred to their bra as a pocket? Just casually, because she pats her pocket, which is her tit. Her titty pocket. Where the manifests are safely tucked away.
Excuse me? It's happened.
I'm just that is not what I expected. The pocket. Yes! Sure! Excellent. Thank you for that, Zaz Lepan. I appreciate it. I'm just oh my god. Alright, she pats her boob pockets.
I watch her titties jiggle. It is an experience.
Oh my god.
Pet.
Alright.
Finn over there starts feeling awkward and he starts petting his own.
Alright, walks in the room. Ladies, what we lose?
What we lose?
What we lose?
I need to know what we're losing. Excuse me. I'm making it. The losing! Hello!
If you haven't seen that Vine, there's this really cute old Vine where you literally have one person, one assumed female individual grab their chest. Oh my gosh, I lost my keys, and the other, girl in the room just grabs her chest. Oh no, where are they? And then this wonderful, what I assume is gay best friend walks in, stares at both of them standing there with their chest grabbed, looking around frantically, and grabs their own chest. Ladies, what'd we lose?
It's pretty good.
Grabs their chest sympathetically.
Oh no, please, feel free, be safe.
All right, awesome. We'll see you when you return, or we'll potentially hear from you. Just what I've always wanted. Being left alone in these fucking woods again, the very next day after we almost died.
Right.
Then she steps forward, unashamedly grabbing my hand. Pep. I see Finn's lips curling into a smile, and he turns away to give us some privacy. As we hold hands to part ways? What? What?
He smiles! And I'm like, why?
Oh, look, you're touching each other. I've touched almost everyone, good sir. This shouldn't be impressive or important.
I beg your pardon.
I've even touched you, my good Finn.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
I'll come find you later, okay? Get home safely.
The idea that he somehow understands that we're in a different relationship than we were before, and immediately is like, oh, this is an intimate moment, when we've literally been peeping everyone's intimate moments ever.
What are you doing?
We are the little spy with the periscope immediately zooming in on everyone's conversations.
It's true.
And just okay,
get home safely.
She yanks me into a tight, fierce embrace and presses a quick kiss to my cheek. You too. A clipped nod, and she's releasing me and turning on her heel, disappearing into the night. I hope she doesn't die out there. And I didn't warn her. If you hear anything moving, just bolt the fuck away from it. Okay, in this massive bust open of this case, it's a fucking unnatural, chimera of a Frankensteined together creature that is growing into Lovecraftian horror proportions of, nonsense. we didn't tell her in our ooh let's date scene, let's not say it explicitly, that the way to not, be basically captured by this thing is to, if you hear anything that could be it at all, just run the fuck away. Would have been real goddamn information to share,
Yeah, just a bit.
I turned to Finn quickly, needing to tell him about his friend. Fiyero is in there. We could run while we're doing this. He's alive. Well, ish. As alive as you are.
He's alive.
I smile at his obvious glee.
I'm sorry.
My brother's alive!
He's alive! How about?
It's Tuesday!
It's Tuesday, isn't it? Bit what for him? He's alive! Alright!
Wow! Him. Wow!
You. That's my name, yes?
We found Fiyero. We found evidence. We got in and out without getting detected, we assume. Tonight was not wasted, and nor was it a complete disaster.
Thank you, Will. I owe you a debt of gratitude.
He helped us, too. He had information, and we found something that might actually help us really make waves. As opposed to the giant discovery that I made last night when I almost died. I should let it go. I should just let it go. Let it go. It's not important to the game. They don't care. They don't care. It's just for flavor text.
Because in the end, all you really care about is going like, all right, I will get to the paid scenes, paid quote.
The fancy scenes.
The fancy scene.
All right, all I want to know is what the end game is and the smooches. I don't care about the actual investigation.
That doesn't really matter. I don't really like the characters or the process or the... So I'm just here for the bang.
I don't care about your plot. I just want to date your hot people.
Let me do it. Don't you know that's
Then
what I
why?
was looking at?
Why did you work so hard to write such an intricate plot if we're not supposed to care about it?
Oh, well.
I care, all right? I want that goddamn creature to be relevant. I want the vampire that we killed in the woods to be relevant. I want all of your pieces of your mystery to be relevant and come together in the end.
Yes!
I care about what you've written. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Na,
All
na,
right.
na, na.
Then, before he can respond, he freezes up. Eyes wide, fists clenched, and he looks at me with a stern gaze. Stern.
You need to go. Now! They're close. I'll distract them if needs be. You being caught out here after papers going missing in there is not something we want him to put together. Head south. A friend is waiting for you. Didn't think we'd leave you out here all alone again, did ya?
Wait, what?
Because...
What?
Does he know?
Do you know
We were in the
about
woods last night.
the
and
thingo
creature?
that we've literally fucking talked to no one about?
Wait, we didn't talk to you. How do you know we were alone out here?
What?
And that we met a creature? We've only literally told Piper and August. Does August talk to you? Did August
Wait,
talk
did
to
we run
Ezra?
into him as we were running? No, we ran directly to Piper's.
Yeah, we ran straight
Oh my
to Piper's.
god, this doesn't make any sense. Okay.
A friend.
Just go!
Yeah, stop standing there, you idiot. I was like, why don't we move while we're having this conversation with him and then you can split up. Okay, there have been so many movies where they start running together and they know they're going to split up because you need to split up. But you start running together so you can exchange information and then you split up when the information is done being exchanged. You don't, like there's again these dichotomies of to speak to each other, you must hold still. But it's so dangerous to hold still, you need to stop speaking to each other.
You can
not?
do both!
Okay, we can't multitask. Headcanon, we cannot multitask. We can't walk and talk at the same time.
Hi.
This is what it is. And he knows this, and everyone knows this, and we just know this about Hunter Uwu. They cannot multitask, so he knows we can't run and talk.
Why else do you
Done.
think Harry picked them?
That's why you're a shit investigator, because you can't multitask.
You're really bad.
Oh my god.
He's like, sometimes you can't breathe and talk. It's an experience.
Literally though, we are also like we can't multitask. We could not literally tell Piper about feared for our lives, broke open the investigation, anything like this. Here's what you should do. Here's how to avoid death by this creature if you ever happen to be out there. Anything like that. Because we could either do that or we could romance because we can only do one thing at a time. We can't do both. All right. The tone of his voice tells me I don't have time to question him. He's right, too. I shouldn't be seen here, no matter how innocent it might look on the surface. Me just patrolling the woods quietly, alone at night when I've been told not to go out at night and the plot point was dropped.
Right.
I head south as instructed, hearing a rustling in the tree line. And, what?
Hi.
I stop, dead in my tracks at the sight of him, huffing.
Take a drink.
At the sight of him! I look at him and go, damn, you still look fine.
Your clothing is still perfect, amazing, immaculate.
Except for, I always describe you as being a mess, disheveled, straggly, muddy. It's fine.
No, I look great. Shut up.
Hey yourself. So, you're the friend then? Flirt! You're the friend, are you?
I'm gonna disappear first, but I'm the friend.
Why did he disappear to say that sentence?
I don't know. I'm the friend, whatever that means. Come on, follow me. Keep up.
Okay, that's what happened. He can walk and talk.
He can.
So immediately he starts walking away because you're not supposed to stay there. And then, so disappears from our line of sight as we go, wait, we can move and have a conversation at once? Now I'm confused.
Huh? What? Come back.
Alkar keeps glancing over his shoulder at me as we move deeper into the forest, following a trail in the dirt so faint I could barely detect it. But since I can nonetheless detect it, even if it's barely, it means also other people will be able to.
Yeah, no kidding.
I almost want to tell him he needn't be worried about me disappearing in a puff of smoke. But the weighty, grim silence and what I have just learned kills the comment in my chest. It takes some time for me to realize, but the boulder in the woods Alkar eventually stops at has the outline of an opening to it. That seemed wildly sudden. Like, also out of order of going, we haven't seen the boulder coming. We haven't arrived at the boulder. It's the boulder that we haven't mentioned yet has an opening in it.
Right?
That was a little bit...
He approaches a boulder and then going, it is apparently now the boulder. Yeah, there is a weird language thing where that doesn't work very well.
That felt a little awkward for me. With a smirk thrown over his shoulder at me, which I dodge, he bends and presses his palm into the dirt. So, this is where you've been hiding all this time. He's going to take us to his house. He's taking us to his house.
This is pretty new. But Omen's sort of hanging around more. Sometimes he wanted to stay with me. Want to give Ezra space, you know? So...
I watch his shoulders rise and fall in a sharp, short shrug.
Can't leave him out in the cold, even if he doesn't feel it. Speaking of, he's down here with me. So, don't fuck it up, please.
Excuse me, do not be an ass. With a final grunt, Alkar slides back what seems a patch of the grass and dirt. The entrance's disguise impressively convincing. Hang on.
Alkar slides back what seems a patch of grass and dirt. The entrance's disguise impressively convincing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I thought we were talking about a boulder, though, not dirt and grass. So
they literally said, I know, entrance that is in the boulder, and then suddenly going like, we're to the ground. It doesn't make sense. I can't follow it either.
Or it's not a boulder, it's grass and dirt that's sort of up on the boulder?
But they didn't describe that, so I have no idea. He said
he also
lean
says,
down
come
to
down,
the ground.
And I assume it's...
Because
yeah, it sounded like there was an entrance to the boulder.
Oh god.
Oh god, you're not gonna be able to do it.
Nope.
You can
I really
my friend
wish
is
they would fix
determined.
this because this is really frustrating.
That would be something that I would say. Yeah, like don't make the quit button next to the scroll button.
It's really like it's too far out is the problem. The dimensions for it are like right out here.
And you also can't use the down arrow to do it, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Okay, down we go.
Here we go. Shoulder
down.
in the forest, blah blah blah, weedy grin. But the boulder in the woods.
Let's see.
But the boulder in the woods
has an outline of an opening to it. Wait, the boulder.
Yeah, has the outline of an opening to it. Yeah, it was smart. He bends and presses his.
I think it's supposed to say
dirt.
next to it. I think it's supposed to say opening, an opening next to it.
I guess that could work.
Because otherwise, an outline of an opening to it suggests that it looks like the outline of an opening. All right, so that makes more sense. I think they dropped a word. All right, with a final grunt, Alkar slides back what seems to be a patch of grass and dirt. The entrance's disguise is impressively convincing. He reveals a narrow stone staircase leading down under the earth. The entrance is super disguised, even though the boulder seems like an entrance and there's a path we can detect. It's fine.
It's okay.
I come to stand next to him, peering into the abyss. Not that it is dark down there. I see the dim glow of fire, and I could tell it's warmer down there than up here. Heat rises.
Ezra's a miracle worker, huh? And Finn, you won't believe what a clan of vampires and a witch with a desire to nurture you at any given opportunity can do once they put their minds to it.
All of them. The entire vampire clan and Ezra looks at Alkar. Baby! You are baby!
Oh, please.
Oh my god, I'm an adult. Nope, it's baby.
You are baby.
We will all be dead. Everyone, we are dead! Hi, I'm Alkar. We're dead!
Hello, Dad.
I'm Alkar.
I'm
yes.
Alkar.
With a smirk, he beckons me to go on ahead. I oblige and hear him slide the hatch door close above our head.
It should be closed, though. You're correct.
I think it should be closed.
Oh no.
It's not very long. The light is from the ceilings.
No.
Well, like, you specifically installed essentially like shafts of magical light from the ceiling to radiate down into this hole in the ground?
So it looks a lot like... I know it's not the same.
What?
I know. It reminds me of Muriel's cabin.
Of course it does, because it's a little round den.
Pretty much. Okay,
It's fine. But I'm just like, okay, so you hang the lanterns and you put out the candles and stuff, but you basically have this magically created cave den, and they specifically put in basically magical skylights that work at all times of the day of night to have these beautiful sparkling shafts of light full of dust
This
motes.
is huge, and then the size descends aggressively.
It's
Maybe they did their best. That's what they did.
It's basically progressing off into the distance. It's trying to show depth.
But that's a wall.
Yeah, but
like
it's trying
right
to show
there.
that the wall goes this way. The wall goes back further into the cave. They're
sure,
trying to show
that's
depth.
fine.
It's fine. But I'm just like, I love the edgelordy magicness of we're going to basically carve out this cave, and then we're going to specifically go to the top of it and make magical fake skylights that beautifully filter in, magical light at all times.
yeah.
Like, not filter in, but create the illusion of light filtered in.
Well, you see, all my dads really wanted to love me, so...
They really did. They wanted you to have...
They set me up a pimp place.
Oh my God.
Look at my bachelor pad. Isn't it great?
They wanted you to have beautiful, basically, cave cottagecore at all times, as if it is the perfect sunny afternoon at all times.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a very long descent. Some 10, 12 steps at most. I find myself standing in a circular, brightly but gently lit space. Its stone walls partially hidden by curtains strewn about the place. Wait, there's no curtains on the wall. Damn it, I want to see the curtains.
Right?
It's fine.
Unless these are supposed to be the curtains, because this is more purple.
That one curtain, but this definitely looks like wall here, the way it's hanging. So I can't tell, because that looks like more like stalactite. So I don't know. Softening the impression that it's, well, a cave. I think they just didn't draw the curtains in the same way that we didn't have like the paperwork and stuff like that. I think this is just an idea of it. The strings of light are clearly Ezra's idea. There are cushions and chairs in all sides of the room, though, and I have to wonder if Alkar didn't break into Piper's house and take some decor notes from her too.
Well, I'm calling out my artist.
That's hilarious.
That's honestly what that sounds like to me.
That sounds like, also I love the idea that basically Piper is like, if they're all dad, I'm mom, I'm gonna fix it. Actually, I'm the wine aunt, I'll fix it.
I could do it.
Pillows!
Cool
Fix everything with throw pillows. There you go.
God, right?
I resolved to ask him later, as a familiar figure curled up and fuming on one of the couches draws my attention immediately. He's pissed off?
I don't know why.
Huh. I'm like...
American.
I'm sorry, no, I'm like, he's fuming. He's like furiously angry.
Yeah, like, not
Why?
like brooding or being sort of
No, like
pouting.
that's like pissed off as hell.
Fuming is pretty angry.
Ooh! Omen hops to his feet, dusting his hands on his trousers. His movement sends a flutter of empty candy wrappers to the floor, causing him to flush bright red, turn, and try to pick them up.
That is...
Like, he goes from fuming to suddenly embarrassed? I'm not sure how you make that emotional move, and why was it important that he was fuming then? Anyway, I gotta see what happens. Alkar snorts as he comes to sit down next to Omen. Well, next to where Omen just vacated, and waves a careless hand.
Worry about them later. Or maybe you can do that burn thing trick, right?
Alright, burn the trash!
Why does that have to be
A trick?
That seems obnoxious, to go burn thing trick.
Yeah, it seems very dismissive, especially since the only time we've seen...
No, I'm like, does that make sense? You could just do it. Maybe you could do the burning trick. Or just, like, you could just burn it. Like, you could just burn the trash. Like, it seems obnoxiously like they're trying to make it, like, you could do that hand wavy trick, right? Does that make sense?
Casual and dismissive a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like, there's a weird... I don't even know how to interact with that. It just seems strange. I don't know.
A level of calling it a trick, though, feels more dismissive to me. Like, that thing you do that I'm just going to kind of, like, casually, like, over there. Oh. Omen gives me a nervous look. Then his face relaxes, and he smiles.
I think about the fact that I have been burned aggressively by him, but it's okay. My hand basically healed almost instantly.
The wrappers catch fire with barely a flicker of his power, and burn to nothing. It is the first display of his power Omen has shown me, on purpose. I would tend to say on purpose.
I mean, because we have totally seen his power.
Yes, we have totally seen him basically set his entire self on fire, and he burnt us, which is, even if it's unintentional, is a display of his power.
Yes.
And as he sits back down and picks up a cushion to hug, I think he is more relaxed than he's been as well. Wait, what was he fuming about and now he's suddenly super chill and shy and playful?
Wait, what?
Like what?
What?
So he was down here just like pissed off to living hell.
Like-
and then he sees specifically Uwu and is like, I'm like surprised and embarrassed and stuff like that. Maybe fuming means something different. Maybe there's a definition to fuming that I'm not familiar with. Hold on a second.
All
I think
right,
I misunderstood.
feeling, showing, or expressing great anger, according to Google searches. Noun, the process of exposing wood to ammonia fumes in order to produce dark tints.
Yeah, no.
Or are we saying that he was literally farting out smoke?
No.
Like,
No, because like that's specifically exposing wood to it. You're doing a fumigation process.
it says to utter while in a state of excited irritation or anger. Like, yeah, I don't
think that
I don't think they knew what they were. That's just bizarre. That doesn't work for me. It's okay.
or they were trying to express something else and I missed it. Alkar gives him a pat on the back and grins, gesturing towards me.
See? It's alright.
Yes, of course. Omen turns and regards me for a moment.
He looked away from you?
I
thought he was.
He was facing at you, but I guess he looked back to Alkar when he was patted on the back. Then he smiles, shy but soft and relieved. I find myself feeling the same, whether or not I can move my facial muscles to mirror his. Glad to see you are here. I was getting worried. That sounds like a flirt, because we weren't even thinking about him at all, as far as I know.
Right?
Yes, it was a flirt. Look at him blush. I can see the surprise on his face before he laughs it away, covering his mouth with the back of one hand. That laugh. I appreciate your concern, but hides behind hand, hides behind pillow, hides behind everything. But given everything, maybe it should be I who am worried. I was in fact, but I was Omen glances to the side, sheepish. He is nothing but shy and sheepish at all times, except when he is angry and scared. Behind him, Alkar is mouthing something.
Spat with his sister.
I nod along. Hey, just that spat, with that pointing behind them kind of thing. Spat with his sister. I'm not sure what exactly to say. Omen hasn't been the one to volunteer much information on himself and his sister beyond the big reveal, and at this point I'm not sure if it would be more or less awkward to ask.
Honestly, I still think it would be cool as hell that it's just like literally Lucifer has given birth to all of demons.
That was the impression that I got.
I thought that would be.
I thought what Omen said was every single demon ever all comes from Lucifer, period. He is the father of demons. And I'm just like, and now that is apparently not the case, and I'm disappointed.
I thought it'd be, I don't know, I'm fine with that.
Or more or less awkward to ask. I'm like, I haven't gotten the impression that Omen is super private, only that he's super shy.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, he seems really excited to share all kinds of things, unless he's
just socially awkward, too. Shy and socially awkward.
Unless he's being socially awkward or shy about it, yeah. After all, I'm fairly sure that they are not in any sense responsible for things...
In any senses.
In any sense is responsible for things going to shit around this town. Not with what I know now. Fairly sure. Still suspicious. Gently taps the sus button. Right sus, small and in lowercase.
I figured he should be staying at our site when he can burst into flames at any moment.
Is he going through a process right now? Like, why is he having the flames experience? I want to know. Inquiring minds need to know. Omen whips around to face him, and I can hear the fluster in his voice.
All right, so sometimes I think it's really interesting where they're very particular about, like, whips around to face him, looks at you, blah, 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 whatever, and I'm like, I feel, like, I know we've picked at it, and it has been a thing that sometimes we go, what are you looking at, where are you going, kind of thing, but also sometimes I get annoyed because it seems like they also then aggressively drop it, and you just are supposed to assume, or they aggressively go into this, and you're kind of like, could you pick a styling, like, Omen whips around, and you know that he's talking to Alkar, because Alkar was the one who was just talking.
Yes.
So it just sort of follows logically that would be the only person to whip around to look at. Like,
there's also a level of, again, like, you tell really aggressively who people are looking at and when they turn to look sometimes, and other times you don't mention it at all. Plus, we haven't mentioned anyone's eye color since the cell, and I am astounded, because we have seen a lot of eyes since then.
It's true.
And normally, like, establishing, like, our character cares about freaking eye colors a lot.
And now it doesn't matter.
And describing people by their gazes and by their eyes and by the emotions expressed through their eyes. So I am amazed that we have seen 1, 2, 3 new sets of eyes since then, as well as looked deeply into Piper's because of the whole hug, kiss, meaningful look before leaving kind of thing, and have not mentioned anyone's eyes.
I feel like that was honestly supposed to be one of those romantic tropes, and then you're supposed to really feel it, and then once you do it, now they're like, okay, you will be romancing this person while you're doing the main plot, and we're going to be dropping most of that.
I was just
because that was to get you interested or whatever. I don't know. It sort of bugs me though, because I agree with you. I'm like, why would you drop something that seemed to be that big? If you really care that much and it really matters, why would you just suddenly go, but it doesn't matter anymore because I only have eyes for you, so why would I be looking at anyone else's eyes? And I'm like,
not even at yours anymore. And
right?
the thing is like, I felt like it was a really interesting detail, and I assumed it was somewhat tropey of just going, we need to tell you what these characters' eyes look like, even though it's from a first-person point of view, because we're trying to describe them to you. We're trying to let you know, one, that they're attractive, and here's what they look like, and that they're, interesting and pleasing to look at. But the fact that they specifically went off on everyone's eyes so much, and then specifically in every single flirt, basically, they mentioned the people's eyes, and now they're not mentioning it at all, feels like a weird loss of focus to me, and it feels like it should be a piece of the narrative because it's gone away so hard and it was so present, almost like, and I don't think it was ever meant to be a piece of the narrative, if that makes sense, even though I really felt like it should have been, and that's why it's gone. But like, you could take that as a character piece of going, our character is now so overwhelmed and so basically confused by the circumstances they find themselves in, and basically put out of their depth and out of their element by needing to investigate and literally having no knack for investigating at all, as well as no awareness of how to approach it or anything like that, that like they just aren't doing what they would normally do, which is notice people's eyes and or sense and detect auras like they used to be a lot as well.
Mm-hmm.
To face him, and I can hear the fluster in his voice. I was not. Alkar shrugs lazily, shooting me a shit-eating grin, as though trying to rope me into the teasing. Let's both shit on this person together? Let's both hassle them? If it counts as teasing, I see the tail of Omen's hair already gaining a cherry red wisp-like quality. Wait, what? The tail? You mean the end of their ponytail?
I think that's what that's supposed to be.
Like the end of their hair? Okay.
Don't worry, you look cute when you're on fire.
Hi. Omen groans, burying his face in his hands. Did he ever let go of the pillow? Is he literally burying his face in the pillow he was hugging?
In his hands? In his hand pillow?
Because he really did. He cuddled like a pillow against him.
Uh-huh.
I stifle a laugh despite myself and come to sit down next to Alkar on the couch. We really are super cozy with these people, since there are literally chairs everywhere, and we go to sit over there. That's amazing. Omen gives me a sharp look, like I've done him a small betrayal, but joins Alkar on the other side.
Because you go to sit down, or that you don't hassle Alkar back?
I think because we don't defend him.
Oh, wait.
I think it's probably that one.
Why won't you defend me? I don't really know you.
He picks up a second cushion? He picks up a cushion and holds it close
Did
to
he
his chest.
fucking put the... Okay, now I have to look. Did he put the other cushion down?
He should be stacking 2 of them now. He's like Oreo sandwich of cushions.
I cushioned myself.
Omen, just grabbing more and more and more cushions to cuddle.
Blah, blah, blah.
Cushion to hug.
Picks up a cushion to hug, right?
He sits back down and picks up a cushion to hug. And then he needs to stand up again at some
Regards
point.
me for a moment, softer relief, blah, blah, blah. Facial muscles to mirror his, which I still don't understand that thing. Back of his hand with I appreciate your concern. Sheepish, Alkar's motion, and spat with his sister. Not along, not sure what to say. I would have been blah, blah, blah.
He didn't stand up again ever. They just reused the same sentence because he never stood up again. So he's gone and sat down again and cuddled a pillow to himself again because he never stood up again from sitting down and grabbing the pillow. That's what I'm seeing. And so then he sits down next to Alkar. Unless
they're just saying, but joins Alkar, so it's sort of an implication, again, shorthand of going, he gets up and joins Alkar on the other side.
But Alkar sat down behind... He sat down next to Alkar, I thought.
I didn't think... Oh,
he picks up a second cushion because I need Omen cuddling as many cushions as possible. And if anyone's feeling inspired to art and you want to draw like a chibi Omen, just cuddling stacks of pillows, like 5 or 6 or 7 or as many as he can sandwich into his arms and peeking out from behind them, I would support you and we'd put it on our blog.
Yeah, but be fine.
That is all I'm seeing right now is chibi, Omen peeking out from behind infinite pillows that he's hiding behind. We sit in silence for a long minute, and it is the most peace I feel like that would be awkward silence. I've had for a long time, but it's okay. For them, it's now, I will try to adjust my perception. It's
I mean,
peaceful
for your
silence.
character, it could be pretty, like, quiet. For everybody else going, like, what are we fucking doing? Alkar, you're just really gonna be here and just, like, fucking dead quiet?
You're just gonna sit and be dead quiet.
Hello!
After
Are you right over there?
whatever the hell you were doing, especially since coming to Linares. These two don't know much of anything, I realize. Well, perhaps not much more than me, even though Alkar has clearly been snooping around, and Omen, possibly, definitely, carries his own bag of secrets. But in the moment, in relation to all of us, perhaps we're the same. There's some comfort in that, to not be the only one in the dark, and we're literally all in the light.
Pass me the jar.
What jar? Hi, the jar. There is one jar in the entire room, singularly. I can see Owen startle out of the corner of my eye. When I glance his way, it's to catch the flash of guilt on his face, and then he bends over to retrieve something. He surfaces back with a mostly empty glass jar of wrapped candies.
Omen, Ezra's gonna fucking kill me, buddy!
I'm sorry. You said help yourself. I helped myself. You said to do it. You said make yourself at home, and when I am at home, I eat quantious amounts of candy.
I need coping food.
At all times. Do you not know that I am a distressed inheritor to a demonic throne that I don't want?
Well,
Candy is my coping food. Alkar reaches for the jar, but Omen holds it away from him. Shh. Why do we say that?
What?
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 Alkar reaches for the jar. Omen holds it away from him, and we suddenly say, "Show me your tongue, Omen." Flirt? Question mark? Why do we say that? Omen's eyes widen, and Alkar leans back away from us with a not-so-subtle snicker. I glare at him, which he shrugs off with a roll of his eyes, and we each look at Omen expectantly. I don't understand. The son of Satan takes a sharp breath, then sticks his tongue out at me, just enough to mock.
What?
I
This doesn't make any goddamn sense.
am lost. Whatever they were trying to lead me into, I didn't catch it. I think you should take... Wait.
What?
Your allergy? What?
What?
Allergy? I think you should take your allergy seriously.
Is this a joke?
Are we saying that
Or is this about a colored tongue and then I go, you really need to realize this is now fucking you up. We're gonna basically mess with Omen because Omen doesn't know that his tongue is changing colors because how we would know that Candy's going to change his tongue color, I have no idea. Where is this going?
I guess 1, we know what kind of candy it is. 2, we know it has dye in it. 3, we know it would dye his glamoured tongue or his real black tongue. Dyeing a black tongue is a feat, my bro. Like a feat. A pitch black tongue, which is what we've understood him to have. You're gonna have like a bright candy dye on it, I guess, like a coating. I think you should take your allergies seriously. I don't understand this scene at all. Well, I think demons ought to take their indulgences seriously.
Allergy?
So what we're doing is mocking of, oh, you're turning color, you've gotten spots kind of thing. Like,
I mean, we haven't mentioned it at all, so I have no idea what this is about.
We're not talking about an allergy.
No, I know we're not talking about that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just like, I don't know what this is about. This makes no sense to me.
Like I said, whatever they're trying to do with this scene, I'm not understanding it. Well, indulgences, seriously. Alkar laughs then, open and full of mirth, and not like any sound I've ever heard, or quite heard from him before, even though he usually laughs. He ruffles? Alkar ruffles Omen's hair? But we weren't talking about
Alkar was just laughing.
Thank you.
It's finally,
Thank you. I thought Omen laughed.
No, that was Alkar.
Thank you. I'm so confused by this scene, I can't even keep track of my characters. He ruffles Omen's hair, then gives his long ear a slight tweak. His long glamoured ear, I guess.
That's how you show him attitude, yeah. See? You're learning.
From the best, I gather. Omen blinks, then laughs, too, a chuckling that he still tries to stifle behind a hand. Happiness radiates from him and his various collected pillows, overwhelming that distinct glamour sense for a brief but distinct moment. Distinct.
There's so many distincts.
Alkar's wolf ears relax. Wait, overwhelming the glamour. So did we see him for a second?
That's kind of what that sounds like that was supposed to be, so...
And I see his face soften in something very bright and very fond. I think it would be interesting if we reacted more to seeing him, actually. The allergy is mentioned if you pick to go with Omen. Oh, it is actually an allergy.
Oh!
Then how do we know about it since we didn't go with him?
We didn't do
Thank you, Niyagaku, but how would our character know about it since we didn't go with him to the festival?
Oh my god, they're just assuming.
I guess...
Why would you have that assumption written into your game?
And so I assumed it was a joke, like going, your tongue's turning purple, potentially from an allergy.
But we don't even know what color it was turning one. Still, the thing with he has a black tongue, I don't understand why it would change color. So pink tongues are really about the only thing that I know change because it's pale enough so you can see.
Right. I mean, you can have it with like a brown tongue as well.
Yeah, but again, still lighter.
I was just like, yeah.
Like black is an experience.
Okay, so yeah, and you don't have to answer this question, Niyagaku, but I'm just like, since we, on this route, didn't go with him, how does Uwu know about Omen's allergy?
This is bizarre.
The only thing I can assume is that basically they have a limitation in the chain of events that the writers did, where it acts like you went with every single person.
Because why wouldn't you? That doesn't make any sense.
No, that doesn't. In the complexity and layering of this game, the level of branching they have, we shouldn't know that. Mm-mm. So I find that personally to be a fault in the writing. It shouldn't be there if we didn't go with him, because it is really confusing. Thank you for explaining where it comes from. I deeply appreciate that, but I feel like that is a flowchart error, and it shouldn't be there since we didn't choose it.
Yeah, I don't.
You two are outrageously cute. It's almost comical how quickly they separate. Omen almost hops off the edge of the couch with the speed of his retreat, face and hair turning bright red. While he sputters something incoherent, Alkar leans away from me like I have just insulted his entire family. My lineage! My heritage! Just hand on chest.
My whole experience!
You insult my family. Well, interesting.
For what?
I guess it's interesting that one's insulted
I am
and one's
aware
shy.
the fact that this is supposed to be one of the polyroute options, but this feels weirdly ham-fisted. Wow, fascinating. I'm suddenly really engaged in your relationship with each other. Like, what? You've only done that with Ezra and Finn, aggressively, and then now you're doing it with Alkar and Omen, and it's bizarre.
Uh-huh. And so...
I don't know. I'm just...
But yeah, I'm guessing
it's okay.
An error. Well, interesting. I guess we think it's interesting that they're nervous about it, rather than interesting that it's there.
Okay, never say that again.
I can't help but grin at how emphatically he says it. I can't handle a bit of truth, can you? As if it's empirical, you guys are just adorable. It is not my opinion at all.
You are being adorable. That's just a fact. No.
No, we're not. I mean, the thing is adorable is subjective, so
yeah.
I think we're just being a butthead. No, we're friends. Friendship. Friends can be adorable together. You're assuming what Uwu thinks, actually. On the other hand, maybe Uwu is making a culturally contextual face of going, this thing? Friendship, friends! He nods vigorously, mostly to himself, I think, and clutches the cushions, because he's grabbed two at this point.
He's grabbed multiples, yep.
Closer to his chest. His eyes looking everywhere but at me. I want him to grab a third cushion to cuddle for security. I really do. Alkar's head whips around at the speed of light, his wolf ears flattening into his soft hair. I assume it's soft since we haven't touched his hair. Whatever expression is on his face that I can't see makes Omen pause. He is grumpy. He's like, how dare you call it friendship? This isn't friendship. He stares back, jaw slack. La yehus za sena. Then he covers his face with the pillow to muffle the rest of whatever that was. Alkar turns back to him, expression grim.
Now look what you've done. He's fucking steaming.
Does he make steam or smoke? Because as far as I knew, he made smoke.
Not steam.
Not steam. Omen smacks Alkar's knee, hard, at which point I decide, and the two of them ought to be grateful for my graciousness, that perhaps it's safe and time to leave. We don't know why we were brought down here, actually, and how long we're supposed to stay here for. So randomly deciding that it's safe to leave
is weird, but
it should be something that I feel we should question.
I don't know. I guess
I think we're assuming that the only reason we came down here was because of the routine patrol. But if the routine patrol actually passes this place, we don't know when a good time to leave would be.
And this doesn't.
But it's okay. We can leave and they can deal with their relationship stuff. That's confusing to me.
I'm also just I just don't care. This is just sort of this is obnoxious and boys going, oh, I don't. I'm it's just please.
The whole scene
I just
want to
leave. It's just weird.
But on the other hand, if you've mentioned, Niyagaku, that this is just basically a pathing writing error, then the scene wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because it assumes that we've potentially been with one or both of these people, or specifically Omen.
Yeah, I'm
Chuckling, I rise from the couch and take a step away, putting some good, much-needed distance between the pair and the mess they're quickly falling apart in. Okay. All right, you two win. I've overstayed my welcome.
I hope so. Anyway.
Alkar gives me a narrow-eyed look. Interestingly enough, I see his fluffy tail curl around Omen, almost protectively, and Omen's own tail wraps around the fur, twisting in. Coincidence? I don't think so.
This is weirdly performative.
I'm
sort of wow, I'm kind of...
One, coincidence. No, those are literally active body parts that they both have that they control
and
like limbs.
You feel?
That's would you okay. Those are active limbs that are prehensile on both of these people. We'll just drop the fact that Alkar's tail isn't a dog tail. It's a prehensile limb, okay?
Yep.
Imagine those were their arms and they didn't have those extra limbs. So, Omen's, so you've got Alkar reaches an arm out towards Omen protectively. Omen reaches his own arm out and wraps his hand and arm around Alkar's. Coincidence? I don't think so. That line doesn't make any sense.
Unless, again, your character is basically super dehumanizing, going, I just don't understand people and their weird anatomy because they're not people.
Right?
And
we assume that they don't have active control over those limbs and that's basically just a autonomic response kind of thing. And we're going, no. Your uncontrolled and emotionally expressive limbs are interacting with each other. Therefore, in the way that I dehumanize you, I'm going, coincidence that your bodies just interact with each other without your control? I think not.
So. Yeah,
All right. That is wild. That is, again, that builds really strongly on the narration that we don't see in humans as people or their body parts as actual body parts, only as basically a detail of them. So, but saying so might get a half lichen at my throat. When did we learn he was a half lichen?
We assumed that at some point. Remember how I freaked out about it, going, what? A what?
I still want to know.
We didn't.
We never did learn.
We never did. We just go, that's why I was like, okay, so the only thing I have is that your character knows something that you as the player don't.
I assume that basically lichens and half-lichens look a little bit different, and that Uwu knows this, and that even though they exposited dramatically on their vampire training and what vampires look like, they didn't exposit on werewolves for reasons. Maybe they're way more
even though their
with
training
werewolves.
has literally been exposited poorly even by them. So they're like, I know about vampires and vampire clans, and that's the most you get.
Because theoretically they're talking to themselves, so
yeah, I know.
Alright, at least I gather as much from the way Alkar's shoulders are tense, so I keep my mouth shut. Likely he would do me no harm, but even so, I don't wish to fight a demon and a werewolf in their home, basically. Besides, staying right here affords me the best view of this mess.
Wait.
We're just being entertained by basically how disastrous and uncoordinated we think they are. We're basically doing touristing of their interaction.
Oh, how cute! I just get to sit here and watch you be dweebs.
And that's kind of
that
what
are
it
really
is.
sort of being kind of childish and...
So you're mentioning that this is performative, but remember that this is filtered through Uwu's gaze.
I know.
So from the author. So if the author is being self-aware and is really thoughtfully telling us this, basically Uwu is, or your MC, is aggressively dehumanizing both these people and basically displaying, setting up the situation as if they're both here for me to observe and I have the right and privilege to observe them. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going, it doesn't matter that it's at their expense. This is my best view. This is what I get.
This is what I'm entitled to.
Uh-huh.
That's again where I was like, honestly... sometimes with the way that, like with looking at some parts of this game, some of it, like, and I've gotten frustrated about it with the Arcana, like, solidly. And sometimes with some games where they're like, yeah, okay, well, you might potentially have a poly route, and I'm going like, cool, but are you going to do the whole thing of here's the two hot people performatively being here for me, the viewer, or are you actually going to have a complex relationship where these individuals have to talk and communicate and whatever else to make this work?
And I was going to say, I have loved the fact that, again, characters in this game are involved with each other. It's one of the strengths that this game has so far, as well as a very, very ambitious plotline, and what I assume is an extraordinarily ambitious character arc for your MC, where they are like a massively, like basically racist, speciest, like basically entitled, police brutality cop character, and they're going to have to learn to be sensitive to Inhumans' plight, and also to see them as people rather than objects and others.
I appreciate your optimism. I still don't think they're actually going to do it.
That's a really ambitious thing to approach, but that's all I've got right now for your MC's arc.
Yeah.
Which it seems like they're trying to set up an arc. I cross my arms, fighting the amusement down. Of all the revelations in this town, this is the most welcome one yet.
Why?
Why do we care? We're in the middle of an investigation where we literally have learned that someone we know cares about is being tortured because we don't care about it. That's in the past. And because we're bad at investigating, so those details don't matter.
I'm not saying not to care about it, but like the level of like care and tenderness, the most welcome one. This again, I'm like, this feels weirdly performative in a way that I don't access, and like your character suddenly going off about this is weird.
It's also strange to assume that your character, your main character, whomsoever they be, really is interested in watching this and is suddenly interested.
Like I said, is this for suddenly going, here's the two hot people flirting and having a good time around me and I get to watch and, oh, goodness for me, here's the show that I get to take part in?
And I was going to say, why does our character care about that other than basically the establishing shot of we think everyone's hot. We think it's our right to ogle them and stare at them and basically appreciate how good everyone that we are attracted to looks. And so we're going, this is clearly for me, and I get to enjoy the show of two people that I'm attracted to or find attractive being attractive together and also being awkward, so at their expense. That sounds a little bit wild to me.
Sounds a little predatory,
and it's also,
but that's okay.
It's also interestingly meta because these games are presented for the viewer to consume and enjoy the look of the characters. They're drawn to be attractive for the viewer. And so it's really interesting that your MC specifically engages in this, like, in character, in game of going, I'm going to watch the two of you because you're hot. And there's no relationship between you at all. Like, you have no permission to do this, and you haven't been invited in this sense. So it really is like an entitled, almost invasive gesture by my way of seeing it. And it's really interesting. All right, most welcome one yet. I enjoy seeing, hot people doing things that I think are hot. I'd better head out then.
Stay safe and all that. Not that you need that chat, big and strong as you are.
I feel like you'd be saying that like a little bit like you're just absolutely devouring both of us with your eyes. Thanks for that. And be like, big and strong, yeah.
Right off, yeah.
Good night. Alkar glowers at me, but I distinctly hear no further protest from him. Him going, I can't tell if he was grumpy about us basically ogling the shit out of them and sort of going, you're here for my amusement with your awkward relationship, or if it's, well, I guess if you want to leave, go right ahead then, and don't let me be the one to tell you to be safe. I don't know which one that actually was.
I don't know either.
I head straight for the shop, where I leave the forest without incident, remembering my promise to Ezra and August that I'd let them know I was safe. I push open the door, smiling as the bell rings. In the middle of the night when the shop is closed and you don't think it's suspicious to suddenly go here and that no one will be like, interested in your movements. And I spot Ezra and Finn in somewhat heated debate. They both straighten up when they see me and maybe hear the bell. Finn apparently too distracted to anticipate my arrival, his eyes wide for a moment before he settles back into that implacable stillness.
Except that you've literally complained that Finn is super fidgety.
Like
you really were, like, the entire time. I've been around Finn. It's so weird to actually see a vampire that doesn't even pretend to be a person.
Or that does aggressively pretend to be a person and doesn't hold that unnervingly inhumanly still.
Yeah, I was like, and suddenly Finn is now, I'm
the stillness.
The night.
Alright, Finn is the column,
You're
the
back.
pillar.
You're getting wide.
I mean, this dude literally set up for me a place for me to meet, like a person for me to rendezvous with and a location for me to hide in, and no specificity of when I should do anything else. So why didn't he just check there if he was worried?
Help me out.
He steps, because literally, Finn orchestrated the thing with Alkar, so I'm like, why was he worried?
It's fine.
He steps forward, leaving Finn where he's
Towards
apparently...
me.
Oh, sorry.
Towards
He steps
me.
towards me, leaving Finn where I don't even know.
I'm like, your dyslexia is having quite a time.
It is! It's a fascinating experience to be me and reading. Apparently stuck in place. His eyes sad.
Boo.
His amber
Only
eyes.
his eyes.
His beautiful amber eyes. His glowing golden eyes. Come on, describe the eyes.
Please, why did it go away? Finn said you found Fiora. I'm so relieved.
Yes, Fiero is alive. But we should get him out of there soon, if we can. They aren't exactly treating him with, kindness. I look at Finn, anticipating an outburst. Justifiably so.
Is it justifiably so?
I mean...
Is it? Is it? I haven't seen Finn I'm sorry. I'm actually now starting to get a little bit annoyed, going like, I expect you to blow up. Why would he blow up? He's actually been pretty chill.
Why would we
Like,
expect
Finn-
him to... Yeah. Honestly,
Well, because it was
Omen's
horrible. Or
the
he
only
would
one
just...
that's blowing up.
I know.
And also, that was extremely vague description of, they haven't exactly been treating him well. I expect Finn to respond efficiently to, they're not treating him really well? Oh my god.
I don't expect you. Well, either that or again, you're just being kind of basically a cop. You're being somewhat racist, going like, well, I know that everybody just reacts poorly when they hear that the cops are doing things. They always assume things about how badly we're treating. In this
Or-
case, you're basically sort of putting a damper on it, going like, but it is really bad, and so I'm expecting everyone to get mad like they always do because we're really terrible
Say-
when there are bad cops.
Or it has nothing to do with that at all, and nothing to think about cops at all. It's just, his species is volatile and aggressive. Vampires are volatile and aggressive.
Are you fucking what? That doesn't even make any sense. The entire time's calm, control, collected, inhuman monsters who sit there and they don't move and they do all these things. I expect them to blow up.
I expect them
That
to
makes no sense.
I don't know if either of those directions make sense at all. They've been taking his blood, starving him.
What for? What could they possibly need with his blood?
I see black flicker in the whites of his eyes. Finally! We mentioned someone's eyes!
Aha!
Ha! The first time I've witnessed his poised face wavering.
Facade.
Facade. Thank you. Poised facade.
See,
Thank you.
again, I'm like, why would you be justifiably going to explode? This is the first witness. I'm fine.
Except
It's
for
okay.
poised facade, except for he's always fidgeting. I don't even know.
It's fine.
A glimpse of the creature that lingers within him. There it is. There's the racism.
Yay.
Ezra reaches out, and I think volatile in the sense of they're violent creatures. Not they're impulsively emotional, they're just violent creatures.
I don't know, it could mean any number of things.
It really could. Ezra reaches out and lays a hand upon his arm. Which arm? We need to know. Which arm?
Which arm?
It was specified so many times which arm. It works, calming whatever threatens to surface.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
We'll get him.
You can do
Okay.
it.
I
Hi.
did it. Alright, we'll get him back. You know we will. Fucking, I can't wait. Tiny stuff too.
It's okay. Aye.
Slap him.
Finn pulls his arm away. Which arm? You were so specific about flesh arm, about magic arm.
And now
but
he
he grabs the
completely
magic
dropped
arm.
it.
We should be talking about the arm. Oh my god. Do we only care about where they touch each other when we're not in a relationship?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's weird as hell. I'm paying super close attention to them because I'm single and unsatisfied and like basically emotionally like horny
Reft.
as fuck kind of thing. Basically I'm
And desperate.
I'm
I'm a
desperate.
thirsty bitch.
I am a thirsty fucking bitch, and so I'm paying super close attention to everybody, and now I'm not paying attention anymore, except for, then what was that whole scene with Omen and Alkar, if we're good now?
I think there are specifically like moments where it's going like you could have them together.
Which is a weird thing, because again, it's also
Like, it's like it
we're gonna
sounds
drop
super performative.
We're gonna drop so many pieces of like the I'm flirting with people, I find people attractive, I'm ogling people, I'm really commenting on how nice looking they are and certain features of them and how they interact with each other as soon as we're in a relationship route. But we're still gonna have that massive thing of just basically going, damn, aren't they hot and cute and adorable together? Mm-hmm. That feels super weird and out of balance. The movement a little too quick to be anything other than agitated. There's a clear and unusual tension between them tonight, something I can't quite place. I seem to be collecting secrets quite efficiently lately.
What?
So it can't hurt to try and pry another. And
What?
maybe help diffuse whatever this
We're gonna play
is.
mediator again?
We are.
Now we're deliberately going, it's time to play mediator slash matchkeeper. You know all those people that have been dying? Fuck that noise. It's okay. Let me flirt with, let me look at you. Here, let me help you with your relation.
We're gonna
I'm
be
like,
playing
this is so
sleuth
bizarre.
Mediator. We instantly knew that, like, we very quickly figured out that Alkar and Omen are sort of involved, even though Omen's like, no, we're not! But we're like, it's fine. We've decided you are.
Aye.
And then here we're going, what is that weird tension between them? I cannot, for the life of me, tell.
perceive. Also, I'm just like, Harry, this is why I picked you. You have ADHD and you're a fucking nightmare. You can't
Focus on
anything.
This is so good. This is why I really recommended you highly to
Replace Piper.
to the general, who then was like, yes, August being like, perfect. You think they would be good? I will review them. You're right. I think their credentials of killing shit, because the last person I've worked with was just a whirlwind of killing shit, is really good. Perfect. We'll put them on the investigation.
Harry, brilliant.
I love the idea. Even with Harry as if Harry is the bad guy, which I'm really hoping that we didn't figure that out in about 2 seconds. But it would be freaking hilarious if he's like,
Because if it was me, I would have ogled Harry. Like, fuck that.
oh my god, yes. Big
I was
bet.
like, why are we not literally ogling every single person we can? If this is an option.
If this is an option of going, everyone's hot, they're all hot. But like, okay, so picture this, all right? So you've got Harry later revealed to be the villain in all of this, doing his villain monologue, looking at Uwu and being like,
It's dark, it's sad.
and it's dark and it's intense and everything's gone horribly wrong, and going, well, you know, Uwu, you know why I picked you, right? It's because you're so poorly qualified for this. It's because you have worse ADHD than any person I've ever seen. You can't keep track of a buckle if it's attached to your clothing, my dear. Oh my god!
Oh, God.
Insult to injury. KO. I'm so
You told me I was going to be great at this job. You believed me, see?
and for some reason, both you and August believed me. I honestly wasn't sure it would work, but it did. And here we are.
Oh, God. Okay.
Okay.
Diffuse
well,
whatever
there we
this
go.
is. Oh, my God.
All right, headcanon's out, just wild on this channel, you know? Are you two okay? Finn almost looks straight through me, straightening up. What? Huh? Everyone awkward about their own relationships. Ezra's eyes widen, but he recovers quickly.
I'm like, also, the only thing I'm hearing is basically there must be like rampant homophobia or something.
Or basically rampant embarrassment at getting in a relationship at all, or being seen in a relationship at all. Because also, remember, Finn turned away from you and Piper as if it's a private, embarrassing thing, kind of thing. Being in a relationship is something that, you know, you don't want to be public somehow unless you're married and you're Harry.
I get you right.
Unless you are husbands. Take it away!
I don't want to see any of it.
There
Don't
will be-
ask, don't tell for everyone.
No courting, no dating, marriage or nothing.
That's all you have.
If you think you're interested, get married or stuff it.
God, it's okay.
Right, Ezra's eyes widen, but he recovers quickly. His smile strangely earnest.
What do you mean?
I don't mean to interfere, but you both seem so tense. Like maybe you should change into something more comfortable.
Would you like a beer?
Hi. Would you like me to give you both a back rub?
Oh, do you
Shoulder
need-
rubs for all.
Do you need actual food, not just the snack that
Right.
you are together?
Oh my god. I know there's a lot of snacks in this room, self-included, but we might need a meal.
Like actual food.
Is something wrong? It's okay, food has entered the chat. Everyone is hungry now.
Yes, just a little disagreement. It happens, especially with all this going on.
Ezra's gaze snaps to Finn, eye contact fixing and holding before Finn exhales sharply, apparently willing to be a little more open than the witch.
With everything that's happened, I made the decision that I would be more mindful and keep a little distance from Ezra. Him being seen with me constantly only made the enforcers make his life a living hell.
Okay.
What?
What? You're fucking telling me that everybody going, no, the enforcers are great. They've been magnificent and fabulous, and they've had this great day. Like, Piper has not been aware that they have been torturing then now Ezra?
Of course not, because that would be normal behavior. You're hanging out with an inhuman all the time, and we've also been trying to slowly get you out of our investigation. And your boundaries aren't good.
What if your character goes, what? That seems so weird. And you'd be like, what? I don't even know. It's okay.
God.
It's
we just
fine.
got another copyright takedown notice on YouTube. Another one.
From who?
I don't even know. Pardon us, guys. Our channel,
it's First Love Story again.
It is. Our channel is on fire, and it's going to almost certainly die.
They're still doing takedown notices.
I don't even know how to approach it
Oh
anymore.
my fucking god!
In case anyone hasn't been on either our Twitter or our Tumblr, we may lose our entire YouTube channel soon to copyright takedown notices due to First Love Story. We investigated the game and we thought it would be safe to play based on the fact that many other people have played it and still have, playthroughs or at least starts of playthroughs over a year old, and that there was nothing in their terms of service. But here we are. We're going to write the big official letter that we always do and try our best, what have you, but we're not sure what will happen. So that may just go away, and we'll see what happens. All right, living hell. I think, honestly, for us, it's like, that's just par for the course. They're continuing to investigate you and monitor you and go, why are you fraternizing with Inhumans regularly?
All right.
So it's not a remarkable thing to hear. Ezra opens his mouth to protest, but Finn pointedly continues.
Which he will vigorously deny.
Ezra going, no, it wasn't a problem. Sure, they were around watching me all the time. Sure, they were here all the time. They're just people doing their job. Ezra, I support the police. And Finn going, they're being inappropriate.
They're being shitty.
He softens, then, a fond look in his eyes as his gaze flicks between us.
You cannot live your life with him breathing down your neck, Ezra. I know what they do to people who they feel threatened by, or who they'd like to use as a scapegoat. Look at Fierro. You hold knowledge from working with them. They're afraid of you. I refuse to stand by and let those I care about get hurt. I've had enough. And if Omen, Alkar, and I staying away helps them get off your back, then so be it.
They both disappear. We're stronger together. Stop being stubborn. We're not even a part of this conversation.
Why are we jumping in on this?
I don't know. Neither of those are responses that I would have thought of about this.
Also going, stop being stubborn.
About what?
About what? What exactly? What is this?
Stubborn about staying away? Stubborn about the hunter's involvement? I'm not sure I follow exactly.
And also,
I do think, though, that we think we're stronger together. Even if I don't think it follows, I do think that Uwu thinks we are stronger together and has mentioned this. Teamwork. These are the people I trust. I want us to work together. I'm going to run a mission with the team of people that I trust.
Also, Uwu is complete garbage at actually staying away from people or mistrusting anyone.
Yes, so we've been incredibly trusting. Now, we've had the option to be a little less trusting, but I think this would be what they would say.
Yeah.
All right. I see a flaw in his logic, however thoughtful his explanation might seem. Don't you think you're stronger together? That we're all stronger together. I wish that they didn't cover up his hand because it looks cool as hell.
I do kind of want to see it.
Occasionally get to see it for a second. It looks really cool. Let alone his, whole arm and everything. I'm like, it looks super cool. I'm also very interested again at the spur that comes up over the clothing he wears. Mm-hmm. And I wonder what the wrist, basically aperture of his arm is like. And if that's like sort of like an interesting, like specific like cufflink sort of decoration, or like, if it's there to be decorative and it is specifically, out and away from the arm just to be pretty, or if it has a function or what. I know he means well, but from being in Lunaris and being around this weird and wonderful little family I've joined, now they're all family, not just Piper, I've come to see that strength really is better in numbers. We've worked alone, an island, our entire life, in this tiny little experience of like 6 or 7 days. It's been a week, so 7 or 8 days. We're like, family, community is the way to go. Huh.
What? I completely disagreed with a character going, I see a flaw. I'm like, I didn't really see it, so you're going to have to walk me through it.
Using logic,
What are you talking about? Like, genuinely, what flaw in his argument? Like, he has a point. The more that we hang around you, the more you get tortured. Period. That is not untrue.
On the other hand,
what are we talking about?
We're saying, yeah, But if you don't hang around him, kind of thing, then you're not being community together. And it's better to be basically a supportive, connected community together than it is to stay away from him and stop the hassle of the, hunters, kind of thing. I roll my eyes, hoping he sees my point. I understand where you're coming from with this, but in such a situation, don't you think it's better to take some risks? Being away from those you care about truly only does more harm than good. Your presence gives them strength, and you face the consequences together.
Finn, you're expecting to be everywhere and nowhere at once, and we're all taking risk here.
Exactly. Please tell me you at least see how much better we are with you around as part of this unit. Are we this unit?
What?
And does everyone know who is involved when specifically Uwu speaks of, quote, this unit? He looks to the side, a brighter smile forming before he returns his gaze to us. Because I don't feel like there was ever an establishing shot of Uwu being like, specifically my group of people that are my people and that are attached to each other and that are my group are these love interests and not anyone else I've met or talked to. Because we have met and talked to other people, people without illustrations and stuff like that. But still, I'm going, do we know that these two people here know the group we're referring to specifically? And, does it include anybody in the other group, even with illustrations of like, the brother, not the sister, Omen's sister, and not, and other people, what have you. Like, who is the group? He looks to the side, a brighter smile forming before he returns his gaze to us.
I've lived a long time. I may be just a little overly cautious.
And I may not like, hunters.
But yes, I see. I have eyes.
Do you now? It's okay. They are really lovely, but I'm not ever going to comment on it ever again. They share another look, something private, and the way Ezra's cheeks darken under his golden gaze doesn't go unnoticed. There's history here, something precious and fully formed. So we see that they have a long-term, committed, deep relationship, I guess? They both seem so lost, much alike all of the other wandering souls in this town. Maybe they just need a push. Wait a second.
Are we going to get them together? Because
and deeply committed.
We're not.
But neither of them recognize it, we're saying?
What? That doesn't make any sense.
That they need a push. So we're literally saying that the MC is going, they have so much foundation, so much connection, so much relationship here, but they don't seem to see it. They seem to still be alone wandering souls in this town. Maybe they just need a push. And why would we want to play matchmaker in the middle of this? You two look good together. Leave them to it. I have no idea what this character would do, because I'm having a harder and harder time figuring out who this MC is to have a contiguous or unified performance with them of going, this is a full-ass person that is Uwu, rather than a set of just choices because it looks interesting. You two look good together seems really weird, but the whole ogling of Omen and Finn seemed really weird. And based on that establishing shot, I feel like they would say you two look good
Especially
together.
because they did mention that that Omen and Alkar looked cute. So it seems like your character's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna...
But would we say it or not? And since we just hassled Omen and Alkar, I think honestly
but we seemed like we were having a good time. Even as much as I was completely baffled by that scene, the character's like, I'm having a great time. This is fine.
I feel comfortable, at
This
ease,
is
at
great.
home. This is a refreshing breath of air.
This is for me.
Uh-huh.
You're like, whoa.
So I feel like we would, now talking that out a little bit more, I think they would just do the push.
I'm like, I think they would too. I was like, it wasn't much of a question.
It's just disorienting to me because I'm like, I'm not catching this
It's
energy at all.
super invasive to me is what it sounds like, and I'm not a fan of it, but that's
You
okay.
two look good together, we just randomly say, and then you seem to care about one another a great deal. I hope I've helped even a little. Helps you care about each other? What? Ezra bites his lip, fiddling with his sleeve, casting Finn a lingering glance. The vampire hasn't taken his eyes off him. Not once. I am watching the tension build weirdly here and trying to make it happen. What?
I'm used to having so much company, being surrounded by those that I love. So going from that to whatever this is, I do care about you immensely.
Wait, We just went from them.
What?
They understood our nudge completely of, I hope I've helped a little bit. Because we literally didn't say the button we've chosen. Because we never say, as far as we can tell.
I mean, we've done it once or twice.
But it's iterated afterwards if we say it. So we don't say the button just by picking it. He continues to look at Ezra, his fingers twitching at his side. I'm like, I don't understand this at all.
I don't either. This is super awkward.
I am confused. Like,
What?
we're trying to, one, play matchmaker with them, and two, they're both super on board with it, and they literally didn't recognize, like, tension burning the air between them.
I mean,
without
I know
us
what happened.
saying, pause, I hope I've helped even a little.
With you, it doesn't even, like, you don't even say, I'm like, what is that? That's also the thing that I basically criticized, though, with Ezra. There's no flirt with Ezra. There is be
tender.
intimate, be soft, be tender. Go, you are tiny and small, and I'm much
are
more
gentle.
dominant than you are.
You are soft boy.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And it's interesting where the character shifts into that direction. I'm kind of like, what's going on? I said, I can't bear the thought of you paying dire consequences for being seen with me, but the thought of stepping back and letting it happen sickens me more. But you were literally just saying that you did.
Hold on! You're saying, if I stay here, this will happen. But if I step back, it will not happen. Except for you're saying, but I can't step back and watch it happen? It's happening because of you! You
That's why I said I don't
both!
understand the logic of where it was like, what logic does your character see? I see no logic.
Like, Finn, you don't make any sense.
Like, our character didn't say anything, and then Finn agreed to something that was non-logical. There was nothing talked about.
As well as right here, just going, I am the cause of people harassing you. But I can't just stand back and disappear and watch them harass you. When you leave, they're not harassing him anymore. But I can't stand back and watch it happen.
What?
Okay? Is everyone else seeing this with me? Because that's all I'm getting from this. Anyway,
It's fine.
stepping back sickens me. It's fine. Silence hangs between them. And a level of, like, panicked confusion where they're not making any sense because they're having gay panic. It's fine. Between all of us, and yet they still look at each other like that. You should talk, without me here.
Everybody turns.
What?
You were already not here. We were
Yes.
talking. I'm sorry.
We were
this
actually talking.
This is weird. Like, suddenly our character has so much fucking power to go, this thing. I'm like, what?
Our character assumes a strong level of involvement and is behaving in a very entitled fashion. I am involved with this, and I'm going to direct your behavior in this. What? And it's like, they were literally talking before, and having some kind of a conversation that was between the two of them before we arrived, and now we're going, you two should talk.
I mean, I suppose it could be a thing of, like, you're just reasserting, going, like, you two should talk again without me being here again.
But I think that's also supposed to be the push of going, by the way, you should relationship. By the way, you should keep relationshiping. You should figure out this thing that I've decided is a relationship. It's weird that they're doing this in the game of just specifically going, and then you are going to be there to point out the tension between all four of the other dude characters to make sure that they get into groups of two to be couples. Since when are we matchmaking and why?
I mean, that would be nice, I suppose.
I groan, checking I have all of my weapons upon my person before I make a keen beeline for the door. I do not say goodbye. I do not respond in any way.
I do not want to be involved with the drama. Goodbye.
I basically, as a person that regularly murders one of the two people standing there, check all of my weapons aggressively and then leave. That's hilarious. You look good together. You are good together. Clearly. What?
Bitch, what?
Again,
you know fucking... I'm sorry.
We know very little about either of them and about their relationship at all. And honestly, they were freaking good together at the very beginning. Why mention this now? We only noticed possible, like, tension between people, even though it looked like at the beginning they had a freaking established relationship, and I assumed they were together based on their behavior. And so now we're just like, since I am now with someone, I see romance possibilities in everyone.
I will be there for... It's fine.
Also, the whole clearly thing, again, established that our character's very entitled. They're very owning of their own experience and assume that it belongs to them of going, you look good together. You are good together. I just know things.
Are you trying to play matchmaker, Ulu?
Ezra scoffs, lashes dipping. Also, we're specifically now noticing Ezra's like sort of romantic and softer expressions again in this moment.
It's working.
Alright. Cool as hell hand. I just love it.
It's pretty neat.
Annoyingly and embarrassingly. Wait, we made a beeline for the door. How are we still interacting with this?
What? Oh, we're right over the door. Over there, I noticed your eyelashes dipping. I'm like, what?
I'm like, we made a beeline for the door after we checked our weapons. And then Finn calls after us basically through the curtain because it stays closed at all times. Are you trying to play matchmaker? And then we can still see Ezra do the soft blinky ooh and quietly say it's working. Annoyingly and embarrassingly, I feel a yawn brewing, unable to stifle it. My fatigue suddenly catches up to me, and I find 2 pairs of wide eyes staring at me as they lean around the curtain and look at me as I've made a beeline for the door. What? Based on the arrangement, is the curtain not there anymore?
I don't know.
We haven't mentioned it this entire time.
It could be gone.
So maybe the curtain is gone, but still they're doing this, and we can really see this behavior from all the way over the door.
Tired, are you?
Fucking wrong accent.
Tired, are you?
Just a little. I should go. ... unless you want me to stay.
God, well, please don't let me stay.
But you can't let me stay.
Stay.
They both smile at me, watching as I part the curtain to leave. Thank you for today. For everything.
Rest well, Uwu.
Never gonna get tired of it.
It's pretty good.
Rest well, Uwu.
I will.
The cool air hits my face, invigorating me enough to help me drag myself towards my bed. I take a few steps away from the shop, and I hear a familiar voice calling my name. I turn, smiling when I see her. Haha.
What's a hunter like you doing in a shithole like this?
Okay, that's freaking hilarious, but also the idea that she came here assuming you were here and then waiting for you? Or is she waiting outside of the wolf? Because I don't even know where she's waiting.
I don't know either.
I snort, as charmed as ever by her filthy mouth.
I'm sorry, I have a grosser mouth than she does, and I don't know what you were talking about.
It's okay, Queen Bee outdoes her like mad.
Oh god, yeah.
I could ask the same.
I'm fancying a drink after the night we've had. What do you say?
No, I'm literally falling asleep on my feet.
Nope, too bad.
I barely got here. The night air invigorated me enough to make it
Dating
to
Piper means
my
getting
bed.
drunk regularly.
I guess it does. Oh yes. That does sound good. My fatigue vanishes as I think about drinking with Piper. Abso-fucking-lutely.
That's the spirit.
Since when do we curse like that? That's funny. That sounded out of character.
Like I said, we're now dating Piper, so these are the characters. So again, so the changes, even with, interacting with Ezra, there are specific characters that they assume will only be able to interact with those characters. If you're going to date Ezra, you must be more dominating and more like, hello, let me control you, let me touch you, let me be here for you, let me caretake for you.
Let me support you.
Let me support you. And Ezra needs that support, clearly, and if it was somebody else, you'd act differently because those are the only things that work for those characters. According to the writers.
You don't have to act differently to date different people.
Of course you do.
She cozies up to me, taking my hand and dragging me forward.
Come on, I'm freezing my tits off out here.
It's okay. Just use the paper to keep them warm.
Shh, don't mention that.
Oh, sorry. Just use a pocket warmer, okay? Gets out one of those little crack packs of heat and grabs it and shoves it in your tits. Yay!
Yes, my nipples will never be cold again.
They shall be toasty.
Yay!
Alright. Such a funny visual. I'm gonna die. Oh my god.
These little square packages right here.
In a soft cotton shirt. It's fine.
Somebody.
Huh?
What is that?
What is
little
that?
bright orange detailing coming through the...
It's just toasty. Just a soft little steam out of your, shirt. Oh my god. Woo! The wolf is bustling tonight, despite the ridiculously late hour basis on how time passes, and the fact that no one goes out in the dark, so they're all stuck here for the night.
Right.
Except for, I think we've literally dropped the don't go out in the dark thing.
No, it's gone. It was
plot
done
point-
after the first one, and it didn't mean anything probably at the very beginning. That was
just
just like,
super-
here's your entrance shot. Now nothing matters anymore.
It's really weird, because they made a huge point of it.
Yeah.
And people, twice, first, don't go out in the dark, or first, everyone's running inside, second, everyone's running inside, and we get told not to go out at night in the dark. And then it's just, festival happens and it's gone. The wolf is bustling tonight, and Piper and I managed to enter without really drawing anyone's attention. 2 hunters are not an unusual sighting in this town. See, there's a huge staff here. It's also why we can't seem to count people and no one's suspicious of it. I still want us to put that together, but our ADHD brain says that we can't go, there's no way they shouldn't be able to count staff and find out who was murdered based on who's missing. And we stay close as we push through the densely packed crowd. I feel her hand resting against the base of my spine. Not on my back, but inside of my flesh, on my spine. It's fine.
Also, I'm like, that's an interesting base of your spine according to what? Are we talking about the base of your coccyx, which is a part of your spine?
I was just saying, we mean the top of your ass. Like,
Yes.
really, like halfway on your ass.
No.
That is the base
I
of your
found
spine.
the point.
Look,
Look, this is L whatever. I can't remember which.
Oh god, the little like the vertebrae labels. Yes, that'd be hilarious.
I had to know them at one point because my dad was a doctor and he had me do transcription, so I got to learn a lot about
The
where
spinal
specific
points.
Mm-hmm.
And she tugs me to a stop. I howl, leaning in to press her lips to my ear.
She pushes against you, grabs and pulls.
Okay, she's got her hand at the base of your spine and grabs
then goes like
the
this.
back of your shirt, I guess, and tugs you to a stop. Untucks my shirt.
As much as I could murder a glass of something spicy right now, we should lay low tonight.
She's right. We should. We still don't know if anyone is wise to what went down tonight.
Let's get you to your room so you can rest.
You just literally invited me for a drink, and now you're saying we shouldn't have a drink. This is what I'm hearing.
Getting a drink seems like normal fucking behavior for you, Piper. What the shit is the difference?
Additionally, we agreed to a drink, no innuendo. We're like, fucking a drink, oh my god. And then we're just suddenly like, no, a drink would be suspicious. We do it every time we come to the tavern, but that would be suspicious.
I am extremely easily knocked around by people that I am a horn for.
I guess. Also going, I have forgotten completely that drinks exist. All I want is Piper in my room. It's not suspicious for both of us to go into a room and to bed together, but suspicious to get a drink like normal.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, let's go upstairs. Flirt. Yes, let's go upstairs. She smiles, letting me lead the way. That hand still there, that has untucked and pulled
She's
my
like
shirt away.
this. She's like this as you're walking in front of her going up the stairs.
I don't know.
Little hand.
We're saying you can walk abreast up the stairs and you're in step next to each other.
Letting you lead the way.
So you're slightly in front while she has a hand on the base of your spine.
Yep, absolutely.
That's
Well, she's
hilarious.
clinging to the back of your shirt.
Except
or
for,
on
but
here.
still pressed against your back.
Right.
It's funny. That's kind of a funny visual, honestly, of her being like, I have a hand at the back of your waist kind of thing. Or even lower, just at the top of your ass kind of thing. And then as you lead the way, sort of keeping it there as she goes up the stairs behind you, Piper brushes past me as I open the door, immediately heading for my desk and poking at the pile of paperwork I left there. Do we have paperwork?
This is a room, she says, staring down at paperwork, poking at it.
The paperwork
This is a room!
is a room!
Why?
Pulls out your Pokédex. That thing, the paperwork, is a room! I snort, shedding a few pieces of my armor as I head for the bed, taking a seat. It'll do. I've had worse. I think she was complaining about your housekeeping, not the room.
We've all had worse, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't have given you something a little less utterly shite.
I need you to know that they didn't give me a room at all. I had to secure one when I arrived. There was no plan. Is it standard that there's a plan? Have you been assigned to somewhere before and they actually gave you a room set up that you went to go to? Because that is news to me and I should complain.
I'm like, wow.
Because, yeah, they gave me no room. I had to come and get my own room. So this room arrangement is my fault, just so you know. She flops down beside me inelegantly, grimacing at the distinct lack of bounce in the mattress. Bonk! I imagine her trying to flop down and hitting it like a wooden floor. Pap! Whoa! That's hilarious. She nudges me with her shoulder, a wicked grin on her face.
Even if what we found doesn't feel like much or seem like a victory, it still feels a lot better, a lot bloody better than having fuck all.
Then a pause, a quiet and contemplative moment.
Thank you for believing in me, for getting us down there.
I sigh deeply, taking her hand. Her fingers are calloused, just like mine. Our years of fighting make us more alike than we'll probably ever know. So much in common, yet so much yet not yet shared. I feel more connected to her than anyone, and I'm so glad that she's here with me. I couldn't have done it without you, Piper. Without everyone. Okay, what did Piper do in the dungeon? What could we not have done in the dungeon without Piper? I get that we're being romantic, but just story-wise, what did she do? She didn't lead us anywhere. She didn't give us any information. She didn't help us understand anything. She didn't give us any new information.
I mean, she gave us the thing about Azazel because we didn't know that part. But we
Okay.
could have asked potentially someone else for that. So
Or she
she's
could
not
have told us
necessary.
later, and especially, I guess maybe she knew what paperwork to look for. Kind of, or she shouldn't know any more about what paperwork looks like. Than us,
It doesn't
though.
sound like we were like, how do you read this? That sounds pretty clear.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
honestly, in some ways, I'm kind of like, Piper feels sort of like a weird addition, but I'm almost kind of curious to know whether or not the rest of them kind of would feel like this, where you're like, your main character mostly still does everything, because that's how everybody tries to make you feel important.
And the
Either
fact that
you do
are-
everything, or the romance character basically does everything, and you go, I helped!
There's very little actual active cooperation. It's either one doing or the other doing. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot. Okay.
Right weird family we've got here, isn't it? Bunch of misfits and weirdos.
Okay, Piper now out loud has said to you that all of us, whatever group she perceives to be the group, because we also haven't discussed it with her and who's involved, as being a family. So that whole moment of we are a family when we sort of start our route with Piper isn't singular to Piper. It's a general feeling both of us have about the group we're in, and specifically a little bit more towards each other based on this. Yes, but you're my misfits and weirdos, because I put this group together. I've decided who's in it. I still find it really interesting that no one's discussing actually who's in the group and how they seem to know who would be in what is seemingly my group, the MC's group. A snort. Something inelegant, yet somehow still beautiful. As if inelegance can't be beautiful. Wabi-sabi, my bro. Quintessentially Piper.
Don't get soft on me now.
We sit in comfortable silence. I wanted it to be nearly comfortable because of the bed.
I know!
I wanted
We should
it
have. It would have been funny.
to call back to the damn bed. Nearly comfortable silence. Just for a while. Just enjoying each other's presence. Her head rests upon my shoulder. Our fingers lazily entwined. Then-
Wind-twinned?
Wait,
Wait,
what?
what? I hang on.
And we'll be right there.
In-winded!
In-wind.
In-wind! I was like, hang the fuck on! In-wind!
Alright, I need to know, is in-winded a word?
I gotta know!
I need to know!
Woo!
Good catch,
Hang on,
Finn.
I was like, did I just lose my mind?
Okay, so my
In-winded.
projective reading, which is how most of my dyslexia works, is by predictive reading based on familiar reading I've had before. Is it a word?
It's not a word.
Okay.
In-winded. I'm sorry, but that shocked me so bad. In-winding.
Alright, everyone. When your characters hold hands, their fingers change wind. Can you conjugate?
Maybe they were trying to do like wind, intertwine, and they just went or like wind together, or like they just after too much wine. Yes,
but we didn't have a drink. You remember?
Oh my God.
We forgot to have the drink.
I'm so disappointed. We should have had some wine so we could unwind it.
So much. Okay, if you can in-winded, can you in-wind?
You unwind at that point. Unwind.
We in-wind. We went out for a bottle. We in-wind. And it was very cozy. I thank you for that Delta whiskey. Lovely, lovely.
Holy shit.
All right. After we had wintered, then with a ragged sigh, Piper sits up and throws me a sorry look. I'm gonna
I'm
die laughing. I can't do this.
Because
They've been wintered. It's like eloped, but we had wintered. It's so good. Spelling. Normalized spelling errors. There.
Yay!
A hoot.
I should go, I guess. We both need rest from that unwinding.
I don't know. We've invented together. Maybe you should stay. We've already invented ourselves.
Oh, God.
I can't.
It's so good.
All right, say goodbye or kiss her goodbye. I feel like we would probably just this is a chill moment, and we've just been feeling chill based on the text talking before this, of just feeling really comfortable, feeling really at ease, feeling really just like soft in this space and going, yeah, we're all one big family, I think we would just say goodbye. I think that would be a thing.
Sure, why
All
not?
right, we just say the goodbye. Like, this is okay, well, they're leaving. I also feel like there'd be some level of restraint of going, if she's not going to stay the night, I maybe shouldn't kiss her.
All right.
Kind of thing. I smirk at her, refusing to let go of her hand when she stands. You don't sound too convinced.
Leaving you here all alone isn't exactly the preferred option, but it's the smart one.
Because I am a mature adult and I know that people need sleep.
They do!
And I know that if I stay here, neither of us will get it.
Yes, it won't happen.
It is the knowledge that I have in my soul. I join her in standing, and she yanks me close, winding her arms around my neck.
Night, night, Awoo. It's been fun.
Good night, Piper.
We say it with arms wrapped around.
With her arms wrapped around us, leaning gently. You know how someone like loops their arms around and you just lean gently back to sort of like counterweight their experience?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's very gentle, just sort of like that really comfortable. I just sort of, you don't lean into the hug, but since it's a loop, you relax out into it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there would be that going on. She hugs me tightly, breathing me in, and I squeeze her once before she reluctantly pulls away. Then, before she even takes a step toward the door, things explode. We ogle someone aggressively.
Such ogling.
Oh my god, we're like, I can't help it. I was too excited about Piper. I'm gonna ogle the shit out of this person.
Ba-da!
It slams open because I don't lock doors, hitting the wall with a thud. Your mouth innards are the same color as your skin, dear, and that's a little wild. There stands a bloodied and beaten Aurora, a disheveled shell of the calm and collected woman I'd met just a week ago. Also in her under things, if I can identify that dress based on her other clothes.
All right.
I quickly move to stand by Piper's side, even though I'm in a state of undress. She looks furious, her fingers hovering over her daggers where they sit comfortably in their sheath. The two of them in one sheath is what we're sounding like again and again.
Yeah, kind of.
After quickly scanning her person, I can see Aurora is unarmed, injured, and both Piper and I relax our postures. How the hell did she know to find us here in this specific room at the end? Also, she just barrels through everyone downstairs and comes crashing up to our room.
Nobody in the tavern reacts. And
And
that
also,
seems normal.
We don't hear someone barreling towards the door. She sneaks up quietly, I guess? Aurora, what do you want? She leans against the doorframe, leaving a bloody handprint on the wood. She is injured, unarmed, in a state of undress. What do you want? With a deep, ragged breath. Hunter, Nya, Hunter Merriman. I think I may require your assistance.
Ta-da! End of chapter 5!
Honestly, this wrapped up in time, actually almost perfectly, interestingly
did.
enough.
Though this will eventually, I believe, scoot forward.
Oh, it does.
It will.
So we
come
can't
back.
stop right here, but like we're right at a chapter break.
We are.
And or a chapter change. We gotta ogle her again. Oh, in case you missed the first ogling, and in case you forgot what her dress looked like, you get to see it again.
I
love the idea. Okay, with these tiny little flashback refreshers at the beginning of every single chapter. I love the idea that the game designers assumed that your player person, your person, us, is going to stop between chapters, walk away from the game, and need a refresher for what happened in the next chapter. Like, there's such a level of, like, trust that the game is chill, and I'll play one chapter at a time and do something else.
It's also really strange, too, because I guess you could save pretty quickly in between chapters, but I feel like that would be silly because it proceeds so quickly. There's no way to pause. So it seems strange.
And so I just think the recap is kind of hilarious, and the assumption has to be that you walked away from the game and then came back, and I find that like just very entertaining. On the other hand, I also find it really funny because it's like a commercial break behavior sometimes, like they do with kids' cartoons.
Right.
And so it's almost like it chaptered, and we assumed you stopped to do something. Anything, watch an ad, go to the bathroom, get a drink, and then came back, and then it was a dramatic refresher.
Ta-da! All right, but we are actually going to be out of time. So read your line.
All right, Hunter Nya.
All right, so thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Hey, if you like what we do, please feel free to follow us here, because I'm pretty sure at this point, I don't even know what we're going to do.
There is a very large chance that we are going to lose our entire YouTube channel. And
they were once released every month?
Oh.
That's super cool. I didn't know that. I was like, that's sort of hilarious.
So that's really cute. Maybe they use it as a reminder. That makes good sense. It felt like there was some kind of a break there. Anyway, so in the event that we lose our YouTube channel completely, we encourage all of you to follow us on this platform, which we will not be leaving anytime soon because it doesn't do the same kind of copyright strikes. And because we're not ever going to be playing app games here, which seem to be, which are the only culprit that we keep getting struck for.
Yes.
And so it would be lovely if you all, if you weren't following us here yet, if you did so, if you encouraged anyone that you know or might be connected to that's attached to our YouTube to come follow us here. We can't even post an update video on YouTube. Our channel is so aggressively struck they won't let us post anything.
Yeah, so we can't update people, can't let them know what's going on. I can't,
We've got literally nothing but our other platforms at this point. And if we beat the copyright strike, then we can update people, and otherwise that'll be it. We are batting around the idea of starting another YouTube channel afterwards that will be, as far as we know, the same, but there's all of that. At any rate, so yes, feel free to comment on this, make clips from this stuff, engage and interact with this Lies and Scandal Twitch channel. We love having you here. This is fabulous. We have added, for anyone that doesn't know, 2 more stream times to our channel where we are doing sort of console games during the week on both Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yep.
They're 2 hours each. They're in the evening, so depending on your time zones and if you're interested, you can totally come and join us. We are playing right now Rhyme, and we are going to be doing that for the next couple of days. You can actually find our stream history if you're curious on joining in on that or finding out what it's about. And beyond that, thank you very much, all of you, for your support and your engagement and your participation. And
yeah, I have been Scandal.
And I have been Lies. And it was great playing with you. Bye!